Okay, so while you guys are arguing, so
There's nothing to argue.
Norman, this is where you're a two-time pollster nominee and not a winner.
So I posted anybody in this room, right? I posted a second link. Anybody in the room? I posted a second link which also discusses transgenerational epigenetic inheritance. This is a perspective article that comes from the University of Edinburgh that discusses these issues. People would like to say that it does because then they'd like to blame people for their fast situation, but there's no evidence.
No, it's not. It's not.
And I also think it's very disrespectful because the Holocaust was a very serious thing, and Jews need to be protected. And so I really don't appreciate that.
Two most emotional women on this app defending.
Research suggests
for example, a key gene
adequacy and exposure to environmental toxicants, especially in utero in early life. Epigenetic changes that last throughout the lifespan. Nothing to do with trauma.
And you gotta keep reading, brother. You gotta keep reading. Keep reading. Keep reading.
So the bottom line
comes to stress.
Oh, Pockets, he asked ChatGPT to summarize it for him.
Oh, no way. You asked
He did.
So, for example, a key gene often studied is the NR3C1, which controls how the body responds to cortisol. Trauma can increase methylation on this gene, which can make the stress response more reactive. Babies exposed to these changes may be born with a heightened sensitivity to stress, anxiety, or mood disorders. That's an NR3C1, NR3C1, again, that is an NR3C1, in case you want to
saying numbers.
Gene, stupid NR3, if you wanted the actual gene.
Yeah. So you're saying that the gene is changed by stress? That is.
I said the gene often studied is NR3C1, which controls how the body responds to cortisol. Trauma can increase methylation on this gene. This is what we call epigenetics, right? Which can make the stress response more reactive. That sentence is the epigenetics of the gene, the NR3C1. I really think we're critically thinking here, right? We're breaking it just a little bit, right? Like you got where the process of the epigenetics was happening, the sentence.
Hundreds of sad articles.
Please transgenerational impact. None. And it's right there in black and white. Just read the article you posted. No evidence of transgenerational impact. Huh? Read it. There's no evidence of transgenerational impact. So you could read
Where does it say?
Read your article. There's no evidence of transgenerational impact.
A recent meta-analysis of many worldwide studies reveals that 1 in every 20 children is diagnosed with ADHD, which is a psychological and physical impairment of most NDs, and that also has to do with the epigenetics. The genetic etiology for most ND is still not clear, although some disorders have been linked to specific mutations in a single or multiple genes. There are many causes.
What does that have to do with trauma?
They are many caused by various factors such as genetics, epigenetics,
Not epigenetic.
And it says it. I'm looking at it. It says genetics and epigenetics. I'm looking at it right now. I'm reading it. And in utero when genomic variation such as when genomic variation such as chromosomal deletions, duplications, and single nucleotide mutations could be either inherited or de novo in offspring. Non-heritable genetic alterations are largely linked to epigenetics. What's it on the in utero? In utero. You literally said there's no proof of in utero.
Yes, I didn't say in utero. I said in the next generation. I said
how is it passed down to the next generation? In fucking utero, you stupid ass. In utero, dumbass.
Incorrect.
Oh god, you're so stupid. I can't.
No, I'm not, honey.
No, you get us fighting with that big ass nose of yours.
I want you to
Yes, fighting with that big ass nose.
While the baby is in her, it is possible.
In view of the fact that epigenetic factors contribute to development, it is crucial.
Will affect the baby.
It is crucial that
it's not going to be permanent. There's no evidence that trauma.
I really found two evidence. Two pieces of evidence. It's showing me right now. Internal factors contribute to neurodevelopment or disorders also. You're not reading the article I posted. You're not reading my article. And if you look back to epigenetic factors, listen, if I could talk, I'll give them a penny, okay, up. And if you look back to epigenetic factors contributing to field development, it is crucial to elucidate the underlying epigenetic mechanisms playing a part in the pathophysiology of these entities. Furthermore, the epigenetic mechanisms have been shown to be altered by several factors such as lifestyle, infection, genetic, and metabolism alterations, as well as other maternal factors contributing to neurological disorders in the offspring. This review will bring forth a comprehensive analysis of the recent findings regarding the epigenetic
From the beginning, trauma of the parent is not passed on to the
literally just
generationally. What does this have to do with it? It doesn't. It's completely unrelated. However, the person stress or trauma while she's carrying the baby, yes, that can have an effect.
fetal development must be effective.
The trauma that was experienced by the mother yes, it'll affect the baby.
Not just like the sound of your own voice,
by the way,
which are making sense.
to the environment in the uterus. However, again,
So one that looks as much like a
trauma as a kid is not
Maternal lifestyle factors such as smoking,
yes.
alcoholism, and psychological
While they
issues are reported to be associated with, maternal lifestyle factors such as smoking, alcoholism,
yes, while they're carrying the baby.
literally syndrome of childhood smoking and alcohol consumption during gestation are two. What's gestation?
Well, during
What is that?
gestation, exactly.
So how did it pass down?
It's passed down while it happens when the woman is carrying the baby, as I said at the beginning.
That's what we're saying, Norm. Let's argue that.
I want you to the trauma that the mother experiences.
Yes, and she passes it to the child.
Not while she's carrying the baby. Has to.
No, I never said it. I said it was while she was pregnant. Still, we talking about utero.
This is what we've been talking about the whole time, but you don't know what we're talking about. We're talking about intergenerational trauma, which is.
We're talking about passing it down to the children, bro.
Yes, that's correct. So if the
Genes.
parent experienced trauma and they weren't pregnant or they weren't even together, that's not going to go.
That's not the claim. Still bring up an argument.
That's what they mean by intergenerational trauma, stupid. Yes.
People are talking about in utero. We're talking about the fetus.
Europe, yeah.
People, were you talking about in utero? I swear to God, you're talking about in utero. You're talking about the baby.
I was talking about if the woman
Yes. Prenatal
I'm not responding to you. I'm not engaging with you. I don't expect you to shut up.
Common sense reason.
Thank
For
God.
epigenetics to be passed down.
What the mother eats, what the mother drinks, of course, affects the baby. If she
So
undergoes
we've been
trauma,
agreeing with each other this whole fucking time. I hate
no,
you.
not at all.
I
You
hate
didn't know
you.
what we were discussing. You were
I
talking about
hate
something that
you.
we weren't discussing.
I really do.
You just
People was talking about the baby.
completely refuted. You didn't
Bima
understand
was
what we were
talking about
talking
the
about.
baby. Bima was talking about the fetus.
No, Bima was talking about intergenerational
No,
trauma.
Bima
She
was
was
talking
talking about being in the Holocaust affecting the next generation. They didn't know if it
Yes, how would it affect the next generation?
Yeah,
Normal.
that's right.
But how?
It's not going to change the baby.
you're talking about,
Studies were done because the women were pregnant. And that's exactly the repeated. Yes, and that's exactly the repeated study that I'm talking about. The serial
The
families.
baby, of course, affects the baby.
Well, that's what they were studying, though. They were just seeing that people had been pregnant during the violence.
You're not
This
listening.
is all that ever ends. On and my friend.
Hey, you know, get rid of it. Hey, you know, that's all.
You guys want to take my side? Hold on. You guys want to take my face? Let me get my face. Normal, shut the fuck up. Hold on.
We've
Let
had
me get my face.
babies.
This is normal.
If
Shut the fuck up.
the mother takes heroin to be on heroin. If the mother's an alcoholic, that affects the baby. Nobody argues about that. No.
And we are
Nobody
lift off.
argues
Can you
with
hear me? We are lift off. Can you hear me? So Bima was literally talking about the women who were pregnant during the Holocaust and how they what do you mean no, she was not? You don't listen.
I don't understand. I was
You don't even breathe.
She's
You don't even
talking
breathe.
about intergenerational trauma, which is a myth.
Like you want to talk about that? I want to talk for everybody.
No,
I'm gonna talk for you.
She's talking about intergenerational trauma, which is a myth.
You couldn't get
It's
away.
nonsense. And moreover, people try to talk about it going from generation to generation to generation. That's another myth.
I couldn't get away. Hitler did a painting. I heard that man was a good painter. I heard he could paint.
There's over 15 million of them, and
Maybe that's a myth.
military cause.
What are you talking about?
I also heard that I heard Columbus was worse than Hitler.
You shut the fuck up. Take a walk. Go back to where you come from. You're annoying. Go back to where you come from. That's where you come from. You're talking about leave.
Honestly, Norm, you should go back to your European
Fly
fly.
your time.
Fly away, mate. Fly away, mate. While I eat. Fly away.
Are you saying well,
So now you're being racist.
okay, intergenerational trauma through pregnancy is a real phenomenon, and epigenetics helps explain how it can happen. When pregnant person experiences severe stress, intergenerational trauma through pregnancy is a real phenomenon. Intergenerational trauma through pregnancy is a real phenomenon. Intergenerational trauma. Because you literally just said, no, that it's not intergenerational. You just said it's a myth, correct?
Yes, it's a complete
But intergenerational trauma through pregnancy is a phenomenon. And epigenetics helps explain how it can happen. When a pregnant person experiences severe stress, trauma, or chronic adversity, it affects the in-utero environment where the fetus is developing. Stress hormones like cortisol can cross the placenta and influence how the baby's genes are expressed. This can lead to epigenetic modifications. For instance, genes that control stress, emotional regulation, or even metabolism can be primed to react strongly. So that is considered intergenerational trauma.
You're reading the wrong study.
No, I'm reading the exact study.
You know what we're talking
You
about.
don't read. Post your stats. Post your links. Post your links right now. You got to
Intergenerational trauma is the fear that when something bad happens to somebody, they pass it on to their kid, not when they're pregnant. And it would be
It's a multifaceted fucking term, you dumbass. It can mean multiple things. Intergenerational trauma or transgenerational trauma, right? It could be survival, environmental factors. It could be biological, epigenetic changes. Literally was in the definition. It's in the definition of transgender. I'm looking at the definition. You want to go to Webster's? That's your people's book. Your people wrote that book. You check your people, honestly.
Alright, let's go at the top.
Who was Webster?
Thank you. So can we go with the definition of what transgenerational trauma is? Please. Okay. Thank you.
With that?
So I've now posted 4 articles, including the one from Nature, this one of Premier Magazine, Science Digest. They also provide definitions, so you now have 4 articles.
Yes.
Why are you saying yes? You're not even listening.
When I am listening, I speak
Alright,
to
then
them
shut
all
the
the
fuck
time. I'm excellent at listening.
No,
I
you're not.
actually listen to what you're saying. I'm excellent at it.
Stick your nose
So
in your
what are
mouth
the
and fucking
conclusions of
mouth.
the articles? Tell us. Tell us. I'll tell you what the conclusion is. There's no evidence of that it can be passed to another generation.
Okay, so what's transgenerational trauma? And what are the forms of it?
Transgenerational trauma.
What are the forms of it?
I'll tell you. Transgenerational trauma has to do with suffering from one generation.
And how are they passed down?
I haven't finished. Being passed on to the next generation. It's sort of self-explanatory. If
How are they passed down?
you wouldn't have to ask.
How are they passed down?
By an alteration
In what
in the
forms?
genes.
In what forms?
By an alteration in the
That's
genes.
it? That's the only forms? Communication patterns is it one? Behavioral environmental patterns is it one? Biological
Well,
epigenetic
I'm
changes
only
is it one?
speaking about epigenetics. Behavioral patterns, yes, could be affected for sure. And
Okay, so with the
that was one of
epigenetic
the
portion,
that was one of the early
you
things
just
that I
said that
said.
transgenerational trauma can be passed down through epigenetics. You just said that, right?
No, I didn't say that. No.
Yo,
Well, I'm saying that it isn't.
Oh, you're saying it isn't? So it's not a part of the definition.
It's a myth.
It's not a part of the definition at all, right?
It's a part of the definition that's been refuted. There's no
Where's it been refuted and what? Can you send me?
Are the articles that you posted?
I'm reading them right now from November 8th, 2025.
Yeah.
At
So
literally
find it where it says that trauma alters your
the
genes.
National Institute of Health. Actually, what I'm reading it from.
Yes, find the part where it says the trauma alters your genes, which then affects your child. Find that part.
Literally through that's epigenetics, bro.
Find
That's
the
literally
part where
within the definition of
don't
epigenetics.
run away. Find the
I
part
didn't run away. I had my stats. Where's yours?
Find the part.
Where's
Google.
links?
You
You have a
just
question
sit there
that
trying to
where
play semantics with everything.
The trauma,
You're gonna have a point.
where it says,
No one likes you.
is your gene, which then
With only
your
15 million of you, the world will be
The
over.
child is not
I
in
posted
vitro.
multiple links and you still don't find it. You still don't believe it. You don't care.
Yes, I looked at the links. It doesn't say what you think it says.
Yes, oh, bro. Okay. You know what? I feel you
Right
should
now,
post your links.
you don't understand.
Post your links. Post your links. Post your links right
I'll
now.
use your link.
Post your
There's
facts.
there's no.
How are you gonna use my links to fight your claim?
Beg your pardon? Okay.
How are you gonna use my links to fight your claim?
Because your links prove what I said, not what you said. They were for
You
you.
don't have any links of your own to prove what you're saying? You was just going off your fucking head with shit?
You're also supposed to.
You're honestly, this is honestly
Pick one at random. Pick what you
My country can be free.
This is well known by anybody.
Can I ask you can I ask you a question?
Sure.
If okay, your mom
Yeah.
your mom
Yeah.
was inside of her grandmother, okay, while she was inside her mom, your great grandma, and your great grandma experienced war, okay? Does it not make sense that the germline would be affected by stress and the onset?
My grandmother is pregnant with my mother.
So your mom,
Correct?
so your
I'm asking you a question. My grandmother's pregnant with my mother, correct? Is
no,
that what you're saying?
no.
Okay, then what are you saying?
What I'm saying is your mom
Yes.
was inside of your great grandmother. Did you know that?
My mother was not inside my great grandmother.
Yes, that's the whole point. Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
John, I
Can I explain why?
I'm at an age to
I-
form somebody. You know?
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
Elmer, if you talk
Yeah.
less, I
By
can
the way,
explain.
and by the way, eggs are not passed from generation to generation.
Oh
Now
my
you're just
God.
talking nonsense.
You know, eggs.
Yeah.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. The eyesight.
I have no idea about women's health. You have no idea
No,
about
I have no idea.
the woman, the
You're
little
factually,
My
factually,
my
your
mother was
mom,
not her great
your mom was inside your
right now.
great grandma. Yes, she was.
I have my great grandmother's
Yes,
I
she
don't,
was.
I don't mean to explain
I'm just so
high school
stupid.
bio to you, but
Okay.
your egg is composed of a male component to sperm.
You know what I'm talking about.
He's not understanding at all.
A part of her, half of her DNA. So I'm talking about half of your mom, half of your
Half
mom.
of my mom.
Right,
My mom
right.
was in there?
Right.
DNA
That's DNA.
So you don't
Right.
half of my mom. You mean half of her DNA.
DNA literally splits. Norm, it happens.
So you mean half of her DNA, not half of my mom.
Half of what created your mom, half of the instructions that created your
There's
mom
genetic material.
was already being affected.
wanna learn anything.
Not some.
That's gonna be.
It was
not
your
half.
great
It's
grandmother.
25%. If you
Your
could do math,
biological.
if you could do math, you would know it's
Can you stop
25.
being such a Jew and just listen, bro, please?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank
So
you, my God.
if you were good at math, you'd know that it's not.
No one cares about numbers. We're not talking about numbers. No, we're talking about money.
Because there's also a grandfather. There's also a mother. There's also a father. So that's 25% of the genetic.
Yes, correct.
Of course I'm correct, because I actually know what I'm talking about, unlike you. So it's fair to say that some of the genetic material is
people.
So some of the genetic, well, we're getting to the truth of the matter. This is over your head. So you're just gonna mutter in some silly habit. All of the material, Walaki was offered in the material, blah, blah, blah. You can't even follow the conversation, Mike. You can't even
So
follow the
if
conversation.
I actually have the proof right here.
You have the proof.
Studies,
Yeah.
I think so.
Let's hear the proof.
Abortion by discrimination and violence suffered by pregnant women in South Africa affected their unborn children years later.
Absolutely. No question about that. Absolutely.
That's transgenerational trauma.
Transgenerational trauma is when it comes from the grandparent to the grandchild. So I'm not going to shut up, mate.
So now it's the grandparent to the grandchild.
Yes,
I
that
thought
would
it was
be
about the parent to the
transgenerational. In
child.
other words, nobody ever disputed.
So a mother and a child are not a different generation. That's not one generation.
Hang on.
They're just the
Nobody
same.
would ever
Fucking
dispute.
baby killers.
Nobody would. You're a freaking terrorist who shits outside. You're an outside
There's
defecator.
only
But let's not go
15
into
million of you. Once you're
I know, you can't deal with the
traumatic
risk of
experience with the individual who experience it
Nobody would ever dispute poverty.
can be inherited by their children. Research
No
has
one
shown
would
that
ever,
they
one
tend
at
to react to their parents' anxiety
a
cues.
time, no one would dispute that the mother dream
Is intergenerational trauma transmitted? One way is that people who have experienced significant trauma, people are likely to diminish attachment
no one from
skills.
the beginning, and I said this from
Research
the
has shown that
beginning,
children raised by parents
no
who
one
have
would
experienced
ever
multiple at this
dispute
childhood
that what happens to the mother gets to the parent. That's common sense. Every mother knows this. You don't need science for that. It's never been in dispute. That's not epigenetic trauma. Epigenetic trauma is when it affects future generations. It's, for example, used to explain the bad effect of slavery. So they'll say that 5 generations after slavery, people are still suffering from the effects of slavery. And that, my friend, is bullshit. That's what we're talking about. That's what
Thank
we're
God
talking
you're not a doctor. I mean, shout to that.
Well, I could be a doctor. I studied enough.
No, you couldn't be a doctor because you said it. You whinging about the
I'm actually educated. I actually am able to communicate.
When someone looking at their trauma affected them, they may be able to
See
either
what
way
you do is all
what they consciously commit themselves into, commit themselves to parenting their children in a manner that takes
You're
them
not
home.
speaking in a monotone. Nobody can hear you or figure out
Okay,
what
my
you're
God.
saying.
I'll speak like this. Are you
No,
ready?
just get to the point.
Are you
Speak the
ready?
point. Instead of reading from article that you don't
The
understand.
memories of traumatic experiences,
Moron.
however, can be inherited by their children, even young children. Research has shown detect and react to their parents'
Just say
anxiety
it in
cues.
your own voice.
Oh, you don't take me serious regardless. I'll speak it in this voice.
Well, when you talk bollocks, then yes, I don't
So,
take you seriously. But say it so that it means something.
No, I dangle a penny in front of your face if you want.
You're reading
I dangle a Jewish school in front of you.
without understanding what you're saying.
I can say Shabbat Shalom if you want.
If you don't understand it, then the person listening is not.
I can literally tell you that Paramount Warner Brothers suck and MGM is ass,
Right.
and that can grab your attention.
So in other words, you know nothing. Which was my
I
point.
post 8 links. You haven't posted anything. All you're doing is picking me up. Stick it in my head.
Euro posted them for me, and so did you.
I posted for you.
The studies that you posted was the opposite of what you explained.
Oh, thank God. Shut up.
There's no such thing as intergenerational trauma. Nothing gets passed on. No, my mother is not my grandmother.
Ain't no nose that's high enough. Ain't no balls.
It's just ridiculously dumb. Then you thought there was 50% of
Ain't
the
no
DNA.
ego.
Then you found out that it was 25%.
Hold on, no. I didn't mean the DNA though. I'm talking
Oh, what
about
did you mean?
what the child with the eggs are exposed to. Okay, right.
But the eggs
So
are
it's not in the way that you're thinking. It's not like
Well, how do you know what I'm thinking?
because you explained when I said that your mom was inside of your grandmother, you're like, well, she only
It
inherited
clearly is not
25%, right?
of the DNA.
Okay, so
Which is
yeah,
not.
really is child gets 50% of the DNA from their parents, right? So then 25% comes from each
From the
grandparent.
grandparent.
That's right. But
But
that's
then
not.
for 5
But
minutes,
that
you
was
would
not.
know.
You're right. I know, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm
So
saying.
you didn't study it for 5 minutes.
What I'm saying is that it wasn't about how much of the grandmother's DNA ends up inside of your mom. It was about whether the future egg lineage was physically present during the grandmother's pregnancy.
That's not really
Okay.
the question. The question is
No,
how
that's
is it
what we're
affected by
talking
trauma? The question
So
is how is it affected by trauma?
in females, our eggs are formed during fetal life. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why I mentioned that your mom was inside your grandma.
What does that have to do with this conversation?
Oh my God! We're talking about that stuff because of the germline. That's how. These are the studies. These are specifically the studies. No, these are
Nobody
the
studies
the Holocaust study, the Syrian study of the 3 generations of Syrians. That was just
Yeah, and what did they find?
Grandma. What do you mean? What did they find?
What did they find? What's the conclusion? You read the study. Studies have conclusions.
Yeah, I had to read the conclusion.
You don't remember? Let me summarize. I don't want you to read it out loud. Just tell me what the conclusion is.
The conclusion is that transgenerational trauma exists.
I'll
That's
make
a
you
way.
$10 right now.
If transgenerational trauma doesn't exist, then you lot can shut the fuck up about the Holocaust.
No, that's not true. Holocaust had other effects besides epigenetic. Then you can shut the fuck up about something you know nothing about. You ignorant twit. So again,
Just shut the
it's
fuck
not
up.
going to.
We can have the next one.
I know it took you a while to think of one, didn't it? It's not going to affect the DNA. It will affect behavior.
It's not going to take long.
I'm not saying that it affects, I keep saying it doesn't affect the DNA. I
Okay,
keep
then
saying
it's not
that it doesn't
epigenetic.
affect the
That's
DNA.
why it has the word genetic. It's
Oh
not
my
genetic.
God, it's because it's another layer. Epigenetic is I keep explaining that the genes aren't affected. The genes aren't affected. It's how they methylate. It's the chemical tags that are put on them.
That does
Instructions
not
on
go
how
from generation
on what.
to generation.
Yeah, okay. What do you think epigenetics is? That's what we're studying. That's exactly what they're explaining. That's exactly what they're
What I'm
explaining.
refuting. It's literally what I'm refuting. Just once again, scientifically, there is no evidence of epigenetic transmission of trauma. That's all I said from the very beginning. Now, again, if the woman is carrying the baby in her belly, of course, what she eats and drinks, if she has a trauma, if she's frightened, if she's stressed, if she's on crack, which has happened a lot in New York City, if she's an alcoholic, of course that'll affect the health of the child. If she smokes, if she drinks caffeine, all of that will affect the kid. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about stress that the grandmother endured having an effect on the grandchild genetically, and that ain't gonna happen.
So the grandchildren of Chernobyl have no effect.
Well, now you're talking about radiation. Radiation does affect DNA.
That's the point that you just made. You
No,
absolutely.
well, we're not
That's the
talking
point
about
you just made.
altering the DNA with radiation. It's a very different story.
We're
I
talking about
haven't seen the study.
DNA.
I haven't seen the study of the grandchildren of Chernobyl. I imagine there might be some, but it's not.
So you've
That
just
would be
lost
worth
the point.
looking into. No, I haven't lost the point. We're
You
adding
lost
this
the
back.
point.
We're
If it's
adding
that you're
this
speaking
back.
for an ignorant.
We're adding a new influence. Radiation affects the body
Yeah, no,
in ways that
you know
nothing
about
else.
everything because you
Nothing else affects the body like
That's all you ever
radiation.
do.
There's nothing
You
else like
spin your
radiation.
You annoy everybody and you fuck around and overtalk everyone you can.
Well, no, that's not
Civil
true. I just tell you
in
the truth.
society.
I can tell
Every
you
single
the
room
truth.
that you're in,
Yeah,
you are
I know
nothing
you.
but an
Okay, you
annoyance.
can go to a different room if this is not
You're
your
nothing.
case. Nobody will give
Well,
a
I tell
shit.
you
I'm
what.
sure. We'll forget about
You
it
can go
before
to
you
a
even
different
know.
place and get
In
the
fact,
fuck
I've
out of the
already
place.
forgotten about it.
Completely fill
You're
it
saying
up.
how forgettable you are. Notice how you added nothing to this conversation. What do you want to
I
say about
just pointed out that you're a hypocrite and that you're just
Well, I'm not a
being
hypocrite.
semantics.
No,
That's
I'm
all
not a
you ever
hypocrite.
did. You did.
We're
You
talking
just
science here.
P, did you want to speak on the topic?
Only to say that tuna should it's bad. Tuna should leave.
Wait, what?
I was saying that tuna should leave because he overspoke Norm on the topic. He introduced something about radiation, and it had nothing to do with the conversation. And then once he came up on that, he just started saying that there's
From
something
grandmother
connected
to
Norm's point. And so I think that Tuna should leave, and I think Norm should stay, given Tuna's request for Norm to leave.
well, just because you're offended doesn't make you right.
Well, you didn't add anything. I'm sorry, Tuna.
We were talking about DNA inherited from the grandmother to the grandchild.
Yeah, I understand it was here. I've heard this
It
conversation.
doesn't make you wrong, and it doesn't make you right either. But it does show that you didn't understand the conversation. Contributing is going to be very difficult for you
Just
if you can't follow it.
slapped enough. You honestly, you haven't been slapped enough. That's what you believe in.
Well, you should try. If you want to do that, you should try. Just make sure you say your prayers before, because it'll be the last thing you ever do. But I invite you to try it. It would be pleasurable. It would be a lot of fun. You should try it. And that'll be the last
Moderator.
last thing you see will be my thing.
Moderator, this is Chicago. I would like 60 seconds to talk about genetics, if I may.
You can go to heaven dreaming of my face.
Put me in the queue, Moderator Matt.
Yeah, let's let Kitover give this statement. Go ahead.
So there's a great movie that came out.
Try to stop you. Look at my face will be the last thing you ever see.
There's a great
Dreaming of my face.
There's a great movie that came out years ago called Gattaca. If you've never seen it, you should watch it because it's about genetically modified humans and how they have special access to the off-world civilization. But Ethan Hawke, the actor, has a powerful will and so he challenges his genetically modified brother, kind of in the same way like Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger, when Danny DeVito's like, "You're telling me that I'm the shit genetics? I'm the shit DNA?" And Arnold Schwarzenegger's like, "Yes, you are the shit DNA." So what I'm trying to say is, that's all in the movies. Now, Bima earlier brought up and said, "I think everybody should get genetically tested." Oh, wow. So the health insurance company can bill another $1 billion. Great advice, Bima. So what I'm trying to say is there's a lot of bullshit when it comes to genetics and gene therapy.
You actually pay for it out of pocket. It's pretty cheap, and you only have to do it once in your lifetime because that doesn't change. So it's about a
Okay, everybody pay for it out of pocket then. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a lot of bullshit when it comes to genetic therapies and fraud doctors and bullshit artists that want to tell you gene therapies can prolong your life. The truth is, if you make it to 100, you're really fucking lucky. And if you want to make it to 101 and spend $1 million at my clinic in Mexico City and do some gene therapy, I'll take your fucking money. I'll gladly give it to me. Give me your $1 million so you can live another 365 days, multiply that by 24 hours, and give me your $1 million. So what I'm just trying to say is, take all this genetic bullshit with a grain of salt. It's not as good as a good book. I am complete. Thank you all very little. Well, we can talk about how children become trans because women become whacked out from propaganda, but I don't have any trans children. Does anybody here have any trans children?
She posted a study.
I have to go read more books, John.
I think actually John's a little bit busy. He's being pursued for election fraud for giving up.
Posted a study of people who are actually.
Sorry, a real person was talking. Shut up, big nose.
In the last year.
So John's actually being pursued for election fraud because he put a petition in.
No, I don't think he's being pursued for election fraud.
Did you just say that like 8 seconds ago? I thought you just said that.
He's been referred to the State Department.
According to who? Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence?
Do you want the evidence?
Yes. Obviously, I wanted it if I asked for it. It's English, I'm speaking, I believe.
Calm down, stop speaking through your nostrils. I'm answering your question.
Try to stay on top of it.
I thought Kitover admitted this. Is this not true, Kitover?
Yeah, no, so the last two dismissed objections that he put before the court, both of them were dismissed, and
What we asked for, I said, the evidence that he's being investigated for election fraud.
Semantics.
In other words, there is no evidence that he's being investigated for election fraud, correct? He lied, correct? He was he didn't know what he was doing.
just like to overflow into the your own narrative.
How many of the evidence that he's being investigated for election fraud? Show us. Let's hear it.
Right? So when I show you, Norm, your job is to say, I was wrong.
No, I just want to see the evidence. Stop.
When I show it, you want to, it's not a child.
Please, El Normo, no need to defend my honor. This poor man's child is trans, and he is suffering, and he has a lot of anger and anxiety, and my political career. If they're not talking about you in politics,
Kitover was investigated in Boogergate, and he was
it was a robust booger. It was a profound booger of incredible spherical substance.
What you have to do is listen. I'm surprised other people don't do it more.
Well, Kitover told me he was being investigated.
He was not ever investigated for election.
I was investigated for wiping a booger on my shirt, though, El Normo.
So are you going to apologize now?
And he kept it up there.
I was using it as a rag. The shirt had reached its limits.
didn't even wash your shirt because of that.
Your shirt reached its limits?
My shirt had reached its limits.
The Kitover, are you being investigated for election fraud? Yes or no?
No, absolutely not. That's just slander, and I accuse my opponent of committing fraud 1,000 times, and he created $20 trillion in debt. I'm also accusing the mayor of Chicago of committing fraud, and I am running for the mayorship of Chicago on February 23rd, 2027. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. Vote John Kitover.
Do you want to apologize, Nate? You feel a bit stupid at this moment? Feeling a bit embarrassed? A bit shamed? It's tough when somebody asks for evidence, isn't it? Instead of just listening to bullshit.
I mean, I thought he was too. So I might be misunderstood.
You were dumb enough to double down on it. You could see that there was some doubt once I questioned it.
No, Kitover told me this, so I was just taking him at his own word.
Kitover told you that he was being investigated for election fraud.
Yes.
Did you tell him that, Kitover? Kitover. Kitover. Did you tell him that, Kitover?
To be fair, I did read an article mentioning this.
You read an article mentioning what?
That he was being investigated for, or he was being accused of election fraud.
Accused is different than investigated.
Yeah, I read the article and then I asked him about it. He confirmed it, and he said that the
What did the article say?
lawyer was wearing a Chicago Cubs hat or something. He was being.
That they were going to persecute him for election
So
fraud.
we got what his headwear was, but we don't know if he was being investigated as the other guys.
His only nominating petitions faced a successful challenge, resulting in him being removed from the ballot, found to have only had 266 valid signatures. The board also had forwarded the petitions to law enforcement over the fraud concerns.
Yes.
He is being investigated. I'm giving you. I'm literally giving you the two.
I'm waiting for the part where it says he's being.
You asked for proof. You asked for proof. I know you
Wait, so the part where it says that he was investigated for election fraud. But you get to the
It was an alleged accusation. Point of order, moderator. I'm happy to tell you what this is all about. When you run for office, you have to get petition signatures. The fact that they said I had 266 confirmed signatures is incredible because I hired people off of Craigslist and everybody on Clubhouse heard me hire my petition circulators. 266 valid signatures out of 1,550. Now hold on. Many of the signatures on the petitions were out of district, and they are putting that in the same basket as the accusations of shut the fuck up, Tuna Boy. Thank God for the Declaration of Independence because we have eternal separation from these people. These people, they didn't genetically evolve, and these British people, their brains are retarded. Thank God we have eternal separation. The point is, in politics, people allege other people committed fraud all the time. And it's bullshit propaganda. And the Republicans and the Democrats, when you run for office, you will see that it is a personal war. It's not even the parties. It's just personal. And this is the way it is. You got to fight. And Tuna Boy, it was personal when your son got trans by your wife and you couldn't do anything about it because you don't even have testicles anymore. You don't read books and you come on Clubhouse and you, John Kitover committed election. But Tuna Boy, we feel pity for you. And we have eternal separation from you. We don't need your opinion anymore, Tuna Boy. Hello? No, a big fat journalist with a huge herpes sore on his fucking front lip put out a little blurb to discredit me, and that's all it is. No Attorney General. Pam Bondi's not investigating John Kitover, I assure you. Do you think Pam Bondi, John Kitover's on her calendar? Because if I am, that'd be a fucking miracle, wouldn't it?
He was investigated for election fraud.
I'm asking him.
I'll take my word.
You investigated for election fraud, John.
No, absolutely not. It's a blurb on a fat piece of shit's website with a herpes sore on his lip named Thingston. It's on an Illinois website. That's it. It's a little blurb on a website. That's it. That's all it is. It's discrediting. It's fake news. It's missing. No. John Kitover never committed election fraud. John Kitover paid his employees. John Kitover. No. How many times do I have to tell you? No.
Even if you investigated, it doesn't mean that you actually did it.
You weren't investigated, you weren't charged with it?
Not investigated, never charged. It's a blurb. It's fake news on a fat piece of shit's website with a herpes sore on his lip.
Did anybody from the election commission come and talk to you?
No, absolutely not. I worked with them hand in hand. I met the chairman of the entire Illinois State Board of Election Committee on the elevator. These people are appointed, and in my opinion, you can't even trust them. Hello?
Did they investigate? Hello?
No, El Normo. No. How many times are you gonna ask, El Normo? No.
Did they investigate you, Joe?
No.
Okay, so is there any ambiguity
You
about
bring
that?
money or good news?
No, people are just here repeating what they read when they Google my name. It's on Illinois, but it's just slander defamation. And I've already filed a lawsuit against the attorney that put out the fake news. They're trying to smear my name as if I am just mere cream cheese on a matzah.
Did you appear in court for this matter or any related?
No, but when you get challenged and you challenge your opponents, you go to a quasi-election court. Not many people have ever been to one. You would go to one if you've ever run, but has anyone here else ever run for committee person, congressperson, senator, or mayor? Hello?
Okay, last question. Did you consider eating the booger before webbing it?
Of course not, but I did actually observe its robustness. It was very vigorous. It was perfectly spherical, very gelatinous, and it was white. And it was a profound booger, and I'm sure you've enjoyed that booger video. The truth is, when I record Clubhouse, sometimes I have to sacrifice a shirt because I wore it for 3 days because Sarah, the Iranian, is screaming so loud I can't draw my ears away from the migraine.
Dude, you left it on your shirt for 3 days. Dude, you even had it on when you put on your robe. You put on your whole robe, and it was still like he put a red robe over his shirt. Like he put it on like one of those thick ones, and it was still on his shirt like 2 days later.
Like, why isn't he changing the
Well, Boogergate is over. Boogergate is over, but I am running for mayor of Chicago, and I'm filing as a libertarian because if I put up a sign outside of my house that says Democrat or Republican, I think I'll get heat. But if I say libertarians liberate, I think it's like the third party. And basically, that's what Judaism is. You could be a Christian, you could be a Muslim, you could be a Hindu or a Buddhist, but the Jew, such a small minority, is the third party. And the disrespect that the people on this app give Jews, who are such a small minority, and all of you Christians, supposed Christians, shame on you. It's an ashanda what you people do on this app. An ashanda!
Third party,
Copy the election.
yeah, third party, aka the left or the right, don't want you. John, that's sad.
Beeman, we can always make ASMR videos for the campaign, though. See, it's an art creation journey. The experience is joy. The goal is joy. And that's what I hope to illuminate the voters with, is joy.
Don't you try to I think it would be better if you're running as a Republican, stay as a Republican, and then just start talking to other Republicans so you guys can all.
No, it's actually strategic because the ballot, libertarian gets its own special distinction on Chicago ballots for some reason. And so my goal is, because I've tried to run Republican before with no success, I do feel that running as an independent or a libertarian will strategically give me an advantage on the actual petition. And if no candidate receives a majority of votes, it goes into an April runoff. So the whole thing is strategic. And I think by doing it this way, if I can get through the challenge on the signatures, I need 15,000 signatures. It's a lot of signatures, but I'm pretty sure that I can get it done. So if I can get on the ballot, it'll be amazing, because that's a national headline. And Chicago mayoralship is going to be one of the most followed political campaigns in the country. So having my name, in the starlight and getting on that ballot will be a big boost for John Kitover, Politics Incorporated.
I know, but it's like something else. Millions.
Well, if a dog could do it, you could do it.
This guy at the park the other day, he yelled at me. He's like, "Hey, neighbor!" And I was like, "Jesus, is that how you greet a neighbor?" And I was like, "Well, at least your dog looks happy."
was begging for you to save it, and you just let it go back to that help.
Kind of like your ex-boyfriend who closed up those legs when you were like, if I had a dog and needed to borrow $5,000, would you give it to me to save the dog? And he's like, fuck no, bitch. She's like, you're never touching this pussy again.
You love me, don't you, John? You remember all my stories? Yeah, it's true.
Holy fuck.
The true story.
I mean, how old would the dog have to be?
I had just gotten her, but I was trying to date this guy. He was just, we had such great sexual chemistry, and I wanted to test. We weren't dating yet, so it wasn't a boyfriend yet, but that was what gave the ultimate indicator.
I mean, that's kind
It
of
was,
a tough spot
well,
for
well, so
someone.
this is what happened. So we were seeing each other, not dating though. It was kind of like a friends with benefits thing, and it was kind of like getting heated. And I was just like, "Where is this gonna go? I know he really likes me." So I had asked him because one of our visits, he was very loving, and he would always, fill up my gas tank, make sure that everything was all set. And so one time, the receipt from his pocket from the ATM fell out into the car, and I picked it up and I looked at it, and it tells you how much you have in your account, and it was quite a few bucks. And we were younger at the time, and so I was very impressed. I said, I didn't know that he had this money. So then I asked him as a test. I said, hey, look, it wasn't that day. It was, like a week later. I said, hey, look, would you let me borrow, like $3,000-$5,000 if I ever needed it? And he said, well, what would you need it for? And I said, well, I have my girl, and, emergency surgery, you have to pay up front, before you have the surgery. I don't believe in credit cards and all that other type of stuff. So I was just like, would you then? He said, absolutely not. He's like, not for a dog.
Yeah, that's actually kind of a tough spot because my girlfriend, we have a dog, but it's my girlfriend's dog. If she asked me to save this dog's life, I would definitely do it because I'm obsessed with this dog. But I wouldn't expect her to just be like, yeah, pay for this dog type of thing, or expect her, or have her expect me to pay for the dog.
Yeah, no, and that makes sense. I wasn't asking him to pay. I just wanted to see if he would.
Bima, we get the point, but do you think if you abuse a dog, do you think there's generational trauma to the puppies? Hello?
Yes.
Maybe so. You take your vote.
You changed your vote to I don't know.
I didn't.
What's the vote? I can't see it on my club deck.
It still says that I'm green. Did it change?
It was me or orange or peach.
Really? Let me look. I'll take a screenshot right now. Maybe I
What are you guys voting for?
Who was correct about generational trauma?
Wait, I'm sorry. I just joined the stage. Are we taking a poll over who likes Trump or who likes?
No, but we can do that. We can end this poll. This is over.
Well, okay. I didn't know. I didn't know how to answer the question. It popped up on my page when I entered.
I can't vote, so just put me in the do not like Trump category.
Okay, so do we want to make America great again?
America is already great.
Simon.
Simon, why don't you like Trump? He's liberating 100 million people living underneath a fascist Islamic terrorist regime.
It seems to be true. He could be doing a good thing and also be a bad president.
Wait.
Why is he a bad president? What don't you like about him?
Yeah, let's let Christmas speak.
May I interject something, please? Okay, so I thought Trump was going to be the person who forgave my student loans.
You thought that he was going to personally forgive your student loans? How much do you have in student debt?
I don't know if that's a troll or not.
$100,000.
Oh my God!
I didn't pay it off like the rest of my classmates.
All right, so wait, have you chosen?
It was originally $30, but now it's $100.
What did don't you
I
just?
think this is a hard troll.
Why don't? Have you seen the movie Avatar?
It's just a movie. I mean,
I know, but it's are you delusional?
have you? Okay, so basically, like the new one is water.
What's wrong with you?
I don't know. This sounds like the woman version of Brock.
No.
Oh my god, wait, are you guys friends with Brock? I'm sorry, did I meet you? Oh my god, I love Brock.
What your place are you drunk?
Okay, so, well, I'm one of those people. I'm like the 4% who didn't graduate.
Oh no! And you accumulated all that debt. You didn't even get your degree.
Yeah, so now I owe like $100,000.
Damn. So you went to clown uni. So what are you doing? How are you earning? Are you working?
But like you're my best friend.
Are you working though? Do you have a job?
Yeah, I have a job, but my car's too old, so I can't work.
She's gonna be funny.
No, I'm being real serious with you. Don't take me as.
I mean, you should probably get off Clubhouse then and try and go and get an actual
Yeah,
job.
but you guys are my favorite people, though.
That doesn't really change your circumstances.
Okay, so do you do science?
Yes.
Okay, like laboratory science or like
You
liquid
know,
science?
It's definitely generational trauma. I think she has epigenetic damage from a former generation.
Wait, hold on. How did you read that?
Well, we were discussing that before you came in the room when you thought we were all talking about Trump, but we were actually talking about genetic damage, aka retardation. And you came in here in perfect timing.
Wait, this is very enlightening. Can you tell me more?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you were talking about like ancestral healing.
Let's do a quick diagnostic
This is
here.
why I tell my California girl. I mean, Jesus. What?
No, okay. I want to take you seriously.
Seriously,
Still,
we have genetic diagnostic tests that we can administer right now. Let's do a quick diagnostic, everybody. What's 10 times 10?
100.
What's 100 times 200?
200.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, 100 times 200 is 200. We have figured it out.
2,000, right? Or 2,000. Sorry, you got it. 2,000.
Are you sure about that? You don't know, do you?
Why are you asking? Like, why does it sound like you have a question?
Well, I skipped from 5th grade to 7th grade, so.
So you can't do 100. You can't do 100 times 200 in your head, right? Hello?
So you like math?
No, 100 times 200 is a pretty standard multiplication question. And if you're in your 30s or 40s and you can't answer that, you would not be qualified for 99% of all jobs on the planet. You couldn't even pick up garbage if you can't do 100 times 200.
200,000.
Woo-hoo! You should work at the Federal Reserve. You know that? Have you thought about being an economist? Have you thought about being an economist? Because I
I
think.
don't know how many zeros you want, but you're asking me for zeros right now.
Anyways, it's not important. What is important is Avatar was a great movie, no matter what they say. And no, it wasn't about Israel.
Oh my God.
Why does everybody judge me on my profile pic? That was just what AI made.
The answer is 20,000. It pains me that you couldn't get that.
I mean, to be fair, the people at the Federal Reserve probably would not be able to answer that as well. So, John is.
Let's test Bima's diagnostic here. Bima, what's 100 times 300?
Come on, 300. Come on.
What's 100 times 300, Bima? Quickly, tell us. 100 times 300. See, that's that, and that's the epigenetic damage we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. That's generational trauma.
200,000. Come on.
She can't do mathematics. She can't do simple multiplication. What was your ACT or SAT score, Bima? Hello, are you there? Are you watering the begonias? Well, anyways, all we're trying to do in this room, ladies and gentlemen, is make America great again on behalf of Donald Trump, our glorious orange MAGA one. The man who's liberating 100 million slaves from despots, from radical Shia 12ers. God only knows what that is, but they must have some crazy cultish type behavior. Apparently they have checkpoints on every corner, and if just a little hair is coming out, they whip you now. Anyways, I am retarded. But I have been thinking about going to Iran to sell my kidney to pay for the campaign to become the mayor. But I'm also thinking about doing a transgender reassignment surgery in Iran because I am gay. And as Pepe admitted earlier that he's definitely one of the most hardcore gay men on this app, Pepe and I have agreed to get on a Spirit Airlines flight to Tehran. It's a new open route, and I have decided to do transgender reassignment surgery in Tehran because I am GAY. I know they don't have LGBTQ over there, but what's important is that they have perfected trans surgery, which is an interesting tidbit. Not in a lot of people.
It has gold flecks in it.
Gold flecks?
Was Tuna's child transitioned against his will? Is that what I'm reading in the chat?
Yes, unfortunately and sadly, he
I
couldn't stop
really
it.
hope not. I
Yes.
really hope not.
His wife is one of those crazy British women who are so woke and left. She decided to trans the child to Tuna's dismay.
It's all the person on the stage right now. It's all about your all over the place, John. You're gross. You are spewing like you just came over my chest.
Ooh,
Oh my god.
That's a pearl necklace. Oh, and on an avatar? Ooh, that's exotic.
Do you hear him?
Who said I was being sloppy over here? Talking about tuna? Talking about tuna?
You're sloppy, messy fucker. You're sloppy, messy fucker.
A guy that goes around by the name Tuna Fish? You think he's not open to, and he's got a big mouth on him and he talks all kinds of.
Somebody's chest right now.
Ooh. Let me get a baby wipe. Let me get a baby wipe. I don't even think that's sexy. Let me get a baby wipe.
Now she's wanting it. I don't get this.
Do you guys want to keep going with this, or?
No.
I'm sorry, but he's speaking politics, but he's really talking about his dick.
Ooh.
Okay, I have a question for you, Simon.
Yeah.
It's an ethical question. I'm gonna give you a quick storyline. It's about 3 minutes. Pay attention, okay? There's two kingdoms. There's the kingdoms of the bees, and then the kingdoms of the dragonflies. Okay. Now they live next to each other. They border each other. Among the bees is this sect of wasp, or hornets. Okay. And the hornets love to attack and fuck with the dragonflies, constantly trying to kill them. Okay, but they live among the other bees. So the dragonflies one day say, you know what? Fuck this. We're going in and we're going to take out these wasps that are living among the bees. And in the process, they take a part of the beehive, but the thing is that they destroy a lot of the bees' homes, not the wasps. They're getting a lot of the wasps, maybe potentially even all of them. But
Wait, who is doing the attacking?
the dragonflies,
The dragonflies to the bees.
right? Because they're trying to get the wasps, or they're trying to get the hornets. Sorry, they're trying to get the hornets.
Yeah, but the bees were fucking with.
No, the bees were peaceful. The bees are peaceful. We're just gonna say the bees were living right next to the dragonflies.
I think you got it mixed up, Beam. The hornets are the aggressive. Dragonflies are non-aggressive. They're pacifists. You got to understand the animal kingdom.
So among the bees are the hornets, and the hornets, while they live among the bees, they attack the dragonflies all the time, and they try to kill them. The dragonflies had enough, and they said, you know what, fuck it, we're gonna go in and we're gonna take out the hornets. But the problem is they live among the bees, so they took out a lot of the bees' homes. Okay, so they destroyed a lot of the bees' homes on top of the hornets' homes. So my question to you is, who is responsible for repairing the harm or repairing the homes of the bees that whose homes were fucked with, were demolished?
Why are we using like bees? Like, why don't you just be like why don't you just
Because, I mean,
the concrete?
Well, because this is an ethical issue, and people tend to be skewed, and I don't believe you, but I want everybody to follow along without being skewed. Because I want to have a real discussion about the ethics, and I want to understand where your ethics is coming.
You would expect 50 blackjacks, and therefore you shouldn't be surprised that in this universe you got 50 blackjacks. Now you'd say that's pretty stupid, wouldn't you?
Yeah, sure. If those are the assumptions, but I'm disagreeing with the underlying principle. But go ahead.
Okay. If you say that's a pretty stupid inference, so what's the symmetry breaker between that inference and the one you just...
Because in the example where we're assuming like a normal night of poker where they got 50 blackjacks, let's say across like 3 hours, right? That would be pretty unexpected, and we both agree, right? That's just assuming what we're talking about.
Yeah, but it's not unexpected. In an infinite multiverse where there's a random universe.
It's more likely to assume he's just cheating, right? That's fair. I think we can both agree with that, right?
Why do you think it's more likely? Because it's equally expected on you.
I'm good, alhamdulillah. How are you?
Good.
Yeah.
How's work?
Oh, okay. It's morning in your country, or it's
5 o'clock. 5 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, okay.
5 a.m.
These people are reinventing a new religion.
Yeah, they are. They are. Sometimes I feel like they are. They take the words and they translate them into the English.
And not only this, like we have in Muslim, we have to pray, right? And they say not all Muslims should pray. Specific people should pray only.
Yeah, that's like the people that do Bible alone, or like the Protestants. They don't think they should receive the Eucharist of Jesus every time they go to Mass. They do it once a month. That's like a slap. That's like a slap in the face of all the tradition for the thousands of years we've been doing it. They want to reinvent it.
Yeah. It's not only about the tradition, okay, forget about the tradition. I can understand that the Prophet himself, who made some action, they are against it. Like, what the hell, why are you following this religion?
That's how I see it. Jesus said, this is my body, this is my blood, right? Do this in remembrance of me. He did these things. He was baptized. They say that baptismal is an option. How is it what? That doesn't make anything. They do the same thing. The same exact thing, the Protestants. It's gross.
Yeah, but I have a question for you. Do you think you eat his body for you with this bread?
So this tradition was done. This was done every time that we did Mass. And it was done even before there was a New Testament. This was how they knew and remembered who he was, like his teachings. So there were people that believed that he was just a spirit and that he didn't have a physical body. So,
yeah, but
saying this, right? So when we do this, right, we do this in remembrance of him because he did come in the flesh. Just like when they did sacrifices, right? It was a real sacrifice. It was real blood. So we say that in this prayer that we're not like re-sacrificing him. We're doing this in the remembrance of the Last Supper, of the covenant that we made with him, the new covenant.
Yeah, if you are doing this and the remembering of him, okay, but I know you guys don't believe that's his real body, this bread.
It's we call it a true presence. A true presence. So his true presence, for example, we have this thing called a tabernacle. It's a thing that we put the chalice and whatever's left from the Mass, that's the bread. We put it back in the tabernacle because we have an altar. We just wouldn't throw it out because it has his presence there, right? We're doing this to prayer. Just like how you have when you go into your supplications or your prayers, there is this presence. We say the same thing.
Yeah, understandable, but with all respect to you, there's like a begin action the Romans used to do by assuming that there is a food and this food is God or the God in this food. Yet I understand what are you saying. But I can see the effect of the pagans on Christianity.
Well, because if other Christians aren't doing this, and so if you go to John 6, right? You have 51 through 58. When Jesus says this to the Jews that are in his room, he says, if you do not eat my flesh and drink my blood, you have no life in you. In the story itself, it says that the Jews didn't like this language and they turned away. They said, what does this guy mean? You know, what is this? What is he talking about? And they left. Disciples left. Because they weren't they're not real believers, right? If you don't believe as a Catholic or apostolic Christian that he gave his real body and blood for the sins of the world, then you're saying it's symbolic. You're saying he really didn't happen. It really didn't happen. It's just a nice story. No, we're saying it really did happen, and that he did come in the flesh. So this is the reason why we say if you've never done this, if you're not involved in this covenant with Christ, then you have no life in you. That's what we say to the Protestants. How could you all of a sudden say, oh well, this is not important anymore, and we'll choose to do it once a month? Well, then who's doing it? Is a priest doing it? No, they have some pastor doing it. Do they have an altar? Do they have a tabernacle? No, because there's no presence. There's no true presence to them. We say to them, they're just doing it wrong. They're ignorant. So we believe in a true presence. Does it literally change? But am I going to tell you that it's a spiritual thing? No, it's not a spiritual thing. It's a real thing. But I'm eating a piece of bread. I'm drinking a sip of wine, just like the disciples did when he said it to them, because they didn't eat real flesh, they didn't drink real blood. But when he was on the cross, that was real. And it's only until then they understood what he was saying. Because it's only Mary Magdalene, his mother, and I think 2 disciples at the cross. They all left. They all scattered.
You saying all the disciples left him?
They said, when you strike the shepherd, the sheep will scatter. Yes. They left because they were scared they were going to get killed.
So he was
He says this to Peter. Well, no, he wasn't. He was there with his mother and 2 other disciples.
Oh, Cephas and Peter?
No, Peter left. Peter was told that he would deny Christ before the crow goes off in the morning time. And when he attended the crucifixion, they started asking him, aren't you that Nazarene? You sound like them. Don't you follow Christ or follow this group of people? And he was like, no. And they kept asking him until he yelled, and he said no, and he ran away. Yeah, Jesus said that to him. Yeah.
So, according to your books, his mom, Mary, witnessed his crucifixion.
Yeah, because he tells John to take care of his mother.
No, I'm saying like your book says she witnessed, or because
John.
It was a robust
John.
book.
It's in John.
You say somebody witnessed the crucifixion from the Bible?
Yeah.
Who? Like, can you quote me the verse?
Yeah, it St. John. John, I'll get it for you. Give me 1 second.
Because the farthest that I know, like nobody witnessed, but like they say the Holy Spirit informed them, and the people who said they witnessed wasn't there at the moment.
I am so surprised. I thought many people witnessed his crucifixion, according to their books. That's the point, Megatron. How will you be 100% sure of something that you don't have an eyewitness of it?
Yeah, but it's not a miracle that a man was put to death. The miracle is that he was resurrected and people saw him as a spirit, as some type of transformation. That's the miracle, not his murder.
We're not speaking about miracle, we're speaking about historical event in a general way. And if I'm not mistaken, I heard that there's biblical verses, not only Jesus who have been resurrected, many with him have been resurrected, right? Chicago, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Lazarus.
No, I'm not speaking about ladders. I mean when Jesus was resurrected, the people around him who were died, they were resurrected. Not only Jesus, the one who was resurrected, many with him at the same time.
Oh yeah, when he went. That's when he went to Hades, right? Something like that.
I will bring the verse.
Yeah. You're asking like how do you know he got? I mean, don't you guys quote Bart Ehrman a lot? Like he's super critical against Christianity. He says this event happened. I mean, I don't know what other things you want. We have secular writers, we have historians. You know, you guys have. Though there is a few arguments that, like, you could say, like, there's no record of him being in front of Pontius Pilate. You know, I respond to Christians, like, when they say silly things like that. Like, is there Roman records or stuff like that? No, the Josephus writings we have about this in Tacitus. Josephus was, for example, he's writing about James being killed by the Jews, and the same people that are part of that Sanhedrin were the ones who persecuted Jesus, right? So there's, they had that evidence. But as far as like the records that some Christians say there isn't. So I'm not saying it didn't happen. It happened because it was that movement, that Jewish movement, which the Jews called a cult. But then why did they keep persecuting? Why did they kill Stephen in the beginning of Acts, and then James later on? If this was just a cult. If you want to ask the question on who deified Christ, who made him God, it's the Jews. It was important that he died. Why? If he was just this rebel troublemaker that's calling out the Jews, just bring him to the Nile or whatever, slit his throat and throw him down the river. Why have to publicly punish him in front of everybody if what he's doing wasn't true?
The which is you don't have a public evidence for this claim. That's the first problem we're facing here. Second one, you said a good statement. You said the Jews are the one who made him God. For me, I do believe Paul, the one who changed Christianity and made Jesus God.
Well, Paul came afterwards. So they were already, the Jews, right, were already saying that they put him on the cross and they killed him. Right?
Yeah.
When I say they deified him, right? The Jews themselves, Paul was a person was like someone who had this revelation from God, just like all the other prophets, right? But he's not a prophet. And when he met up with the disciples, they were telling him what he was saying was true. So it's not like he made up. They talking to the disciples.
No, actually, when I was reading some biblical verses or studying Bible, I found that Peter and Cephas had a huge disagreement with Paul. Not only this, the Athenians texted Peter or sent him a letter telling him, help us with this man who wants to change or to destroy the law, as far as I remember. And you mentioned a good statement. You said that the Jews were walking, saying they killed him, and they were happy.
So in 62 BCE, not CE, not the Common Era, not the one we're in now, BCE, 62 BCE, the Romans had taken away corporal punishment. They weren't allowed to do it anymore. And if you read the Jewish writings about that time, like the Mishnah or stuff like that, you'll see that they even speak about not doing any corporal punishment for, for example, adultery, stoning, or anything like that. Those rules were taken from them. So the only one that they could defend that the Romans let them is if you defile the temple, which Jesus said he would destroy the temple. So, it's probably a good reason to say he was doing blasphemy. Plus, he claimed he was God. So, yeah. But like I said, if he's just a nuisance, just why make such a public event about killing him? So they didn't have that power. They would have to go and you know what I'm saying? They would have to go in front of the Romans.
By the way, we are totally, as Muslims, with a Quranic background, we do believe that they want to kill Jesus, and they were happy walking, they killed him, and God says, they never killed him or crucified him, and they would be punished. Or that was to the Jews, this is the statement, and don't be happy in not killed or crucified.
What year is it? What year is it? What year do you live in?
2026.
So, if you ask a Muslim, some of them are going to say 1600 or something, and the Jews are going to say 55, 57. My point is, is anybody alive right now that had anything to do with the assassination of Jesus Christ? No. The obvious answer is no. And so what I'm saying is, when you keep saying the Jews did this, the Jews did that, you do know that nobody alive today breathing had anything to do with the assassination of that prophet. Nobody. Not one person living or walking on the earth today. So I'm just trying to say, it becomes a little political knowing that nobody walking the earth today had anything to do with the crucifixion of this poor guy. So I'm just trying to say, hello?
Yeah, but as a certain event according to Christianity, the resurrection and the crucifixion of Jesus Christianity relies on this. The whole Christianity based on this. So
He had to die, though, Lana. The book says the reason why, if you read Daniel 9, 24 through 27, this is devastating for the Jew. This is their own book. They're talking about a messianic age. They're talking about a Messiah coming. And that in 70 AD, in the middle of that 7, that will destroy the temple. This is what it says. And in 70 AD, it happened. So, and they're saying the anointed one would be put to death and end sacrifice. That's literally what he did. They can't deny this.
Yeah, but I hear there's like another prophecy says this that the God is sending angels to protect one his beloved one, and as far as I remember, I don't remember the whole Bible as far as my knowledge is. When Satan took Jesus on top of the mountain and he told him to jump, he told him, "I heard that the God is protecting you with his angels or stuff." So this prophecy about Jesus being protected from God, it's about Jesus. And why you're not jumping? Because the angels were going to hold you.
Yeah, I don't know what verse that is.
You don't know this verse?
No.
And when Satan deceived Jesus and he told him to jump from the mountain.
No, I don't know. He never was deceived. He was tempted.
Tempted, yeah.
Tempted, not deceived.
Yeah, the language period. Yeah. And he told him, "I hear that your God is protecting or sending his angels to protect you."
Well, then why isn't he fighting? Why isn't Satan fighting the angels?
He's fighting the angels because the angels is protecting Jesus.
That's what I'm saying. So he should be talking about fighting the angels, not talking to Jesus if the angels are protecting him. But I'm thinking that I don't think. What story is this?
It's when he tempted him when he was alone in the mountain and he told him your God is protecting him.
40 days and 40 nights. Yeah. So this is when. So he didn't have to suffer as a human, and Satan is telling him, "I'll give you the land. You don't have to suffer. You don't have to die." This is what this is about.
No, my point isn't this. My point is Jesus was already, there's a prophecy, I'm not mistaken, the Old Testament. This God is going to protect this Messiah from any evil or any bad stuff. So what I'm saying, that he didn't crucify, it means God protected him. You know, because Satan himself told him, your God is sending angels to protect you. And he told him, by the way, he told him, you're God.
You have the verse?
Yeah, I bring it, okay.
You want to hear something funny? You know the girl Saxton? Yeah. She's married to a Muslim man, right? But she's like Bible alone. She's not a Catholic, so she's always getting on us and calling us pagan and this, that, and the other, right? Yeah. So in the beginning, like a few weeks ago, she was arguing with us about infantile baptism, right? Like how babies get baptized in the Catholic Church, right? And she was against it. She's like, "Oh, you guys shouldn't do that, this, that, and the other." Now she's pregnant. You know what she said the other day? She said she wants to baptize her child, and if her Muslim husband doesn't allow her to do it, she wants to get divorced. Una loca, man. ¿Qué le pasa con ella, man? What's up with this woman? She's crazy.
That's her problem.
Yeah, but she's telling everybody. It's the weirdest thing, man. It's the weirdest thing.
I don't understand some of these people. That's why I don't allow her to talk to Muslims on the stage. That's why she doesn't come to my room and tell she don't allow to talk to Muslims when I'm on the stage. I'm running alone. She's too rude.
So now she's spreading hate.
Well, no, she's spreading hate. That's why she's upset.
Because of her kid and things like that. But even if where she lives, like she lives in the USA?
The UK.
She's probably gonna get the kid then.
I don't think she's gonna, or she shouldn't be getting divorced over something like that. That's ridiculous. I'm just saying that, but I don't even understand why somebody would say such a thing. Such a silly thing to say, right?
Yeah, of course she isn't, like she shouldn't, but like the laws like give her the permission to do so. But if she doing so, I think the Canadian government give the kid to the woman. And if they do that, like she gonna do whatever she wants with him, then he will become Catholic, and after years he will look for his father. And this is a sad story for the kid, not for her, because she's not.
Well, if the man is a good man and he's providing for his family, why get divorced? There was something so small, right? If she wanted to get the kid baptized, she would just take it one day and the children do on her own, like she's not going to get them about it.
But it kind of sends the message how things will go like along the way. Like if you disagree with this point, then you will disagree with the further point. So she's trying to make a stand. So she wanna raise her son like
Does it make a difference at this age when if he's baptized or not? Doesn't it?
It doesn't. No, for the kid it doesn't, because he's not known and he doesn't care, to be honest. Feed me, change my diaper, that's it for his kid.
That's it. Exactly.
Yeah, for the kid it doesn't matter, but for her it matters.
She thinks it's an easy thing, though. It's not. Any godparents think they're going to clap and stuff and change the slogan and say, oh, I'm going to get baptized. It's a little bit of a process.
Anyway, Megatron, I read the verse. It's in the comment section. And you know what? There's a beautiful verse. He says, so they will not strike your foot against a stone. He's sending his angels to protect you. And actually, he's quoting Psalm, if I'm not mistaken, the Old Testament. The one that I'm speaking about. So God is, in his prophecy, saying this Messiah, that a stone will harm him.
Oh, so this is verse from the Bible?
Yeah, when Satan was tempting Jesus, he's telling him, through yourself. And he told him, I heard that the God, or he's protecting you and sending angels will be concerning you, not letting a stone be against you.
So this is Matthew and Luke saying this.
Yeah.
And this is at the time of the crucifixion.
No, that was before the crucifixion.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, he was protected, and Satan knows he was protected.
All like the prophet are protected in somehow. Like they can feel pain, but they won't go through humiliation, I guess.
Yeah, you know what? Even in Quran, yes, I do believe that they were protected. But even about Jesus or Isa alayhi salam, God says, وَأَيَّدْنَاهُ بِرُوحِ الْقُدُسِ, which means we gave the angel Jibreel or the Holy Spirit to protect him or to be with him.
Yeah.
So literally, he had like a huge protection from anyone to harm him. So when we are saying that he wasn't crucified or got harmed, not only crucified, because in biblical verses they said they struck him, literally making him wear a woman robe, like humiliating him, spit on his face, And this stuff, we don't think it's about Jesus. That's not Jesus for sure. And that's not Jesus as a prophet, and that's not God for sure.
No screenshot.
What's your point? Do facts actually relate to each other in reality? Or if they don't, can they explain each other? Yes or no?
If facts don't relate to each other, then can they explain it? No.
Okay, so, and if there's no reason, like metaphysical principle for why they relate, then their relation would be arbitrary, right?
There's no metaphysical reason for why they relate to each other, then they'd be arbitrary.
Yeah,
Charlie,
the relation.
P Mars is a waste of time, bro.
Yeah, I don't even know.
Alright, well, yeah, that's great. I think that you're also a waste of time, CM, so shut the fuck up, please.
So what I'm saying is, what you just admitted to is that the relationship between facts is arbitrary, therefore explanations are arbitrary, therefore knowledge is arbitrary. So that's the demonstration of tag, right? That without God, facts.
I didn't admit to that. I wasn't even sure what you were saying. That like the thing, everything's ultimately arbitrary. Like there's no ultimate reason for everything.
Facts don't cohere and conform to a unified structure of epistemology and ontology.
I mean, they may. I don't know.
Well, they either do or they're fragmented. Are facts connected or fragmented?
They may, like you were saying, they may ultimately connect to a universal structure. They may not. I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? We can assume if they don't connect, then knowledge is impossible. If they do connect, then knowledge is possible. And you don't know?
What's the argument for that? That knowledge is impossible.
Well, I just gave it that if the relationship between the facts is arbitrary.
Wait, but if there's a factual relation, why do you need to know the ultimate starting point? Like, for example, the farmers back in the day didn't need to know that water was H2O to understand that it was important to drink.
It's just
they didn't know the ultimate chemical composition or where water came from to understand the relation water had to the point in our bodies. So no, I reject that argument. I reject that argument to understand the ultimate foundation. Right, that's just some precept nonsense that you're parroting and talking points. Right, you can understand a causal link down the chain without understanding the ultimate, like start of the cause.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that the farmer has to like know something, right? I'm arguing that like this has to exist in reality.
Mark, you know there are people on deserted islands that never even heard of God, no concept of God. Okay, and they still understand how to fucking farm and how to get on with their lives, right? And they have no idea what the ultimate foundation of everything is. They don't even think about that shit, and they still operate with logic.
Yeah, but they lack ultimate context.
Yep. Okay, and yet they can still use logic.
Okay, but using something.
So they don't need, and they don't know of God, right?
But using something doesn't make it not arbitrary. You can use something to be arbitrary.
It's not arbitrary. It's not what the ultimate foundation
It is definitely arbitrary. It's definitionally arbitrary because there's no reason why one fact would connect to another fact, so it's arbitrary.
No, the chain of logic that they're using when they're putting the water on the plants and drinking the water is just the water is useful for those things. They don't even think back. They don't even think back to why the water is useful, right? They just know the water is useful for these things because they put it on the plants and they see the plants grow. They don't need to understand that the Christian God or whatever, Muslim God, whatever ultimate cause of the universe is.
If water making plants grow doesn't conform and cohere to a unified structure of ontology and epistemology, then so there'd be no reason that they connect each other. And so it's not like it wouldn't work, but it's just that it would be arbitrary. Because they would have no reason to think that there's this connection that they believe in.
Even if it ultimately came from nothing, that doesn't mean that they wouldn't be connected.
Yeah, it does. Because they would.
How so?
Because they would ultimately be like fragmented facts.
What's the argument for that?
This is definitional. So if they're either ultimately.
No, perhaps out of nothingness, water was created and plants were created.
But it's a unified
Logically possible.
But you're describing unity, but not describing the unifier.
Why does there have to be a unifier? Maybe things naturally just have unity. Like if your God, P-Mars, if your God exists, he naturally, as at the start of the universe, has all of these things programmed in him. Logic, understanding, right? The state of the universe is already naturally in this uniform way that you described, right? So, you can just remove the mind, remove the God, and just take this uniformity, the very uniformity that exists in your God, right, at the start of the universe. So either way, we both believe that the universe is natural and ordered and things are connected, right? You just have one extra character added at the beginning with the mind. And I'm saying that nature that you're ascribing to him, right, is just how nature works, minus the mind, minus the intentionality.
Okay, but
It's the same uniformity.
Okay, but when we start, there's a starting point in our epistemology. There's going to be entailments. So it's like you can't start on a plane that flies to New York City and get off in Tokyo. And that's what you're doing, like in philosophical sense. You want to start with like human reason, but then you want to deny like hard solipsism without a defeater. So that's kind of the problem. Is you're just denying like the commitments, what you're committed to in your starting point.
I have no idea how that was addressing what I said.
Well, you start your system starts disconnected with your mind, disconnected from the world. My system starts with them connected.
Says who?
The starting points in our system.
Mars, if your God exists and he's all powerful, could he create beings who just understood that plants need water and they didn't understand any prior connections, but they just simply understood that? The same way your God just simply understands things without having any prior connections himself, right? He just exists at the start of the universe and he understands all this shit without understanding the prior links that are necessary.
He did.
Is that logically possible?
He did. Like everyone thinks.
Right. Okay. Wait. So you admit that that's logically possible. So I don't
No,
need
I
to
mean,
believe in your God,
actual.
and your God doesn't even exist because the universe you believe in is the same one. You just believe there's one more character before all of us who naturally just knows these things and works this way. It's the same thing. You believe in nature, right, is your God who is uniform and understands these things. It has logic, it has patterns, it has all of these things, induction, connect concepts together and facts, and understands everything that we understand, plus more, right? So we believe the same thing. We believe that we are naturally like this. This is how nature made us. And both are logically possible because you believe the natural state of affairs includes a being with all of those same abilities that you ascribe to us. This is why the fucking reset argument makes no sense, bro.
Because you're ignoring the starting points. We have different starting points. And so that's going to have different entailments and problems. But you just want to ignore that. I mean, you conceded that your knowledge is arbitrary. So.
Knowledge is arbitrary. That's hilarious.
Well, it isn't.
If that is not meaningless, I don't know what is.
Knowledge isn't grounded, it's arbitrary. Right? So, are we allowed?
What do you ground your grounding in?
That's like asking what's the Supreme Court. That's like what's the Supreme Court? What's the Supreme Court of the Supreme Court?
I mean, that's how dumb what you're saying is.
Who's the president of Donald Trump?
That's not the point. Donald Trump, if you say everything needs a ground, then what do you ground your ground? You don't say everything needs a president, so the president needs a president. You don't say that.
The point of a ground is its terminating point. It's the terminus of justification. It is the ultimate authority. So if it's not...
No, you're just making that arbitrary. Everybody sees.
Your God is arbitrary. We don't reason for him. He's just there.
I mean, that's all you guys just do arbitrary debates. So it's not like, what does it matter then? You're fine with being arbitrary. That's not an insult.
You said knowledge is arbitrary, or our knowledge is arbitrary.
If it's not grounded, it's either grounded or it's arbitrary. I ground my knowledge in Jesus. What do you ground your knowledge in?
Facts.
So your knowledge is arbitrary.
It's the opposite of arbitrary. It's grounded in facts.
That's arbitrary.
How is that fact
Jesus is arbitrary? No, because Jesus provides a reason for like why we do things. Because he's like a concrete way. No, he doesn't. Because by definitions, these two words. These are big words. Definitions for these. Like that. So.
Listen, tell me the difference between grounded knowledge and arbitrary knowledge.
Grounded
One of
knowledge.
them, he mentions Jesus.
Your knowledge is grounded in facts would cohere and conform to a unified structure of ontology and epistemology. If your facts are ungrounded, they would be fragmented, disconnected.
Okay. Tell me if you agree or disagree with the following definition of it. The definition that I think is grounded knowledge is belief that is supported by reasons, evidence, or reliable method. So you explain, defended, and tested into a broader system of understanding without contradicting. It connects to something outside of the belief itself. So logic, observation, or what we consider reality. So that would be my definition of grounded knowledge. Arbitrary knowledge or arbitrary belief is something accepted without a sufficient reason, or where the reason given is random, irrelevant, or interchangeable. So it lacks all connection, evidence, or logic. It can be different with no loss of justification. There's no way to defend it over an alternative. Do you agree or disagree with the following definition I gave?
Your definition doesn't include like metaphysical arbitrariness. focusing on epistemic arbitrariness. So I would include metaphysical arbitrariness.
Those words are too big for me. I'm kind of like on the interest side of things, you know. So I'm sorry. I can't handle the big words, but I think I narrowed it down. Intelligent Christian. That was a great Christian. See, I went to pretty cool there. Yep.
What's the symmetry break between arbitrary and not arbitrary? Mars?
If it's you just Jesus.
Yeah, no, he's not. You guys should know this shit. This is like basic debate. So if something's arbitrary, there's no reason. There's no epistemic reason, or there's no like metaphysical principle as a reason as to like why it would exist, or and why you would be able to know it. But the reason is arbitrary also. Like you can believe that reason is true, and other reason is true. Or the reason that you're making is your parents' cousins.
Simple test is to ask this question: what makes this belief this one instead of a different one? Because you're not ready to reason to ground it. It's arbitrary. It's very simple.
Exactly. So I believe facts are connected because of a metaphysical principle in the triune God, right? He connects facts. Jesus upholds and sustains all facts. So it's like, and if you don't believe in Jesus, then what would uphold and sustain all facts?
I told you it was Jesus. Well, I don't believe in triune God, so that's also great.
Oh damn, you're gonna go to hell.
I'm a Unitarian. No.
That's really so. If you're Unitarian, then logic would look like this in a Unitarian situation. If A, then A. Premise 2. A, conclusion A. That's Unitarians. Everything would be A, because ultimately reality is an undifferentiated blob. So ultimately everything is A.
Well, there's only one God, right, P-Mars?
So you need ultimate unity and
Wait, P-Mars, is there only one God? Oh, P-Mars.
Yeah.
Okay, what's his name?
What's his name? Yahweh.
Oh, okay, so it's not Jesus then?
Well, Jesus is Yahweh.
Oh, Jesus is Yahweh. Okay, so they're the exact same thing then.
Well, God is the
exact same thing, right?
God is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. You can't like separate them.
Wait, no, I asked about Yahweh. Is Yahweh the same thing as Jesus?
Yahweh is Jesus, the Father, and the Holy Spirit. That's Yahweh.
Oh, okay. Yahweh is Jesus. So Yahweh is the exact same thing as Jesus.
You can't separate the persons.
Right. So tell me, so say it out loud. The Father is the exact same thing as Jesus. The exact same thing as Jesus.
It's not the exact. They're different.
Oh, they're not. Oh, they're different. Oh, they. Oh, so there's two gods.
They're the same.
Crikey. I think you're forgetting that. Like,
oh, we'll get to the third one. Yeah, we'll get to the third one. They love to try.
Well, it's a false.
We'll get to the third one. Let's look at these things. So Yahweh is Jesus, the exact same person, or different people?
It's a false either or, right? So it's a both and.
P-Mars, did Yahweh get nailed to a cross?
Yeah, did the Father die on the cross?
You know, it'd be a miracle if these guys could make an argument.
P-Mars, did the Father die on the cross? That's funny coming from you. Who want to run the fucking precept script?
Well,
Did the Father die on the cross? Did the Father die on the cross, P-Mars?
The precept script showed that.
Did the Father die on the cross, P-Mars?
What you're saying is true.
Yeah, did the Father die on the cross?
If you want to come,
No, right. Oh, so they're different because one of them died on the cross and one of them didn't. So they're not the same thing.
Yeah, but you're arbitrary, so it doesn't matter.
Right. You're right. None of this does matter. Thank you for admitting that they're different gods, Mars. Welcome to being a polytheist. Hey, lots of people are polytheists. It's okay.
Charles is evil. Dude, you just rejoined Charles and see how we're on. Unless you want to become a Unitarian like me.
Why are you bullying me? It's because I read.
what's reading.
Exactly. Well, there's TV. What you read before you got TV?
Hey, Mars, I expected better from you Trinity today, honestly. You didn't even give me the three persons, one being, and all the other bullshit.
Yeah,
Come on.
the monarchical, like.
Yeah, no. Well, they share one essence. So really what God is essence. I mean, come on. You didn't give me any of these bullshit arguments.
Well, no.
You couldn't even get past the level one argument. You just scooped. You just fucking scooped.
Well, you equivocated relationship and being.
Oh, now he's gonna try. No, you already tapped out, bro.
Oh,
Yeah. Now he's gonna try.
Charles,
So I gave him his argument.
Charles, let's make this an analogy, right? You ever watch WWE, Charles?
Yeah. I do used to actually. So I do
Oh,
real
it's spectacular. So Charles,
you guys don't get the videos.
Mars, hold on for 1 second. I know arbitrary and I know
No, you're not.
Right? You know how the WWE, like, they have like fake props and then they're able to, somewhere on their body able to have a fake blood and shit.
Sometimes the blood's real, actually.
I don't think that's.
Sometimes
I don't think that's
really
fake.
not. I'm saying Mars. I know I'm arbitrary. So
I'm pretty sure the chair is real.
hold on, excuse me. Right. So my point being is that maybe just maybe. Holy shit! I forgot what I was gonna say, dude. The sheep.
Way to give me the Molinist metaphor, where like, oh, you become the mayor, but you're still you, but then you stop being the mayor. Yeah. But of course, that's a heresy too. You don't want to say that because then that's just God role playing, right?
Okay,
Pretending.
here's what I think we should do with Mars. Okay, I just want to include a little thing here. Instead of trying to convert to atheism, I say we need to convert to Unitarianism, and then from Unitarianism, then we can break it down.
The same shit.
Unitarianism and atheism are the same thing.
Basically the same.
It's basically the same. I mean, he just tapped out of the Trinity argument. Aren't you on these debate rooms like every fucking day, P-Mars?
Yeah. I'm the best.
I know, but then you have to, come on, P-Mars, you gotta give me at least a level one response back to the Trinity.
I also read, and I'm just sitting around bullshitting. I also read.
Oh, it's good. I'm glad that you read. Very few people read.
I'm glad you know.
But you don't read Trinity arguments?
In the land of atheism, the man who read one book is king.
Here, Charles. Let me try to debate. I'm not even a Trinitarian. Let me try this.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Shit. Okay. So let's outline this. The Father is God. The Son is God. The Gospel of John 1 says the Word is God. The Spirit is God. The Acts of the Apostles, chapter 5, verse 3 to 4, right? Equate mind and spirit line God, but also Jesus prays to the Father, and then say that the Spirit is not by both of them. So the conclusion, knowing all these factors, is that there's one God, and there's three distinct persons, which is why we have the Trinity, right? Why would it not be like this, Trump? Why would it not be triune?
So I'm gonna ask you down to define person. Like define person for me.
Define person?
Yeah.
That's arbitrary.
You can't tap out that quick. I can do it. You want to be atheist? No, I'll give you the Trinity.
So here I got you. Definition of a person would be the distinct center of consciousness or relation with it.
Oh, so there's three distinct consciousnesses. Right, and your God is the mind, right?
Well, I mean,
so then there'd be three distinct minds, so three distinct gods.
They're not the shared essence of one.
It's one
God.
So Christian, does Jesus have a percent of what it takes to be God?
It's three distinct seats of intellect.
Three distinct seats of intellect. Okay. Three different minds then. Right. So then now the question is, does Jesus have 100% of what it takes to be God?
It's one mind.
Does Jesus have 100% of what it takes to be God?
You asking me or mine?
Who wants to do it?
Does
Jesus have 100? Does Jesus have 100% of what it takes to be God?
You keep separating the Trinity, so you can't separate it.
According to you, that's the point of the argument. You can't just say I can't separate it.
Well, if you separate it, then you have strong man. position.
You can't say the Trinity doesn't make sense because then I would be
If we talk,
okay, now does the Father have 100% of what it takes?
it's just a problem with I read, so it's good as one side.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, now is the Father the same as the Son?
They're the same.
Son has the same,
It's not-
exact same divine essence.
You're thinking over it.
Oh, okay, so they're the same essence. Now what does essence mean? So go ahead and define essence for me.
Yeah, I got you. Essence needs to be, I would say the fundamental oneness of a thing. So it's like set back.
Okay, so you and I share the essence of being human. Are we the exact same? Are we distinct?
So,
You and I share the essence of being human. Are we the exact same person? Are we different?
well, we're different.
Right, okay. And we would be counted as two different people, right? Because even though we have the essence of human being, we have distinct minds.
No.
We disagree.
No, of course not. Of course not.
What's the argument for that?
It's just hard.
Okay, so you did better. You did better than James with Yeah. So you at least knew how that long as you goes.
See, I tried. See, I'm not sure Terry knows. Yeah.
You do share humanness, and that's why you actually are identical in terms of humanness.
We're identical in terms of we are not identical in terms of humanness. We share humanness. We are different in other ways.
And that's what differentiates.
Yeah, so we're two different humans. Because we share humanness, but we have different minds, right?
Humanness is what's in
It's the essence.
Yeah.
So each of the
and we're
person.
different in terms of persons for various different
Yeah, so you have three gods.
The Trinitarian can agree with that.
And so you have three gods.
Well, actually, either they're going to agree or they're going to say it's arbitrary.
God is anything like really the center.
You know what they could do? A good move that they can make? They could just say the essence itself is God. But then, of course, you wouldn't have God being a mind. Right?
I mean,
Yeah, exactly. That they have to get rid of.
Obviously, the essence is God.
Okay, so you're
But
God.
we're not real then.
So you're God, Charles. Why don't we get Talpida? Why don't we get Talpida defended? And you, any of you critique him? Because he's probably going to be the one that defend this one stage. Talpida, do you want to defend us so we can all listen? And Charles and August and Christian and whoever else can challenge the notion. Presumably the challenge for the people who are challenging is that it's incoherent or something to challenge, or what's the challenge against? Well, it's either incoherent or it's blasphemous. Yeah, blasphemous is like a much weaker type. Yeah, there's ways to make it. I think typically that Charles. Okay, but that's what. Okay, if you concede that, then the blasphemous is like a weaker claim, right? Because to me, this thing, I'm not saying for you specifically, but typically people want to. This is somehow incoherent. Well, no, like you could do partialism, right? You could do partialism. You could do what's the one? Monism, right? There's ways to make it what he does. Let's see what Alvida does. But then, yeah, I think if you go to retreat to do, which is fine, one can, I guess, that is blasphemous. That's going to be a weaker claim against Christian that it's incoherent. So I don't know if I'm. Well, it's incoherent. It's incoherent given that they view. I forget the term.
Charles, can I give you a better term?
How could you call it blasphemous? You're not a Christian.
Wait, hold on. Let me give a better term to use. Charles is logically inconsistent. That sounds better.
It's logically inconsistent given that they believe partialism. What words are you going to use? What's the other term? Monism, partialism, monism, and what's the third one? I'm trying to remember. I'll go against Christian. What's the third one? Modalism? Modalism, yes, yeah. Go ahead, why don't you defend your view? Tell us what yours is.
We usually take the full roads of identity.
Well, just explain to everybody, because I don't remember what it is.
The Father is like, this is sort of an analogous, but the Father is like a big G God, and the little G gods, they share in the same substance God. But the Father has like a particular relation that the other two don't have, and that's the deity, and that's what differentiates the kind of title that's used for the Father. But like, what's that called? I always always forget this word. It's like when you go, the president spoke to the president. Is it from a explanation? No, definite article? Definite article.
Right. I mean, so it just sounds like you're conceding to polytheism and just that the father
Well,
is
no,
more
not
important.
there's also something else you're missing because on top of that, there's also just a logical gap here. I mean, he made the analogy of a big G and the two little G's.
Yeah,
As we know, in Trinitarianism, it doesn't really matter what sect of it or what type. It usually follows that all three,
co-equal. They're co-equal.
They're
I was gonna bring that up.
Yeah, but
yes, they're co-equal.
okay, what does that refer to?
So,
Do you think we are equal?
do I think you are equal?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
In what way? Because certainly you don't think that we're equal in effort. Like, you don't think we're equal in strength. Probably, right?
Well, I mean, obviously, the constable narrative of this work out there.
Right. But you do think in some cases we might be equal, in other cases we're not. And yet you might still say, yeah, we're equal. Because what you're denoting there is something very specific.
We'll continue.
And because the doctrine doesn't tell you what in specific, you can denote basically anything you want. I think really what's mattering here is the general kind of divinity.
So when you say Jesus and the Holy Spirit are little g gods, can you explain further what you mean by little g gods?
The only difference here is that they don't have.
And define a deity for me again. I've heard the term before.
Lack of dependence.
Okay, so Jesus and the Holy Spirit are dependent upon the Father.
Yeah.
Okay, so they lack what it would mean to be fully God without the Father. Okay.
No.
Why? They're dependent on something. It can't be God without the Father. They're dependent upon it.
Well,
They're fully God.
I want to be clear about like the dependence there. The kind of dependence that we're talking about is one of like, it's true. You can make the statement, it's true, one wouldn't exist without the other. However, it's like a necessary connection, so there's no worlds where they exist without each other. It would just be like a counter possible statement.
So then Jesus can exist without the Father, and the Father can exist without Jesus, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then now it sounds like what you're talking about is partialism. And you're taking away the aseity of the Father, too.
Because there's no parts.
You said
What do you think counts as a part?
they count as parts because they're distinct, and because you said one could exist the other.
They're not distinct in terms of their.
They're distinct in that one of them dies and one of them didn't, right?
But that is not the part that we care about.
Well, you can hand wave and don't care, but that's the point of the argument. Is that
But nobody cares about that work.
Well, I mean, Christian cares about it. Lots of people care about that. What do you
Yeah, but then that's not relevant.
You're just hand waving the argument. You're hand waving the argument.
Well, hold on. Let me ask this. I know classical Trinitarianism enough to understand that it does not support subordinationism. And what you are advocating for right now is that it sounds like that you're saying the Holy Spirit and the Lord Jesus, vice versa, between the two, are subordinate to the Father.
I'm telling you
That's
that's
the case. Well, you use your analogy of two little G's to the big G. Big G being the Father. That's not subordination. Big Jesus and the Holy Spirit. So
how do you think being subordinate means?
Do we really need to define what subordinate is?
Yeah, because if you think that just having dependence means you're subordinate, then you're
That's
wrong.
not
You don't understand what subordination is. That's not what's going
Well,
on.
Christian, no, I think it's more partialism than subordination. Let's a better time.
Charles, either you do it or Christian does.
Christian, you go. I've been talking for a while.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Go ahead, Christian.
We're both
So you're going to have to define your words. You're going to use words that Peter's going to object. What I heard was, hey, the scripture doesn't make it clear exactly what is identical or whatever it is. And if he takes a particular thing that's identical, you have to show him why he can't do that. And if you're appealing to some notion that other Christians have, you're going to have to show him why he should change his view or something, if that's your right to take. But you go ahead and do it, but you're going to have to define your words. so that you understand what he's saying. He says something about you. Otherwise, you're just gonna not address what he's saying. Okay.
No, fair enough. Okay. Definition of subordination. And by the way, this is also just a belief within Christianity, but I'll define it for you. It is the theological belief that the Son and or the Holy Spirit are somehow inferior to or less than the Father in their divinity and or their essence. So it's either or. It can be one or it can be two.
Yeah, and I deny that they are.
So okay, well let me ask you, are they?
They are in fact equal in terms of their divinity.
They're equal in terms of their divinity. Are they equal in terms of their essence? Okay, spectacular.
Well, can I interject for one second? I want to introduce someone who's a great philosopher, she's an amazing person, and so we can do something. If you ever want to take this, she's a great philosopher. She's a great person. She's also told me, she's a Catholic. I'll be like you, right? She's a Catholic.
Well, that's awesome. Welcome, super.
Yeah.
Cringe.
Have I dispelled of your charge of subordination?
Oh yes, my identity. Okay, so just to clarify, because kind of off straight off, you're saying that the Son and the Holy Spirit are equal to in both divinity and essence.
Yeah.
Okay. So can you give an argument for that?
Well, we look at the traits, each one, that require divinity, and we ask ourselves, do they have them? If the answer is yes, which is obvious.
Well, what traits? What traits?
Omnipotence, omniscience, benevolence, the typical classical views. Traits. I don't really think you need much more than those three. I think that would be sufficient.
Well, I'm going to tell you why. That's where we fall. You're saying that the specific traits of, defining divinity, or, what it seems like to be something of that is just totally wrong. Because number one, divinity may be just relational or functional. It's not necessarily trait-based. And the trait culture conceptual constructs, right? What counts as like omnipotence or perfection. These specific traits that we would dedicate to a God, as an example, right? Vary by theological or philosophical framework. And our understanding of traits is limited or human constructed, right? Like defining divinity solely by them is just I don't want to pull what Mars said earlier, but it's just arbitrary, right? Like I'll give you an example.
Yeah, I don't accept quite a bit of what you just said, and I don't think you can give an argument for it.
Really? Yeah. Well, then what makes you believe that traits would be able to define in essence for the piece?
Well, I mean, see, do you want to actually argue any of those points that you made, or do you want to just push it back on me?
Yeah, I mean, if you...
Because if you're not willing to argue, I'm just going to dismiss all of this.
No, sure. I can do that. You ever heard of like conceptual relativity?
Not specifically. You want to go into it a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So basically, it discusses like the traits like omnipotence or omniscience or moral perfection, right, are defined in philosophical terminology. So different cultures.
What is human? So there's regular philosophy, and then you qualify it by calling it human philosophy.
Well, I mean, I just wanted to.
What is the human doing?
Human philosophical terms addresses humans.
If you had not added the word human, would anything about what you said change?
I mean, does it really matter? Do you really need to stick on one word?
Yeah, I really want to know why you added that.
I mean, why not?
Oh my God. My question isn't that. My question is, if I just remove the word, does the meaning of everything you said remain the same?
I mean, I guess.
Okay. So we don't have to worry about what humans say. It's just like philosophy.
Yeah, sure. We'll put it to that. So different cultures and religions define define divinity as arbitrary subdivinity, may not require traits at all. It would just be more about the existential status or the relational function or the power of entity reality. So, saying God must have X, Y, and Z traits is like a human imposition. It's not necessarily addition, right? So, therefore, your claim, based on fixed traits, can absolutely be questioned.
I don't think that. I mean, for one.
Sorry, what is even this critique? Like, I don't even understand.
He's
are you saying because a human did conceptual analysis on theism and arrived at a set of traits? Well, you can't do that because, different cultures have different traits for divinity.
It's based off of traits. That's what I'm arguing.
Why not? Okay, I'm just like trying to follow what the critique even is. Go ahead, Bill.
Right now, I don't really think this is going to matter too much. But, I mean, first of all, I think it's just wrong because there just is a stable thing you can look at for ascribing the traits, and it's more or less true of a lot of cultures. So I don't think it is culturally dependent. I think the fact that many cultures arrive to that truth is evidence of it not being dependent on culture.
Well, I can also give another argument, but we don't have to stick on this, like too long. Like I'm just
I don't think it's going to change a lot. Like the question, like, even if it is relative to my culture, my theology, or something, that doesn't make it less true. It's within that context, it is true.
It makes it hard. One shot, minus one.
Basing it off of traits, kind of insane.
Yeah, but Christian, you haven't offered a he's giving you a battle. You're conceding that you don't have a critique against his one markerism.
Tony's vision origin.
I mean, there's no other. I mean, I just gave critique it and dismissed it as well.
You just sort of wanted to move on. I'm an independent observer. I don't think Christianity is true. But you didn't critique it in any way that I would, yeah, you made a good point there. He doesn't trouble. In fact, he responded to you. And you said, let's move on. I mean, that seems like you're conceding that you don't have any objections against monoculism. Do you want to do
But like even the critique itself is like, well, you can't define it like this because different cultures have different ideas about divinity. So what?
Maybe you can give
Like different cultures have different ideas about logic and ethics. Does that mean that we can't say that, hey, what I mean by ethics is this, because different cultures have different understandings?
I was just asking conceptual relativity. I mean, and the implications of that. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's just basing off of the idea that he probably.
No, but did you hear what I just said?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you think it makes sense to critique someone's understanding of ethics by saying, well, you can't define ethics that way because multiple cultures have defined ethics in different ways?
That's not what I said.
That is what you said.
That's not what I said at all.
Okay, so just to be clear, your point wasn't that, well, here's an obstacle to defining divinity in this way, and it is rooted in this like cultural relativism, this like idea that, well, different cultures are going to have different understandings about what divinity is. Was that not your point?
So this is what I did.
Was that not your point?
Well, let me break down what I did. What I did
can you answer yes or no?
I first brought up conceptual relativity.
No, but did I give you an accurate statement?
A statement of what?
Did I give you an accurate steel man?
Of what?
On your point, dumbass. I was recapitulating the critique you made, and I asked you, is that accurate?
I said it was. I thought I did. I thought.
Okay, so what?
With that, Christian?
Yeah.
Yikes.
Let me just check something, Christian, because it doesn't seem to me like you even, gave Almeida any seem to really worry about. And I don't think Christianity is true, but like your attempt didn't seem to work. Is this conceptual relativity, or whatever the term was you used, is that supposed to be a rebuttal against monoculism that Almeida should not give up monoculism? Or is that you just like testing the waters or defining something? Can you tell me if that was supposed to be a rebuttal? Because I didn't hear.
It's supposed to be obvious.
sorry?
It was a point. It was supposed to be one of the points out of the many to discuss why we should question why traits should be defining divinity or essence in a Trinitarian viewpoint. And he proceeded to dismiss it.
I told you why. I just dismissed that one. I told you why. I was willing to dismiss all the other stuff if you didn't give arguments for why I should accept the ones that disagree with.
Most Unitarians,
You said a whole lot.
most Unitarians rebut using scripture or Christian. If you want to use scripture to like disprove the absence of Trinity, that's not the good alternative.
That's not gonna work for me though, because I don't believe in Trinity for the scripture.
Christian, I'm a non-believer. I think Christianity is silly. But the point you made was that
How do you get your doctrine if it's not the scripture? Like, where are you getting your doctrine?
Through the tradition, have you seen through the lens of the church fathers? Through the lens of the
Doing it through my epistemology.
Okay. How do you know? Where does it come from? Maybe like through the one in the video.
Before everybody goes off track. Christian, are you finished? How come you're still a Unitarian? Because his position seems to be not refutable.
Yes, so number one, I wasn't arguing Unitarianism, but I was arguing Unitarianism.
Yeah, but he's arguing for Trinitarianism. And if that's true, presumably your view is false.
If we were arguing Unitarianism, I would have already converted.
Yes, but
we are arguing.
weren't you trying to undermine Trinitarianism?
I was undermining the traits to describe or define divinity as symbolism.
Yes, but in pursuit of what?
Honestly, I lost track.
Yeah, honestly, Christian, like I'm on your side. I think the Trinity is total nonsense. But like I still didn't really follow what you were saying there.
Charles, I don't want that.
If you cry again, I'm moving it up. Mars.
Well, you're the head bully.
Charles, you want to have a crack at
That's right.
You want to have a crack at that.
I mean, I don't know.
You think it's nonsense? Presumably by nonsense.
Albedo essentially can't wave my argument. It was like nobody cares about that when I mentioned that.
What was your argument?
I'm on your side.
I gave the argument that Jesus experiences, it's in pursuit of a larger argument, that Jesus experienced dying on the cross, right? The Father did not. So,
right,
there was that minimum qualia of experience that acted the Father did not. They definitely had different mental states as well. Jesus thinks, I have to die on the cross. The Father has an othering about someone else needs to die on the cross, namely his son. Right? They 100%, they have 100% of what it takes to be God, right? And they do not have the same mental state, even if they agree on the same goals. They cannot have the same mental state just due to the laws of logic. So I mean, for all of those reasons, you're going to end up with polytheism, unless the argument he was making with a little g God, you're going to have partialism. And I put something in the chat too.
There's some things that
Because he made an argument about aseity.
Well, maybe we can focus in on one thing. What about this what about this mental state business?
Well, let me just answer that real quick. Missions is possessing like all the true propositions or whatever. It's certainly at least typical convention on that. It has nothing to do with knowledge of experiences. It's knowledge of propositions.
But it's not.
I don't really care
It's not just that, because Jesus also had a quality the Father didn't have.
I don't care.
I don't care.
No, but qualia, what he's saying is that qualia isn't the type of thing that the Father knows.
Exactly.
Like, it's not the kind of knowledge Father has.
He can't have it.
Yeah, and that doesn't undermine omniscience.
I didn't say it undermined omniscience. I'm saying they're not the same being. I'm saying they cannot be the same being. They are different beings.
You're saying if the Son has some qualia or some mental state that the Father doesn't have, they can't be the same being.
Look, nobody. Okay, well, the being there. I'm not gonna see why we have to set that, but clearly, we can say there's a distinction. There's obviously all Trinitarians accept there's a distinction between persons.
Right.
And
But he's saying something more than that. Obviously, he's saying the distinction is substantive enough that they can't be the same, the same thing.
And I want the explanation for that. That's the rub. So give like the argument for why that makes them, the fact that there's any distinction means that they're different substances.
You think they have different minds?
Hold on, you added something. I didn't say substance at all.
I don't think you have to think they even have the church father,
well, what does it mean to have a mental state? You don't have mind.
I don't think you have to use those words either.
Why not?
But then that should be where you're saying, hey, I don't think they have mental states at all. But that's what you should be saying.
Which is impossible because Jesus had a fully human experience. Within that in your book. I mean,
right now, what I'm trying to say is what the creeds demand of a Trinitarian does not include ideas of mentality or things like that.
Of course not. They're not going to include my arguments that
it's
not about your arguments, right?
Although oftentimes when we talk about we're in 2026, we have lots of concepts that we are going to want to implant on there. When we talk about persons, almost always we think of persons as having minds. And so when we think of Jesus or the Father, we think of having a mind. You just don't have to be committed to that to be a Trinitarian.
Right. Well, okay, then let me just ask.
Oh, sure, but I agree with that. Just saying what this guy is providing is something more than that. It's not just saying here are some violations that you can't hold. Here's some commitments you have to. He's saying, well, here's a conceptual analysis of the Trinity. And it doesn't work to just say, well, that's the church father said this about being a Trinitarian. That doesn't seem helpful.
Yeah, and in fact, I would use the Bible itself.
Here, I'll read it out. You want to say that the fact that they have different quality is obviously a distinction. But you want to say it's a relevant enough distinction. They're separate beings. And where's the argument for that?
Yeah, so a quality of experience, and not just a quality of experience, but also a quality of experience for a human being, because Jesus is fully human, right? According to Trinitarians in the Church of the Bible, is an experience that is distinct from a being that does not have that experience, which is the Father, which the Bible also backs up.
Yeah, I already granted this is not a controversial premise. Controversial premises. The fact that they have two different qualities means they're two different beings.
Yeah, because qualia is something experienced by a being.
Yeah, we agree that no. Look, it is agreed on that there is a being there that they both reside in. God, substance God. They both do. It's the same one. If you're trying to say no, it's two different ones.
Well, okay, if you want to make that argument, then that argument is essentially the Cerberus argument when you're talking about partialism. You can make that move if you want, but that's just partialism.
I don't know how it's partialism.
Because you said they share one being. So it's essentially the Cerberus analogy.
I wouldn't say they share.
So in Cerberus, right, the left head of the Cerberus has a different quality experience than the right head, but they share, quote unquote, a being, although that I don't necessarily even agree with that, but for the sake of the argument, we can just say that, right? That's just going to be partialism. The left head of the Cerberus is still going to be.
But you don't even know what a part is. You know what is denied when we talk about divine simplicity in terms of proper parthood?
Yeah, you don't believe that it's all part of one. You don't believe that there's
using the word parthood. I'm asking.
You don't believe
what is proper parthood?
I don't know what you mean by proper parthood. Never heard that term in my life.
Just important for figuring out if things can be divided or.
Okay, can you just explain it to me then?
Yeah, it's something that you could take away and it would cease being. But it's a contingent feature of it. And nobody's saying it's a contingent feature of God. These persons exist. They're necessary.
Right, then they're not. I mean, that was the argument I made earlier about atheity. So if you're saying it's necessary, then they're not. Then there's no atheity. Because it's a necessary feature. You said they would cease being without the other one.
It's a counterpossible scenario. And atheity is talking about the Father. That's true.
Yeah, so you're saying, right, exactly. So you're saying Jesus, right, needs the Father. The Father needs Jesus. They would cease to be, which is a contradiction of atheity. The Father does not have a deity, right? Because he needs Jesus to be God. So it is literally a contradiction. Your belief is a contradiction.
Why does he need Jesus?
Because you just said, right, that there are proper parts that he would cease to even be
No,
God.
I denied that. I actually denied that. They're not proper parts.
So they're not proper parts. They just happen to make up what is God.
No, the things that you can say that are true of an object, but that doesn't make them part.
And yet they're connected, right?
I don't know what connected means. Is that
You said earlier that that the Father needs Jesus, that he can't envision one without the other. Maybe I'm wrong. Did you say that? I believe
so far as there's a relation between them, for holding
only for the relation then? So the relation is not necessary.
Look, the Father, it doesn't even make sense to talk about a Father without some kind of offspring, right?
No, okay, forget the word Father. Let's just talk about Yahweh.
But Charles, you're not saying that. You're saying that it's a spirit or dependent upon the Father.
It's
Okay, so
in terms of like being a father, like you have to have like progeny.
I think the word Father is getting us confused in the conversation. I'm talking about Yahweh.
I'm talking about
Yahweh.
Okay, what is Yahweh?
Right. So okay. Do you believe that it's logically possible that we have Yahweh, right, just as the God of this universe, and there's no Jesus, and there's no Holy Spirit?
Which logic?
Logically possible. It doesn't entail.
Yeah, which one? Well,
proper classical logic.
I think logic is a subset of metaphysics. So I think that there could be many different worlds, metaphysical worlds, where there's different logics.
Let me ask you that, Charles. I'm going to stop that for a second.
If you're asking me about worlds that are like subsistent to like logical relations, that's not going to really tell you about the order of like the way the world really could.
Well, let me ask you. Do you believe that Jesus is the Messiah? Do you believe that the Father is God?
Yeah.
And do you also believe that the Holy Spirit is a symbol of God's power?
It's a symbol of God's power.
Yeah, can the Holy Spirit be a symbol of God's power?
Doesn't seem kind of seem fine.
You said what?
I said that seems fine. I guess like I don't know what you're baking.
Spectacular. So
I don't know what you're baking into
you're about to find out. So with those 3 points being considered, and with the question you just asked you, is it logically consistent or possible for there just to be, the Father is God, and the Jesus, and why can't there, in a logical consistency, I know the Unitarian views, like, Jesus is the Messiah, he's not God, the Holy Spirit's like a symbol of God's power, the Holy Spirit's not God, but the Father is God. I mean, you have all what it can take to be a Unitarian instead of a Trinitarian right now, just based on the 3 questions I just asked you. Why does the Trinity have to be your set belief when you could just be a Unitarian?
I do not understand what you're trying to tell me. Where is this criticism? I could be a Unitarian right now.
You could be.
I also have no idea what you're saying.
You just filled up all 3 slots to be considered a Unitarian.
Okay.
The questions you just answered and the answers you just gave me. So
I think I can also fill all the slots of being a Trinitarian.
Yeah, those don't seem to be sufficient conditions to be Unitarian.
Well, I mean, those are the defining ones. I mean,
no, but because he could understand and agree to all of what you said. He can understand like the being a symbol of the power that could be understood metaphorically. Like a Trinitarian could say, yeah, the Holy Spirit is a symbol of the Father's power or of God's power. That doesn't make him suddenly not a Trinitarian. No, it's a bad coax. Because there are metaphorical understandings of those expressions that you can accept while maintaining that there are 3, there's a triune Godhead.
Yeah, I try.
Yeah, okay, so you said that you believe that there are different potential logics. So do you believe that there's a possible universe where like A does not equal A?
What scope are you asking that possible?
I don't even know because I take logical possibilities.
Are you asking me under like the
classical logic?
The biggest
scope that I have.
Yeah, like I mean, for me it would be classical logic, but I guess for you,
That's not for me.
okay.
The biggest
Well,
scope that
then,
I have is like conceivability spaces. It's like
yeah, can you
things that I can like even make sense of.
That's fine. Can you conceive of a universe where there's just the Father and there's no Jesus, there's no Holy Spirit?
I can conceive of many, many, many things. And that includes that.
Okay, I don't know why you answered that. Well, okay, but fair enough. Okay, so then it's logically possible, right, that there's the Father and or not Father, sorry, there's Yahweh and there's no Jesus and there's no Holy Spirit. Yahweh contains everything needed to have metaphysics, ground of knowledge, all that, right?
If you're arguing the like logically possible, it's not going to do you very much.
No, just maybe entertain me for a minute, okay?
I mean, I'll probably just grant it.
Yeah, okay.
Because I think there's a metaphysically possible world that like trivialism is true. So
Yeah, so the Father, Yahweh, you take the Father, my God. Yahweh has everything needed to be fully God. And then what we find ourselves in this universe is a universe where, in addition to that, there is Jesus and there is the Holy Spirit. And he doesn't need them, right?
he doesn't need them in what sense?
In a logical sense, like to be fully God.
Do you remember when I said to you, like, you don't have to go through this if like you're I already think there's a lot of metaphysically possible world where trivialism is true. Like that world is gonna say every single thing you could ever muster to say is true.
Okay.
And false at the same time. Everything.
Well, okay, then if you believe in true contradictions, then
No, I don't.
well, you just said you believe it's possible that there's a world where something's both false and true at the same time.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean we live in that world.
Well, if you believe that's even possible at all, then I can understand why you believe in the Trinity. I don't think
You're operating with different understandings of possible worlds.
Yeah, so I can't give you an argument. I mean, I would just appeal the principle of explode. I can't give you an argument against the Trinity where you're not able to just appeal to something like that.
I don't think explosion happens in this world. I think we happen to be in a world where LEM, valence is false, LEM, probably distancing a bit, although I don't.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know what that's how you believe this world operates. I think you just discuss this world with logical possibility and the laws of logic, right? I mean, it seems like you're afraid. It seems like you're afraid to be like trapped in a corner and you're appealing to this like.
I'm literally telling you my commitments and you refuse to let me say it.
I agree with Charles.
I'm trying to trap myself right now by giving myself commitments that you can hold me to.
No, but what I just explained to you is if you believe that it's logically possible that a fact is both true and possible in a different world, right? If you believe that that's possible in any given world, then I can't give you any argument against the Trinity. Although I will say that the principle of explosion will apply here. That's going to be where the end of our dialectic is. I mean, you've essentially denied logic.
I don't. Do you hear what I said? Do you hear my response?
Yeah, it didn't address what I said at all.
Okay, well, just tell me what you think I said to them.
You said that doesn't mean we're in that world. We're in the world where classical logic applies.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but what I'm telling you is that if you believe that there's any world where it's possible that a fact is both true and false, then the principle of explosion will apply because you can say that we're in the world that's not true, but then guess what? That could also be false at the same time.
No,
so the Trinity is incoherent.
Because that's two different modalities.
No, it's
No, it can't.
by your light, that's possible.
It's a different modality. So we're not holding fixed the same modality because if we're switching between logics, we're switching between what counts as a possible world.
Yeah, my point is that if you deny classical logic is what governs every possible world, right? Even when we discuss possibility, we use the phrase possibility. We're describing what can be true given logic, right? Like, is it possible? Yeah, is it logically possible? I can jump. Yes,
In one no, we're not. We're doing it in one sense. That's one modality. You can describe what's possible under logic. You can describe what's possible under physics. You can describe what's possible under biology.
I was just about to say that. So like, okay.
Well, that's inconsistent with what you said earlier.
It's not, no, I'm absolutely not like this. It's not possible for me to jump to the moon, right? But it's logically possible. It's the larger scope that I could jump to the moon right now, right? But it's not part of the metaphysics of this world, how this world we're in operates. But Albedo was saying that he believes that it's possible there's a world where a fact is both true and not true at the same time. And what I'm saying is if that's possible at all, right, when quote unquote using the phrase possible, when you say and the principle of explosion applies.
See, you keep switching that around. What you're holding.
How would we know which world we're in if we can have logical contradictions?
Explain it to you. Because what you're doing is you're saying, okay, we're going to fix what's possible given a logic. And I agree with that. We can fix what's the possible world given classical logic. And you know what's an impossible world if we fix that? The trivialism world. Okay? That world's impossible. I agree with that too. But when you just give me, is it possible, where we don't fix any specific facts and I'm able to like just kind of pick the ones I want, I can think metaphysical modality, I can think some other modality, any one at once. Because you're not telling me what to specify as to what makes it even impossible. You're allowing me the freedom to choose.
Obviously, when I say logically possible, I'm talking about the laws of logic. Do you accept that the laws of logic would apply in any given world, no matter what?
When you say any given world, are you specifying the modality?
Yes, classical logic.
Yeah. Yes, all of the possible worlds given classical logic are the worlds where classical logic applies.
But what do you think that there's a world where classical logic does not apply?
Yes, there are metaphysical modality now. We're moving to a different modality. We're not talking about logic anymore. You understand that now? Listen to me very carefully. We're not talking about logic. We're talking about metaphysics. And in the metaphysical space, there are different logics that can be applied. And those are different. Those can be
I got you. So my argument is that logical possibility is larger than metaphysics and it encompasses any given metaphysic, but still is what governs it.
I'll see the reason agrees. Yeah, I don't accept.
Yeah, so my only response to that then is that it then employs the principle of explosion. If you think of whatever modality, I don't even care, is that it's possible that logical contradictions are true, right? In any metaphysical world that you think could exist, then I mean the conversation ends there because you accept that contradiction to be true. And then hey, look, then maybe the Trinity is true.
I don't if we accept it as logic.
But you don't. You believe it's possible. You said that.
When you say I believe it's possible, what's the modality?
It's in your view of metaphysics. Yeah, you believe that metaphysics.
You can't hold me to a specific logic at that point because right now I'm going to specify a logic.
Sure. And look,
so you can't just wait. Before you move on, because we're in the metaphysical and we haven't specified logic, you can't then hold me to a principle of explosion, right? Because that's a logical principle.
Not to mention you've referred the law of excluded middle, so the principle of explosion wouldn't even,
right now we're not even into a logical space. It is true that I don't really right now I do surveillance. Elian might do.
Yeah, look,
here's what Albedo is saying. Random, there's a bunch of pocket universes that he thinks are logically, or in some way metaphysically possible, I should say. And some of these pocket universes, classical logic doesn't hold, but like paraconsistent logic holds. That's the way he thinks about it. He doesn't say that those worlds exist, but that's the kind of logically, that's the kind of possible world. That's the kind of semantics he's using.
No, I get it. Yeah.
No, you don't get it.
No, I do.
Because you are because you spent like the last 15 minutes arguing against it because they didn't understand.
No, his metaphysics is that there is a world, a potential world, or his metaphysical possibility that classical logic does not apply.
Yeah.
He literally
and you keep saying, well, that commits you to the principle of explosion.
Yeah, but we would be holding to that principle in those worlds.
Yeah, okay. So right
like during those worlds, you know, they got rid of disjunction introductions and
so fucking. Let me not say the principle of explosion then. Let me say that would just be the dead end of the conversation for me.
okay, that's fine.
Yes.
Can you tell me how the principle of explosion works without bivalence? Go ahead.
I have to even read up about it again. I don't remember, but it's great. But the point is,
I feel like you're just dropping that.
If someone's metaphysics accepts that logical contradictions exist, then I'm not gonna have any argument against the Trinity for that.
Yeah, you don't have. I don't disagree.
It's very. I would say it's very.
You don't have an argument. Thank you.
Unpersuasive. Say whatever you want. It's very unpersuasive to, I would say, the vast majority of people who hold that logical possibility is going to be governing over metaphysical possibility. But if you don't accept that, then yeah, I mean, it's just a conversation dead end. Like, because showing a contradiction is.
Let me give you the intuition pump for why I don't accept that. Charles, do you think that logic is like something in your mind, or is it like the world is the logic?
Logic is the description for how the world operates.
Okay, but is that like a mind thing, or is that the way the world is?
Like, when we describe logic, it's just a linguistic for like how the world is.
And linguistics are the way in your mind, right?
Sure. I mean,
okay. And then a separate question. Do you think the world dictates the way your mind is, or that your mind dictates the way the world is?
Dictate? I wouldn't use that verbiage, but
like the world. Maybe I'll just rephrase it. The world constrains the way that your mind could be.
Yes.
Okay, then you're closer to my position than your original position, because you think that the world must come prior to any like systems of like language, and so if language is constrained by the world, then it can't be any bigger than the constraints of the world. So either it's the same space or the world space must be bigger.
But no, you're both wrong. It's any given constraint is going to have to follow logic. Because even to describe it as a constraint or describe any of these things, right? Any point that you're making, right? The counter could just be true if you're not following logic.
Look, so I don't think you know what a logic means.
You think you've got me like trapped in some specific points, right? But all of your points are relying on classical logic too. Like that, your point means its point. Yes, it does. Do you think the words that you're saying mean the words that they're saying?
Yeah, but what does that have to do with logic?
Okay, so any argument that you're giving, right, that metaphysics is a bigger scope, is going to still follow logic.
Look, Charles, what do you think it's required to be a logic? Like, what counts as it being a logic?
What counts as what being logic?
Like, why isn't this shampoo bottle a logic?
Logic is not like a thing that's like physically touched.
No, I'm asking what are the requirements to be counted as a logic?
I don't even understand that question.
Okay, you don't think English is math, right?
Actually, in some ways it is.
Okay, do you think that letter A is the same thing as number 1?
No.
Okay, because you have some idea that one of them is different and counts as something else rather than the other thing.
Sure.
Right, and I'm asking what makes something count as a logic? I'll just fucking tell you, because this is like going on. But logics have to have, it's a system for deriving truths, okay? Me just saying a proposition does not tell you about derivation. You do not need to derive anything, even if you can.
Any system that you're going to bring up, right, is going to rely on logic.
You're utilizing logic. To say a proposition does not require logic. It just doesn't.
I don't really discourage that.
Okay, what's the inference? If I just say there is a car, like, why do I need to infer?
Because when you say there is a car, there's underlying assumptions like car is car, right? There is or
of the laws that will still not get you to logic. Those 3 laws are not sufficient for logic. You understand that?
If you utilize the laws to make logical inferences.
Are you like combating me on this? Do you actually understand this? Or?
Yeah, I understand that you use the laws of logic. You use them.
My question is very similar to, have you ever taken logic courses?
I took philosophy like once in college.
Okay, so not logic. Like the formal system logic.
Well, I mean, like philosophy 101, so we focused primarily on logic. But yeah, I took that in college.
Well, 101 is primary logic.
No, it wasn't primarily. I'm saying what the philosophy class was like primarily focused on was logic. Like A and B, A and B, not necessarily A. Like,
oh, yeah. Well, that might be about logic. Fine. But
that's what we take most of the class. I mean, this is forever. I'm not claiming to be an expert. You clearly know more about the shit than me. But.
Well, look, then just don't be so combative when I'm talking to you about this stuff. It's what you're kind of asking me to defend is like, well, tell me really why like 8 minus 5 is 3. Like, these are not.
I'm not involved with that. I'm not asking you to do that.
Isn't what you're claiming though, is that doesn't really have isn't that gonna be, it's gonna have a truth value, right? Like what you're saying. Like the proposition. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
So wouldn't that just
that doesn't get you to derivation?
That assumes logic.
No, propositions by themselves can just be like possibly true or false. You mean that's not
It depends on what is meant by truth value.
Depends what you mean by possible.
Like propositions could have Boolean values or 2-valued logic or whatever.
Yeah, that's why
any proposition just is something that's sure.
That way you can have more than one 2-value.
But not even like classical logic is like one thing. There are just like a bunch of like sub-logics within the domain of classical logic. It seems like this person has like a semi-colloquial understanding of what logic is.
Well, maybe I have less than that, but I'm just trying to make sure as far as what Albedo's saying here. Albedo, are you saying the proposition that you're putting forward can be both true and false? No. So it's either true. That was never the stuff we were just talking about. I said you can have a proposition and have no logic.
But you said it's metaphysically possible. There's a world where propositions go true and false, right?
That's a different.
Yeah, that's something I did mention a while ago. Yes.
Okay, but that's what started this argument, correct? Andrew, you're robotic.
I'm just. Yeah, that's not. I don't know why you're trying to revert all the way back to that, Andrew. We can talk about that.
Well, that's what we're talking about
right now. No. I'm talking about the last thing I said back then, or within the last 2 minutes. No. The last thing you said, Dan, about propositions don't require logic, or there's no logic. Yeah. I don't. So are you saying that the proposition can be both true and false? Did you say no or yes? Okay. So is that not employing law of non-contradiction? No.
Aren't propositions supposed to be bearers of true value?
Yeah.
I think that's
I thought they might. Or possibly either true or false. That's what it means to be a proposition. But that's not what it means to be a logic.
That's a different mentality here.
That's relevant. Not relevant to this. So you're saying you're saying that doesn't necessitate employing any logic or there's no logic inherent to that. Correct, because you don't do any inferences. But don't. Logics are about inferences. So if a proposition must have a truth value, and it cannot be both true and false at the same time, then how is that not? But I'm not saying that. I just told you. Wait, you're not saying what? I'm not saying it can be those things.
I know, I just say you're saying that it can't.
Albedo is saying this is not a requirement. But what you asked him, Andrew, was do you affirm this?
Correct.
Like you're asking Albedo, do you think that the law non-contradiction holds? And he's responding yes. But what he said to you that you misunderstood, he's saying it's not required to for the proposition to just hang there in a vacuum. You're not required to accept it. No logic is needed to kind of for the proposition itself. But what you asked was, do you affirm it? So when you ask Albedo, can a proposition be true and false at the same time? When he says no, he's not saying it's not possible for this to be. He's just saying he personally thinks that the law of non-contradiction holds.
Yeah, I think that's a true law. In this world,
Because Andrew, what you're asking, Andrew, is something like, hey, do you think this is true of propositions or possible of propositions? And he said yes. And then you said, so do you think that it can be true and false at the same time? He says no. That confuses you, but those are different questions. But I understand where you were going with it.
Well, wait, no. You do believe that it's a necessary feature of a proposition for it to have a true value.
If you count neither as a true value, then sure. And
okay. So why isn't it the case? Wait, so maybe you can speak on this. I'm baffled. Isn't it?
Very baffled. Speechless even.
Isn't
You're in the matrix.
but what the best
You have to repay.
So propositions can be put forward without employing any kind of logic.
correct. You can have Sully.
Yeah, what do you mean? Of course.
I don't know why they're asking that. It seems like very obvious to me. Like, logic's just employ proposition.
It's kind of like saying, Andrew, like, can you just put forth a number, like 34? And you're like, yes. And then you're asking, well, can I add to 34 so that it becomes 38? And then someone, I think that's like how the addition operator works. And you're like, oh, so do propositions require, these laws? It's like, think of the proposition as the number. You can just put forth the number, but the formalism, like the formal structure that you then use to manipulate those numbers, that you don't have to agree to some specific. It's not entailed that you apply classical arithmetic to those numbers. Like you can use some other formalism, some other formal framework. But the number itself can just be put out there in the world. 36, okay. But what can you do with 36? Well, that's where the formalism of, you have this arithmetic or that arithmetic, in classical arithmetic, you can't take the square root of a negative number, but in complex analysis, you can.
That's completely.
Well, it was in the stuff like this, like the tangent comes in somewhere. There was probably some point that was disputed and some term that was not understood properly, and then you get into these tangents.
Assuming it was some reason in order to
no, it wasn't.
This all kind of stemmed from Sully because I said that metaphysical modality was broader than logic and wasn't.
No, they did.
But Andrew, does that analogy make sense?
Well, I heard what you're saying. I mean,
did the analogy make sense?
But most of the time people are just going to want to say, like, you're talking about the wrong logic then or something, right? Like, so you should actually adopt a different logic for metaphysics. If you think that,
I'm open to like people giving arguments. At least I tried to give Charles the intuition for what I'm doing. But like if people wanted to put forward why I should accept a particular one or something like that, like I'm open to that.
So Andrew, did you get the analogy? got the analogy. I'm just not sure I agree with it being said. I mean, if albedo.
No. But do you understand what is going on?
Yes.
Okay.
If albedo is putting forward a proposition to Charles and it's employing the law of identity and non-contradiction.
I don't think it is. It's just a proposition.
But you wait. Isn't it built into what it means to be a proposition that it must be either true or false?
No. Okay, proposition is fair.
Possibly true. Being referenced.
Okay, can I escape this looks only so.
Yeah. A proposition has a truth value, right? Okay. A truth there, or it's capable of, or it's truth act to make it. Right. Now, obviously, there are systems that have more than two truth values, right?
Yeah, but he's not in. Well, okay.
I do accept that. I don't accept that. If I just can't go a proposition, you don't know whether I'm doing like fuzzy logical truth values with the
Right. But he's not putting up. If he's not telling it, well, that seems
this
kind
world,
of.
I think Bob Naylor's is false. In the actual world, I think Bob Naylor's is false.
What's going on is like Andrew's talking about logic.
Yeah, no, that's great. Yeah, absolutely.
Andrew's talking about logic.
No, we got
Andrew's talking about logic at a meta level, and Albedo is talking about logic like a logical system level.
We all are. Yeah, exactly.
No, you're not.
Yes, we are. Anyway, Andrew, what was the question you're going to ask?
Well, I'm just saying. I mean,
It's not about propositions. Like, well, the law of identity gets complicated because there's a couple different ways of thinking about it. But like, usually, like, when you see it in first order logic, it's saying like, for all x equals x, right? So x is not a proposition there.
You need to study meta logic, so then you understand how Andrew's actually correct.
There's something that seems wrong here with the way that dialectic went.
It's meta logic. They don't understand meta logic.
At the end there, when Albedo said that, to the context in which Albedo said that, it feels like kind of like there's some hidden commitments there that I don't think Charles would have been privy to at the time. That he can say, well, yeah, that's actually what I have operating in the background, and I don't think that's what is being carried when he says like this is the proposition I'm putting forward. Like I don't think that's.
No, but that's a different issue.
Well, I'm kind of couching it. Yeah, go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, he said he believes it's a metaphysically possible world where facts are both true and false. That's what's starting. So like putting out, I agree with Bob that putting out a proposition is 34. Like 34 true or false. There's no context. So like
34 is not a proposition. He used my analogy. Yes. No, that was.
Bob, can you give an example of a proposition that has no?
The sky is blue. Oh, that has no truth value. No. It is a feature of propositions that they have truth values. But like, what kind of truth value? How many there are? If it can be true, none of that is entailed. But the proposition in and of itself.
Like, so correct me if I'm wrong. I thought.
What is constitutive? What is constitutive? No. So no. It's constitutive of propositions that they have truth values. That they're semantic. They're semantic constructs. They're semantic constructs that have truth. That are truth.
What about truth gap logics, Bob?
What about them?
Do you think that on those there's a truth value?
Yeah, because
Of propositions.
There are logics where there is a truth value, which is like neither, right?
Right.
Like so, that would be a gap, right?
I get it. So gap in truth value is a truth.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Wait. So Sully, I don't know if you heard
Part of it be, but like whatever. If you don't like it, it's great.
So Sully, I don't know if you heard how it got to where it did that little part there when they were having the back and forth. Because it felt like when Albedo put that forward, I just don't understand how that's not. I always understood that to be couched in these laws. Albedo's presupposing those. At least in this context, he was presupposing those and putting them out there.
Usually, like are doing, right? I mean, well,
Yeah.
I'm usually doing that. I'm usually just assuming everybody's like applying classical logicalism.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. a shift in that direction. I mean, so the way that it's being presented, I think
It did take a shift in that direction.
well, no, sorry, that's all I have to say. I mean, the backdrop, I think, is classical logic, even though he's saying, well, it's not required.
Using that in all possible worlds, like you're talking about the Trinity, and that's kind of where this conversation went from when he said that.
No, but like very early on in the pushback, in this particular exchange that started after the other guy was done, there was quickly a move or several moves made to bring it into these like, yeah, I don't accept this principle, I don't accept that logic.
Yeah. The principle of explosion thing, though, when you brought that up, Charles, and he said, well, no, because you were saying like, look, unless you're gonna be employing some logic here, like you have to be just to be putting forth these propositions to me. Like to put them forth to me, you need to be employing, the logic or the classical.
No, but that's wrong. That's confusing.
Yeah, because he was going to hook into like some global thing and said, well, if we're already fixing the logic, we're going to get certain, worlds that are possible or impossible. But that's not like the scope of every world. Like if you ask me to think of the largest scope, that's not the one for me because logic doesn't do that. I said that like if I wanted to pick the largest scope, it's like conceivable or something.
So you think there is a thing to be mentioned here, though, which is like, okay, you want to say kind of really inclusive metaphysical modality, right? But there's going to be like a logic that corresponds with that, probably, and then that
was my point. But that one's going to be like way. Yeah, it's going to be way like left. If we're going to like try to figure out what that is, it's going to be way subclassical.
The issue here is that if you bring it back to primacy, this is a rhetoric. This whole conversation is a rhetoric because it doesn't address the events at hand. When you talk about Trinity, when you talk about Trinity and incarnation, this topic doesn't address those issues. And what are the issues? When you're looking at
addresses them on a meta level. What do you mean?
No, it doesn't. So if you presume that logic is necessary, so contradictions, they can't exist in a coherent world. And that's what we're dealing with, a coherent world. So redefining divine properties and human properties, you're just evading the problem. It doesn't solve the issue. And when you deal with Jesus and you deal with the different modes of Jesus, this is undermining your claim anyway, which is a single being. So if we create,
you're putting the cart
2 kilometers from the verse. No,
are you a Muslim, Al?
Yes, you are.
I'm a Muslim.
Yeah, I like Al. Be nice to Al. I like him.
I like him too.
I don't have any commitments like that. He sounds like a dumbass.
Yeah, but just because you can't address the issue, insulting just makes you look like a dumbass.
What makes you think I can't address the issue?
So you don't understand.
I'm just saying you're confused about what the scope of this particular context is.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
He's just trying to change it to something else.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Can we just let Al talk?
Yes, you are.
You just don't understand.
It's a complete topic shift about what we're talking about right now.
Well, it was the original topic. I think we exhausted the possible worlds.
Well, no, I wanted to say
We're having a meta conversation about it. Like, what's wrong with that?
Meta conversations are hypothetical. And they're not.
Okay, sorry, Albedo. That was strike 5,000 immediately. Meta conversations are hypothetical. So you would just say,
I'm not saying he's going to say that's not.
Okay, you've entirely disqualified yourself from this convo.
We can create a fictional, constructed world, but we're dealing with Jesus here.
There are people like J.C. Beale who think that there's a Diogenes solution to the problem of the Trinity. He just thinks that it's a contradiction. So if Albedo says there's benefiting a possible world where trivialism is true, and then Charles is like, well, just saying that to me, you're implying, just by you telling me that's holding things fixed, and you're implying this, you're trying to tell me that that's true, and it seems like are you saying that So you're saying when you hear that, that's not employing, there's not like the background commitment to.
If somebody is saying trivialism, they're obviously not talking about classical law, right? Because like trivialism just violates a bunch of classical law.
Yeah, just to be clear. No. He's saying there's a this is what Albedo said. There's a metaphysically possible world in which trivialism is true. And then
I was sort of being a little bit with that. I don't know which worlds are actually all the logics that are metaphysically possible outside of like maybe a handful. But like I was just throwing something out there. It was the first thing that came to mind.
Fine. I'm just trying to understand if this makes sense. So saying that there's a metaphysical world in which trivialism is true, saying to Charles as though, hey, I'm putting this proposition forward to you, and you should accept that this is, what I believe, and I'm putting this forward to you. Is that not relying on at least a couple laws, classical laws of logic? I mean, I don't understand.
That was my question. Albedo, my question to you is this: if we're talking about Jesus,
Oh my God!
Shut up! Yeah, quiet.
We can have a conversation. We can leave and shut up.
You're derailing. Yeah, so the original claim that you make is
Enough chances for good. Sorry, yeah, I was just asking you solely, isn't there some, isn't that an implicit presupposition or whatever of laws of logic, at least, whatever, classical laws of logic?
I mean, wait, what is it? Okay, what is it that you're saying implicitly assumes the classical law?
Because he's putting forward the proposition he's saying this is true, this is what I affirm. I'm saying there's a metaphysically possible world in which trivialism is true. And Charles said, well, look, even just telling me that, just by you putting that proposition forward, you are employing classical laws of logic. I mean,
that's clearly wrong.
So if you're saying it's so Albedo is not, there's not some identity going on there, there's not some law of non-contradiction, but really,
No, there's not.
When he says this is true,
You're saying this is true, no, it did not assume any of this. They think that because one thing's true, that means like globally it must hold or something, and that's what law is supposed to do.
Is this half?
I mean, even just like you understand what a glut is, understanding of logic. The idea is like a glut is what a dialectic says exists, right? Where there's some proposition that's both true and false, right? So if they just show up to you and say, well, hey, it's true, right? That doesn't mean that they're, assuming not a contradiction, right? Because it's true and false.
I mean, he doesn't, I know, but Albedo doesn't think it's true and false, right?
No, I understand. It doesn't assume what Albedo is saying. The deeper is what Albedo said, which is something like there's a general notion of what a logical truth is, right? A general notion of what a logical truth is that it's something that's going to hold across all conditions or contexts, right? Now, this is why I'm saying like you want to bring into alignment like whatever logic you're using to do metaphysics, right? That should be your logical modality, right? I think what Albedo is saying is like, okay, just assume logical modality means classical logical modality, right? And then say, okay, I think metaphysical modality is more inclusive than that, right? Which is another way of saying like classical logic is not the right logic for doing metaphysics, basically.
Yeah, the way that the way that Sully's trying to frame it, I actually probably would agree that there is some kind of principles of derivation that we can apply, and in that way, I probably would just say metaphysical and logical modality collapse. But I'm saying the formal systems that we have, like currently, those are like possible worlds, and they're a subset of metaphysics. And that's it.
What does any of this have to do with the trigger?
John, we can get off that. Does that make sense?
It's a meta conversation, Sam.
Yeah, Sam, the point was, I was trying to get to something about the Father Yahweh, right? And then he said, look, I believe that there's a possible world where the proposition can be both false and true, metaphysically, right? So, if he's committed to that, then I can't give any argument for the Trinity that he couldn't then just appeal to, well, it's conversation kind of meaningless, like personally.
No, that's actually not the criticism I have with what you're trying to do. Is if you assume classical logic, I already, for one, and I mean like all the classical rules, like propositional logic or something, then I already think we're outside of the actual world. Okay? Because I don't think classical logic is the correct logic for this world. So we are already outside of that. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I mean, that's your belief that, like I said, I'm largely uninterested in continuing to try to debate that.
Okay, well, I mean, you can try to argue why classical logic is true. I think there's lots of reasons that it's false.
I'm uninterested in that conversation. I know a little bit about philosophy, definitely not as much as you, with zoning and stuff like that. It's kind of interesting to listen to. But, yeah, I mean, if you're going to deny that, every possible world, the laws of logic, the classical laws of logic are going to apply, and to me, that's where the conversation stops.
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, not the principle of explosion, but yeah, just personally. I mean,
No, I get what you're saying, Charles. I can understand that. I can see where you're coming from.
like that. This is kind of interesting in an academic way. I think that I'll say this.
Why do you keep bringing up the explosion? I didn't understand that.
I'll say this, I think that, if the goal is to defend the Trinity to, laymen's or even somewhat well-educated people, but who aren't very well-versed in philosophy, that making that claim as kind of a way that felt a little bit to me, and I don't mean this with any disrespect, kind of as a way to escape continuing where that was going. And I think that that's not going to do a lot of defending the Trinity to most people, including the Christian Andrew here. I'll just say that.
I think he's held to these views before he was a Christian. No, I think he's had some.
No, fair enough. I'm just saying.
I also don't think I can assume classical logic, and I don't think there's any contradiction. I don't think I need to get any of that stuff.
Well, wait.
If we're asking about my actual beliefs, and
Yeah, which laws do you think? What about? I'm just curious. We can go right back to wherever you guys want to go. It's fine. No. But what do you think? You said there's plenty of debate.
You're Reagan. I think you're trying to say this.
Again, it's you, Andrew. Are you there?
Reagan.
Andrew, you like me?
Yes.
So, can you tell me? It's kind of tight now.
Andrew, are you
Wait,
there?
he's trying to come back. Just wait. Andrew, you there?
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me? I can hear you, so I'll put out. But can you tell me what about the real world, the actual world, just you think the classical laws don't apply, and why you think it's clearly false?
Yeah, I think that vague predicates just make it that bivalence is false, and possibly LEM as a result too. And I think if you give up bivalence, you have to give up classical logic. Pretty sure. Classical logic's a little bit fuzzy concept in itself, but I'm pretty sure if you give up bivalence, you are already subclassical. I might be wrong.
Yeah, that's right.
Wait, but so you agree that you can make?
I'm not sure about that, but
Yeah, those ones are kind of strange, but obviously you get to LEM equals definitely subclassical.
Well, what about the law of non-contradiction?
I accept
Non-contradiction.
I do.
I hope so. What about identity?
that's why I was confused as to what this other person he kept bringing up explosion.
What about identity?
Well, I mean, like in propositional logic, I think identity is even a lot, but sure.
That's correct.
Generally, yes. Like if you're talking about like first order logic, X equals X. Sure.
Even like stripped down first order logic doesn't have to equal that. There's first order logic with identity is when you get the equal set. And it's funny because Tomaszewski made this point when he was debating Danny about the Trinity, which is it was kind of funny. Danny messed that up real bad.
Yeah, he did. So
but you think that the Trinity is consistent with classical logic, right?
Yeah, I think that there are a few different consistent interpretations of the Trinity. I think relative identity is like your best bet if you're gonna go with classic interpretation.
Danny did. Oh, sorry. Danny did how in that debate? Sorry, I just didn't hear it all. What did you just?
I thought he did pretty bad, but Chris Kovacs is like a legit ass philosopher, so it's not like
okay. Actually, why would you do that?
You got all your answers in?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. Sorry about that.
So can we go back to the Trinity being logically, at least classical logic?
I think so. I really believe that.
Where is the Trinity? Sally has written in the chat that it can be possible.
There you go.
Trinity is the, but how is it like using modalism or something? Like what are the ways to put Trinity?
The kind of identity that you apply even in classical logic is not built in classical logic. You get like Leibnizian identity. And so you can use relative identity.
Yeah, so there's absolute identity, and then there's relative identity where identity is relativized to a sortal predicate. So like the idea is like you can have a sortal predicate like, I don't know, like let's say something counts as an apple, right? So you have X and Y, they both count as apples, and they happen to count as the same apple. So like between X and Y, you count one apple, right? There are cases where X and Y count as the same F, but different G's. And this is like the formal structure that's used for relative identity. So you can think of it like this, like with relative identity, you're putting a little predicate letter above the equal sign. Okay? So it's not just like these two things are absolutely identical, it's these two things are identical relative to a sortal predicate. Right? And if you do it that way, yeah, you can give a consistent formal interpretation of the Trinity, but then there's still like a bunch of kind of like semantic work that you have to do further from there, but it does resolve like the formal contradiction at least.
Without solving
You mean like father is equal to and on top of the equal it put G and son. So basically father and son
The transitivity.
Okay.
Because its transitivity is assuming that argument is absolute.
That's correct.
Give me an example of like relative identity, something.
Your people. So like Narcissus is the same person as she was 5 minutes ago. So you have
What we do is like personal identity.
you're like all that stuff.
So that is the same person 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, most people want to think like their personal identity. Maybe it does change, but a little, like there might be like I'm an animal.
But I think Margaret wants like an analogy.
That's a different thing, right? So
Yeah.
Maybe the apple and the notice that.
It's a person in different times.
Yeah, but it's they don't get in the
That's like an example, a classic example of relative identity, which I really like the analogy that's used is like material hydromorphism, like array small over like array solves the problem of material constitution. Sorry.
Yeah, that one. Go ahead.
Yeah, so like there's this problem in metaphysics, problem of material constitution, which asks like the relationship between an object and the thing that it's made out of, right? And obviously there's a distinction between the object and the thing that it's made out of, but we don't want to enumerate those as two things as absolute identity relations would dictate for us to do, right? And it doesn't seem to fit our intuition, right? Like if you have a wooden table that's made out of wood, we don't want to say there's the table and the wood there. These are two objects, right? We're saying this is one and the same object. So you apply relative identity there. You say like the wood and the wooden table are one and the same sort of predicate, same wood, but distinct things, right? They're counted as one material object. Or the lump of clay in the statue. The same clay sort of, but distinct forms or isomorphs, if you want to apply like Aristotelian notions.
Just the idea is just they're the same of one thing but a different of another.
That's correct.
So if you have one lump of clay, I guess you can make it into one figure, right? And then you can smush it together. You're dealing with the same exact atoms, and you can make another figure.
Correct.
So in one sense, it's the same thing because it's the same atoms. But in another sense, they're different things because they're different images, like they're different figures. That's a kind of idea.
Now, like, this is absolutely true, but
says. I think like Michael Ray takes it a little bit further because like the problem with just leaving it at that is that it can result in like modalism, right? You just have these different times, right? Michael Ray expands the view a bit by saying, look, you can't have multiple distinct hylomorphic compounds at the same time simultaneously, like with the pillar and the statue that say like, like you have the lump of clay, you form it into like a pillar and a statue simultaneously for one and the same clay, right? Michael Ray here takes it a little bit further than the traditional Aristotelian view, where he says, well, then we would count these as two hylomorphic compounds, the pillar and the statue, but they're counted as one material object, even though these are two distinct hylomorphic compounds. So that you have a real distinction between the two hylomorphic compounds. They're fully the clay sortal, right? Each one, but they're not counted as two clay objects, but one clay object, because they're made out of the same lump of clay, like Bob was saying. From there, you just apply that analogy to the Trinity. The divine essence plays the role of matter, the persons play the role of hylomorphic compounds, and there you go. Just for me, that's like my favorite model of the Trinity, by the way.
The Father has aseity. How are you sure that the Father has aseity?
Yeah, this depends on the model. Like, there are Trinitarians who say like the Father is absolute light, the essence, and like the person. That's like the monarchical view, I think.
I know that.
I don't take that view. I take the view that the three persons are relatively identical to the essence. So the essence of sorry?
Why don't you take the monarchical model?
Oh, like there's many issues with it. I think like but I think like it'll be like explain it further.
You want to say
it's not that it's
for the Trinity, I think it will result in tritheism.
Sorry?
I said you can't escape relative identity, it will result in tritheism.
Relative identity does not result in tritheism, I don't think, right? Because you will have
the lack of
oh yeah, the lack of yeah, but I think like the way monarchical Trinitarians are going to say it's monotheistic is by saying there's one source, right? There's this Father, this source for these two other beings, right? The Son and the Spirit. I mean, they'll say there's one big G God, right? Which is going to be the Father in the nominal sense, as he's the source. Then there's like two other small G's in the predicative sense, right? They're fully divine, the Son and the Spirit. The problem with that is you will have to concede that in some sense there are three gods, right? But I mean, it's still, I mean, you can still say it's monotheistic in the sense that it has this one source. And for a lot of people, it is. For a lot of people, that's fun. Like for a lot of people, that resolves the issue for them. For me, it's not aesthetically pleasing to me, right? Say that in some sense there are these three gods. It's not pleasing to me, right? To say that. For me,
even three gods.
Yeah, I don't really like to say that in some sense there are these three gods, small G gods, especially when we're talking to Muslims, right? Might not be that crazy.
They're right if they say, the attainment of such a model is tritheism, right? Like three gods.
In some sense, right? But in other sense, it's monotheistic. If you're
counting, Alvito was saying like if it's qualitative, then it's just like how it's motivated or how it's understood. So he was saying something about like if it's qualitative, then yeah, I mean no one ever says like there are three gods, right? Although that is the natural attainment of the monarchical model.
Correct.
It's saying like
that's what's
it's not quantitative, so it's kind of cool. Still, I mean that's not the one I like that model, but I think it has problems.
The model is good because it doesn't like growth identity is very controversial, right?
Yes.
A lot of people don't really like it. That it can be construed as
it sounds like a cult, like
yeah, it can be like construed as a cult, that type of thing. With monarcho-trinitarianism, it avoids these controversial relations that one might like incur as a cost in its metaphysical system, right? Like you're not adopting these controversial identity relations that come out of identity. That's like the cool thing about monarcho-trinitarianism, I guess. But I don't like to say that in one sense there are these three small G gods. It doesn't boast well for me.
And that would be like the attainment of intelligence, right? Of son to father, for example. That would be the necessary attainment. That a small G does follow a capital G. It's such a
do you mind if I ask you a question?
No, so
identity. So specifically, I'm asking this because you said we have to adopt controversial identity assumptions. Seems to me that your personal identity, like your identity over time, you're already committed to these so-called controversial identity assumptions. Specifically, you're identical. You're the same person as you were 20 years ago, in some sense, but in a different sense, you have different features.
Yeah, you can say like it could motivate rather than it can say no. Actually, we have to accept it in a way if you want to say like you're the same person over these periods of time, right? Actually, like some people have divided rejoinders that have like Venus, for example, would say, well, actually, a really good solution to the problem of personal identity over time is A theory of time. Like if someone's an A theory of
Actually, I think you mean B theory.
No, actually, no. So if you're an A theorist of time, you didn't really exist 5 minutes ago because the past was that much.
Like, come on, man.
Well, it's only on the present that the past doesn't exist. If there's A theories where the past doesn't exist.
But Venus was assuming that the A theory of time that says that the past doesn't exist, right? From there, the problem for personal identity will exist, right? Because the past and the future don't really exist. It's only the present. So, like,
no, but that doesn't really solve the problem because there's still the proposition that you were the same person that you are now, right? You can still, on A theory, you can still make meaningful statements about the past and the future.
Well, I guess like on A theory of time where the past doesn't exist, there wouldn't be this relations that we're asked to state what it is, right? Because you don't treat
not so much about relations, it's about explaining the truth of certain propositions. Like proposition, you were the same person that you are now has a true value on A theory of time, right? Because the true value propositions about the past on A theory.
I don't know, maybe, right? Yeah, but I do agree with you, like generally, right? Like this is a problem, right? Personal identity through time. I don't feel like
there would be actually some people adopt perdurance theories, and then you exist as person stages, but these person stages are just like parts of you.
Yeah,
they're not like the entire person is composed of person like parts.
Yeah, I don't think like this.
And that's like a really bizarre view, right?
Yeah. I mean, these other answers like, oh, you know, there's like a billion, I can have down through obviously different time intervals, or there are these billion parts of this one person.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem to fit my intuitions and numbers right now.
And there's like the time worm version where you're just like,
the perdurance account. So thank you.
Well, there's different interpretations of that. There's endurantism too, and there's like, you know, basically once you're talking about time worms, you know, then you can treat part and whole relations separate.
Okay, yeah,
sure. Why you're always doing that stuff.
Well, the overarching point here is that if you reject these so-called controversial identity assumptions, then you have to adopt something like time worms or person stages, perdurance accounts, which seem equally problematic.
They don't use functional identity. Coptics don't use functional identity. It's basically what he's trying to say. They use a mystical explanation.
No, that's another good point you brought up. Functional identity is another example where identity persists despite differences in properties between two different objects.
You say it's a subsistent relationship, and Coptic would say it's a real hypostasis. It's just less abstract under the Coptic view.
Yeah, so it seems to me there are no good arguments against the relative identity view.
I don't think there are like good arguments. Like at the end of the day, it's just going to be a matter of intuition, right? Like, some people, I was just saying it's controversial, but I don't think there's going to be an argument per se.
But the natural intuition people have leads them to relative identity. It doesn't lead them to the idea that the perdurance or time worm views, like it doesn't lead them to view that you exist as a person stage, and right now you're just part of a 4-dimensional time worm. That's a really bizarre view that philosophers have conjured up.
I agree. I think actually, also I really like relative identity just as a standalone solution to the problem with your constitution, right? Like, as
with an atheist that had nothing to do with Judaism.
No, this is Thomism. This is Thomism. What we're talking about.
Yeah, people might say that Aristotle, like Michael Ray makes the point that relative identity actually goes back to, but he never uses the formal term relative identity, right? Michael Ray believes that like material homomorphism actually it does use relative identity in a way, but I mean Aristotle says like one in being but not one in number, or one in number but not one in being, right? And
but you can take act is F, but X is also G, and F and G are not identical. Isn't that a form of relative identity?
Yeah, so you have like two things that are the same F but not the same G, right? So there's a distinction between them, but yet they're counted as one thing, right?
Like the ship of Theseus thought experiments would be like some Greek philosophers preferred relative identity solutions to the ship of Theseus.
Yeah, some people argue that. Yeah. So they'll say it's not like a new concept, but formally speaking, using the term relative identity and formalizing it was not like reached in the 1960s.
But not some implausible fringe view that theists or Christians have come up with to solve Trinity, the problem of the Trinity.
Yeah, like Michael Ray believes that the church fathers actually held to like a form of relative identity when drawing out the doctrine of the Trinity.
Well, it's not the kind of worry that you should even be concerned with, because whether something is like weird is like irrelevant. So.
Correct. Like to solve the problem, the logical problem.
Well, you don't solve the problem. You use a mystical explanation. You use patristics. Catholics are using a more metaphysic and a deeper explanation. You're going to say, well, there's no relations with the persons, and we're saying no, there is real distinction. So you want to get away from using relational. We're saying the essence, the attributes are not the relational qualities. The essence is the same. Do you believe that does he believe that Jesus is the Logos is the first cause, right? I think
yeah, so the reason I said that is because some people say this is just an ad hoc move Christians make. It seems to me that's the most popular objection, is that it's logically coherent, but the metaphysics seems ad hoc.
Like I said, you could justify relative identity by providing it in these different contexts, right? Like isomorphism, material constitution, personal identity over time. Once you accept relative identity because of these, then you can apply to the Trinity, right? So at this point, it doesn't become ad hoc, the move that you make by applying relative identity to the Trinity.
Yes, like seems to me in like regular mundane situations we use, people apply the concept of relative identity.
Correct. That's the claim Michael Ray actually makes. Like, for example, let's say you have a piano that's made out of wood, right? A wooden piano. When you go and sell the piano, do you say, hey, there's the piano plus the wood? You just sell it as one object, right? From there, you actually did use relative identity. You did count it as one thing, even though there are distinctions within the piano, right?
But that has like counterexamples. Like some people might say the piano, the composite object, is different from its parts. It's from its material constitution. So they're not identical. Some like the wood.
Right? It's material from the soil, right? But the thing is, but we're not counting them as two objects, the piano and the wood that it's made out of, right? We usually count it as one object. That's a classic example.
Well, you count one as a part. And the other one is a whole. So there's only one sort of like the piano, but the part isn't even counted. Like the wood is supposed to be the part of the piano.
But I think a person like that is better. Some use the piano when they cut them up in pieces of wood, and wood is still the same substance. So, but there's different qualities in using that substance in different ways and bending it or cut it into whole pieces and so on and so forth. It's still made from the same substance.
Yeah.
So add to that, so if you sold the piano and the piano was cut down and made into a chair, then do you say that the piano and the chair are distinct, but the absolute identity is the same? I don't think we would do that, right?
Yeah, maybe if we should, if you modify this analogy, maybe we would maybe you can construct like different
analogies in which we wouldn't apply relevant identity that wouldn't seem to fit our intuition, right? But the analogy I was providing, I think it seems to fit our intuition when we have assuming that we're not going to cut up the piano to different pieces, right? Or whatever you want to do with it, right? Let's say you just have the piano and it's made out of wood, right? Usually we wouldn't count these as two objects, the piano and the wood. We would just count this as one wooden piano object, right? Even though there's a distinction between the wood and the piano. So by applying absolute identity, you would count them as two objects, but here we count them as. But usually the way we count these things is by saying that there's one object there. That would be an analogy of relative identity, because we are acknowledging there's a distinction, but we're not counting them as two objects. That's what absolute identity relations dictate for us to do. And from there, we are actually accounting by relative identity, as Michael Ray would suggest. And we do that often in many different other types of scenarios. Comes to the Constitution and stuff. Like, for example, if you have your hand and you fold it into a fist, right? It's still the same hand, it's still the same object, different forms of the same hand, right?
The Catholics are just going to say this distinction without division is grounded in relational of origin. It's origin. That's why you're able to make the chair from the substance of the piano, because the origin is of a substance that can be a chair also.
Is they the same thing? I think he's saying the same thing.
I apologize if I interrupted Bob. Bob, maybe you wanted to speak and I kept interrupting you. I apologize.
No. What I'm trying to say is that our method is using philosophical and metaphysical explanation. They're using a mystical and patristic explanation, the Coptics. So this is the difference. They can appeal to mystery. We're actually explaining the metaphysics.
Correct.
They don't like to over philosophize the Trinity, so they'll appeal to mystery. But the Catholics are very comfortable with using this language.
I mean, that's correct. Like, people claim that Eastern Orthodox or Anti-Orthodox, these Eastern churches are very mystical. They don't have these very sophisticated metaphysical systems and trying to explain away these doctrines, right? But I mean, I like to engage with, like, in analytical philosophy, right? I like to engage with maybe people who are not Christian and try to explain away using these different metaphysical notions, right? Give these metaphysical stories about these doctrines, right?
Well, they don't appeal to intuition then, please. Thank you.
Do you have a better explanation other than relative identity?
What do you mean? I'm a Thomist, so Thomist doesn't use the exact model of it because this was something we spoke about before they finalized. So if we want to use analytical philosophy, then we're going to get kind of lost a little bit. So I mean, it'd be nice if it's possible that we use the Thomistic framework, and then you guys can pick apart that. But when we have these general terms or we use generalities, then we're going to get lost in explanation. We're going to be talking past each other. So I think it's easier if we're going to attack the Thomistic model. We stick to the way, and then you guys try to steel man the Thomistic model and give us your objections. But just saying relative identity and an analytical sense is going to drive us away from what Thomist is saying, or Thomistic view is saying. So let's use the metaphysical baggage that the Thomists are using, and then argue from there.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, but that rarely happens because Thomas Aquinas has so much. He wrote so much throughout his life that he has so much writing. People don't like him.
no one's really ever going to be an expert. No one's ever really an expert in Thomistic theology, so it's very.
A lot of people, the problem is.
Strange though, Thomism is not.
No, people like.
It is, but it's hard to, it's like, explaining.
I guess like all people would say, especially philosophers, that Thomism is like there's a lot of gibberish in it on the intelligibility. Venus makes that argument, like Venus is right, Bob? Yes.
Nonsense. Well, that could be an argument that you could bring up. That could be an argument that you bring up, but first you would have to, steel man Thomistic view, and then
they have to
straight white gibberish.
All they have to do is ask what you mean, like when you make these statements, right?
Like what statement?
Like for example, that God doesn't have any properties. Right? What does that mean?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
The persons are real distinctions. They're not separate beings.
No, I'm talking about like.
There's no distinction in the essence, but there's distinction between the relation of origin. So you're just going to ignore that and not look into what I said. I'll put it in the chat. And you're just going to use, analytical philosophy. Then we're going to be talking past each other.
Yeah, like for example, also when you say like there's a minor virtual or major virtual distinction, there's like 13 different distinctions in objects. It's like great, like
bro, it's like active potentiality, bro. Stop, it's so nice.
Oh, it's so bad.
I mean, that's the way true.
I think
first of all, I don't think potentiality should be a way for us to explain God. So I'm not. Maybe you guys are used to talking Muslims. They use that word. I don't use that word.
It's the word.
Well, neither do the Thomists because they don't think God has potentiality.
God cannot have potentiality because it's an actualized being. Why are we giving potentialities for an intelligent being who needs to get actualized?
God is fully actualized.
Yeah. We're saying it is the case.
God is actualization itself. So why would a God of potential is the making of a weaker God?
The Son does what the Father does. You want to pull up the verse? I'm just using. I'm kind of like summarizing the verse, but
Son is what the Father does is hindsight for what the Father did, what the Son does. There we go.
Look at this cat.
I guess, Bob, if we say anything, I guess you could say it like that and just ruin every conversation. I mean, that's possible too. That's allowed.
That is possible.
That's by the way, people.
John 5:19. So
I'll
explain it. It says the Son can do nothing for himself, but only what he sees the Father do. Whatever the Father does, the Son does likewise. That's John 5:19. These have deep metaphysical meanings in the framework of the Trinity. Yeah, Bob, I guess if you're not interested in the conversation, you can switch it. You can change the conversation. Let's just change the conversation, I guess.
No, we don't have to change the conversation. It's very deep.
See, the wills are aligned.
Right now, reading the chat will be is what I say. Your argument, you think that the incarnation is a logical contradiction. Like it's not compatible with classical logic. Do you think, or
No, of course that's fine.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, the problem is like these people want to assume a lot of stuff in the background. And I said some things in response to what he's saying, even if maybe part of it was indirect. I said he was trying to put forward as like if he shows something is logically possible, that means he's ruled out like the actual world. But logically possible kind of assumes a very specific logic, which I may or may not even be agreeing to.
Yeah.
If he's assuming classical logic, I'm already disagreeing.
Yeah.
Because I don't think classical logic is the one that describes this.
Yeah.
You have a lot of idiots crying bitches in the sunshine.
This universe or this world is somehow that vindicates classical logic. Real world, therefore classical logic. Fucking
Classical logic is what we deal with in the real world, Sully.
Para consistency is like Sally's most favorite, I think. Alternative logic.
In the real world, bro.
Yeah, in the real world, talk about pair-consistent logic, talk about the Trinity.
Beyond that, his argument was like, if I can show a difference between
We're talking about don't people realize?
He was just calling out like distinction and plus someone, that's what.
yeah, but that doesn't tell
You literally have no idea what you're talking about, and then go read a fucking book.
every Trinitarian agrees that they're different persons.
Exactly. So it wasn't an intuitive response. It was like, wow, distinct persons, distinct gods.
Yeah, but that's the argument, right? And if he's just saying, oh, because my feels,
I'll give it a long time.
It was fun.
Some kind of true.
So, but yeah, I mean, if he wants to make the argument that distinction there for different beings, I asked him twice.
Did you introduce her? Did you tell her her relative identity?
Well, I did say that first, but it never actually got touched on.
Yeah, so that would have solved the whole.
I don't understand. He had really strong opinions about the, semantics and the logics, but he also freely admitted that he read very little on the topic and wasn't really sure about, the meta-logic aspects of it. I'm like, well,
The moment you
why do you have such strong opinions? Like, I don't understand what's wrong with this.
Now, the minute you say three distinct persons, like his first response, anyone's first response would be, wow, three gods. Like that would be.
That's something I'm making why would you be really committed to something and also say, but I don't really know much about this stuff. But you're wrong. You're really wrong. But I don't really know about this. Really, more. Like he said, you know way more than me about this topic. But also, you're really, really wrong. And I'm like, okay.
It's just listen. If a Muslim is objecting against the Trinity, it's because there's something about it. It's something about it that they want it to be true, right? There's something about that. Well, it sounds like a Muslim objection when you keep saying to you, no, the persons are not beings.
It was an atheist guy. Charles was having this argument with.
Al is the one making comments in the chat.
Oh, Al.
No, I was someone who just kept wanting to change the topic. Wasn't allowed to. But he can come up. I invited him back up to make the argument if he wants to.
Yeah, this is the reason why, engaging in Trinity with some Muslims. That's why I commend Mikhail, because at least he gives an explanation. He breaks it down.
He's possible, like other possible worlds and other.
Here we go.
That wasn't the topic of dumbass. Anyway, Alan, you can make the argument if you want to.
What I wanted to do was bring it back to the actual topic of the Trinity. That's what I wanted to do. So that's not.
No, that's fine. It was changing the topic from what we were talking about.
What happened was Albedo pointed at something shiny and you all jumped on it to realize otherwise.
Yes. There was a tangent about something they disagreed on.
Yeah.
So you were in fact changing the current topic.
Relevant to the
Thank you. And you say that, but nobody agrees with you and nobody cares, so you just make the argument.
Thank you for agreeing. I feel whether the Trinity is possible in some other universe with other logics will fucking reach.
Exactly. That's not what was said, you fucking retard.
Exactly. And he thought of another already. The reality is Albedo.
Even Norgis understood, even Andrew understood.
No, they didn't. Which is why they raised questions and then completely folded. He had questions. He wasn't tracking. He was he wondered a bunch of stuff. And then he didn't really object to the responses he was given. How is he the one tracking?
fucking moron.
Yeah, I know.
Where's the proposition? Get the fuck out of here. Let's just like fuck you.
So my question to you, Albedo, is this: if we're talking about Christianity, whether traditional or any variant, because you might have a variant understanding of Christianity, which type of logic does it appeal to?
We can just use classical logic because I don't think it's maybe inconsistent.
Yeah. So isn't if you word the proposition correctly, then it's not inconsistent with classical logic. But the reason why I ask this question is if you look at fully logical, consistent logic, no Christian would use them. Because what it does is it tolerates things like contradiction and mystery.
And that's those are the Christian movements. But he's obviously a minority. I agree.
Yeah. So using shiny objects in far distance and letting these guys jump on it doesn't actually address the issue. So we're dealing with classical logic. Why? Because it's this world. And Christianity appeals to classical logic. And that you have is incarnation of Jesus.
I disagree. Well, I think this world doesn't appeal to classical logic. But the question about whether it's a contradiction is something I already hold to. Like, I don't think contradictions are true. And so if the question is trying to show me a contradiction, then yeah, you would show me that in this world, like, it's impossible. Like, that can't actually be the case. And I would accept that if you could do that.
So you'd agree it's impossible. Incarnation of Jesus is impossible in this world. Based on classical logic.
I'm saying if there is a contradiction, then it's not true in this world. That's what I'm saying.
If there is a contradiction, it's not true in this world. But isn't Christianity trying to appeal to this world? Wasn't Jesus within this world?
Right, that's what I'm saying. If you show me the contradiction, I'll just stop being Christian.
Yeah, the incarnation is the issue.
Oh, look how you weren't tracking at all, Al. Look how you weren't tracking at all. Because that wasn't the problem.
I'm identifying the problem. I'm expanding upon it. And I've already said in text.
Yes, you misidentified the problem.
No, I'm addressing what someone else said. Don't speak for somebody else. He was trying to make the argument. Your faculties didn't allow you to understand the argument. Your faculties didn't allow you to understand the argument. And this is your response.
That's just vacuous rhetorical.
You're ignorant, just be quiet. That's educated. So sit quietly and listen.
I mean, you can't teach anyone anything.
No one cares what you have to say. I'm speaking to Albie.
That's demonstrably false. But that is true of you, though. That is true of you, though.
You trying to make a friend? What? You ain't got no friends?
What is this?
I'm speaking to Albie. So in other words, shut up.
Okay.
Mute yourself. Mute yourself, Bob. No one wants to address you.
That's also false.
I said earlier you're a monkey. I don't want to address you.
Don't recycle your jokes for us.
Don't speak with myself, Bob. You're beneath me.
Okay.
I'm addressing Albino. So
you are more than hard, my dude. Just continue the conversation. I get you really mad.
There we go. Now mute up. Because no one wants to address you.
Stop modeling. You just continue.
Again, you're doing it again, Bob. I don't want to hear your voice. So I don't mute up. So I can address you.
Shit!
You're doing it.
Go to some other room if you don't want to.
You don't understand, Bob. You don't understand.
What do you not understand?
What do you not understand? I don't want to address you, so be quiet.
I don't care.
So be quiet. Oh, you want to be my friend, is it? Oh, okay, let's be friends.
No, you're a dumbass.
Yeah, let's be friends.
Just like continue your convo, but you don't get to impose your rules. Go make a room, and then you can impose your rules on that room.
My conversation with Albino.
Yeah, please.
No one wants to address.
Please continue.
No one wants to address.
Stop repeating yourself and just continue the convo.
Do you know what be quiet means? Let's say
yes, but I don't have to take orders from you.
You know your mouth with your lips together and notes.
Alveda, do you want to do this? Or he's about to be thrown out of the room. Do you want to do this?
Yeah, I'm waiting for it.
I don't want to do what you guys are doing.
Exactly.
No, I agree, which is why I'm trying to end
exactly. I want to speak to
you guys are fighting.
Go ahead.
No, I just want you, Albino. I don't want to deal with Muppets like Bob. Shows his intelligence. He shows his ignorance.
What would you like to know?
So going back to what I'm saying, when we're talking about incarnation, how is incarnation coherent with logic?
classical logic.
I mean, I guess like there's no inconsistencies given the rules.
Explain.
I don't know how else to. Like, supposedly you're coming to me with a problem rather than just asking me a question.
Okay, so you want me to define the problem?
Yeah, that'd be helpful.
Okay, so you believe Jesus has one essential being, right? Which is the same as the being of the Father.
Yeah.
Agreed? But there's different persons.
Between the Father and the Son.
Yeah, between the Father and the Son. So earlier, I think it was Christian, they were trying to make this argument. They were trying to say the mental states of Jesus and the Father are not the same. Yeah. Likewise, the physical states of Jesus and the Father are not the same. As a result, there's a contradiction. Because so they would have to be the same to be the same being. Now,
but wait, before you move on, that statement I don't agree with.
I know which I'm happy with.
Right, but that's like going to be the thing that needs to be shown. Like, why?
No, because there's a theological argument that you're presenting. So you're presenting a theological argument, and we can go. So the theological argument is we're not talking about the modes and the persons. We're talking about the essence. True.
Talking about the essence in terms of what?
But they have the same essence. They come from the same essence. They're the same being. They're not the same person. So that's the theological argument against it, right?
Yeah, because different persons don't imply the same or different essences.
The point being is this: if you look at the entity of Jesus and you look at the entity of God the Father is not corporal, right? He's eternal. Jesus the Son is human, mortal. In terms of mental, God is omniscient, immutable. Jesus is limited. He has experiences, he has growth, he has ignorance, he has pain. So the physical states differ, the mental states differ, the experience differs.
Yeah, but why were you saying that those are part of the essence?
No, what I'm saying is the theological response would be that the essence is the same, but the personhood is different. I'm just establishing groundwork here.
But I'm just saying the essence is just, we'll just say the three armies, just to make it easier.
Yeah.
If you think that there's more, we can talk about that for all of them.
No, that's fine.
Okay. So all these other things about like one went through pain and one didn't is kind of wrong.
Yeah, so the Father and Son are the same being in essence, but they're distinct in personhood, right? This is what your claim is.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's issues with this. So first of all, what you're doing is you're redefining identity. So if we talk about logic and identity, it requires sameness of properties.
Yeah, I agree. But that doesn't tell us if we're talking about absolute or within the context.
Say that again, sorry.
Like when we say X is the same as Y, that doesn't tell us if we're talking about just some of X and some of Y, or all of X and all of Y. Sometimes we just mean it within the context.
I'll explain the context here.
I have the same car as you.
Identity work against, like, I am the same person that was yesterday.
There's something, but like if I just
But
say
like,
I have the
I'm
same
not
car as you,
absolutely identical. Like, there's differences between me today and me yesterday, right?
just think about this for a moment, and obviously this will be kind of just the ambiguity of the language, but just for now, work with it. If I say I have the same car as you, does that mean that we actually just drive the literal same object, or is it that we both possess the same kind of car? Because
No, but that's
the language of same doesn't denote anything in specific. It just talks about similarities between another things.
Yeah, but when we talk about same divine essence, see what you're doing is you're risking semantics here. Well, you're appealing to semantics. Calling two beings with radically different properties the same, you're stretching the ordinary meaning of identity here.
I'm just not talking about the entire object.
We want the personal identity over time. You're not the same in terms of all your properties as you were yesterday, right? Some of your properties are different. That's the word either. You're saying God was different than he is today. Obviously, that's not what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
You could imply that.
It's a part of this thing for what.
This isn't the strongest argument. Wait, so
Now,
let's
that's
just talk.
what is this theory in common sense usage of identity, right? Which doesn't mean that you share all the same properties, right?
No, in ordering object identity requires sameness of properties.
Listen to what I'm saying. There's an ordinary usage of identity, as in like I'm the same person I was yesterday. Which doesn't involve all the properties being the same, right?
Do you agree with that? If you said something.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, I missed a bit, so I think I cut off.
Say there's some usage of identity where not all the properties have to be the same, right? Because like I'm identical to who I was yesterday, right? I'm the same person, right? But the point is that I don't share all the same properties as the person yesterday, right? Some change between them and not, right?
I mean, we can do the specifics. Like, if you want to do the absolute identity, we'll just do it by like properties. We won't do it by like names of things.
No, I'd rather go on to the other types.
Okay.
But what I would say is, if you look at I think it's Leibniz's law. Then what do you indiscernibility of identicals?
Yeah, but that's assuming the absolute.
Yeah. So if A equals B, then every property of A is a property of B.
Right, and we're trying to show
Yeah, but again, what you're doing is you're shining the object in the air and saying, look at that, we're dealing with God here. We are dealing with that.
And I'm saying you're trying to hold.
Why are you still fucking this up?
You said you're holding to the mutability in God, like how are you showing immutability? That's what he's saying.
No, he's just asserting you must use this type of identity. That's just he's just asserting we must use this because real world, because real. I'm giving him an example from the real world, from ordinary language, right? I'm giving him an example, and he's just brushing it aside.
No, you don't understand what I'm saying.
He's dropping it, and he's just saying because it's God, immutability is not a question.
It's not about change.
I'm not talking about change, yes.
Yeah, you need to explain that.
Well, he didn't mention it.
Okay, let's move on to because this isn't the strongest argument, and I don't really want to, place my flag on this argument. The issue that I have more so is with incarnation itself, because it's paradoxical. So if the Son's fully human and he's fully divine,
Like one's mortal and one's not mortal or something.
they're mutually contradictory properties in the same respect.
Yeah, and there is a resolution to this that I was kind of opposed to at first, but maybe it seems okay. I think that this is like the thing I have the bigger problem with, well, especially between the two, but of all the things I think are more problematic with Christianity, I think this is one of them. If I were to like put stock down on something, but we don't have to say that like the essential properties of a human are to be mortal. In fact, it seems like the story shows otherwise. Like conditionally, it seems like Adam and Eve could have been immortal if they hadn't, done anything wrong. Then they would be from the tree of life indefinitely. And that means they're just not mortal. But some people would say the essence of a human. The essence of a human. Yeah. The essence of a human is like to be like a rational being or something. And the essence of God is to be the three harmonies. Maybe also to be rational too, but like further.
Also, like a lot of philosophers, like Zoroaster, for example, make the move by saying like, even though we're all mortal, all human beings, it's not like an essential part. We call it like a common property. It's found in almost humanity. it's not essential. And they usually what make by also saying Adam and Eve story before the fall, they were immortal. Right? So like but after the fall all humans seem to be like immortal. And they'll say that that's just a human counterpart. It's not essential for you to be considered a human being as Adam and human beings before the fall and they did all possess the property, right?
So because we're dealing with being, right? Kind of being simultaneously noble things and being ignorant at the same time. You know? And that's the incarnation paradox, or one aspect of it.
Okay, so you think Jesus is both omniscient and not omniscient?
Well, that's what Christianity asserts.
I don't think. Well, I would say that no. Almost every one of us will deny that. It's not what we say, bro.
The human nature of Jesus. When we talk about the human nature of Jesus, are you saying that the human nature of Jesus?
Natures don't know things.
The human nature of Jesus, because this is why I went through it to begin with. I said to you, from mental properties, was Jesus limited in knowledge?
Well, limited is like probably gonna be a dubious word there because if you take the kenosis approach, they're gonna say he emptied himself willingly. But what emptying there, I don't think means no longer is omniscient. It's more like chosen limitations to access.
Yeah, but it doesn't explaining what it is doesn't change anything.
Okay, well then we would just say he's always omniscient. I mean that's really gonna be the crux of it. He's never not omniscient.
Okay, let's look at it from a physical because this is kind of wording for the sake of it. Because we established this at the start. I said God the Father is non-corporal, right? And he's eternal. Yeah. Jesus has a human body and he's mortal.
Yeah.
So that's not the same between the two, right? Their physical state's different. Mm-hmm. And we spoke about mental properties. God the Father is omniscient, immutable. And I think I said Jesus is limited. He has experience of growth. He has a level of ignorance, and he went through pain. So the mental things are different as well. And then we spoke about experience, right? Yeah. Impassable versus passable. So we've established that already. And this is what leads to the paradox.
Okay, so do you want I think the probably strongest thing of what you said there is God is impassable, but he can't be impassable because Jesus gains new experiences, something like that, right?
It's like, I mean, you gotta separate the problem of the incarnation and the problem of the Trinity. They're two different things. You can have the Trinity where like Jesus is never incarnate, and so the problem of the Trinity would still be there if there is a problem, regardless of the incarnation. So it's like these are two different things.
Yeah, do you think you are trying to like mold them into one argument? And like Sully said, like the Trinity could be true even if like he never incarnated. So like the incarnation problem should be like its own problem.
How does I mean this is generally asking how does the Trinity become true without the incarnation?
Because the second person pre-exists the incarnation. Supposedly Jesus already existed before he was incarnated. That's what the second person is.
Yeah, but in a context, I'm just referring to the Son. Yeah, but we have to make it real, right? Jesus lived. And was fully.
But it is real.
The point is there's no incarnation done, right? Yeah, and there is a separate sort of line of argumentation.
You can't take incarnation. What I'm saying, so is you can't take it out of the context of Christianity. You can't cherry pick.
Yeah, but we can still focus on one thing at a time.
You know, but let's focus on Christianity. Let's not focus on
It's not one thing. You're focusing on multiple different aspects of Christianity.
Yeah, I'm dealing with Christianity in totality.
Well, do you think there's a problem without the incarnation?
Say that again, sorry.
Do you have a problem without the incarnation? Is there a range?
I really don't know what that means because when I'm dealing with Christianity, what are we talking about here? We're talking about essence of person. That's the
I can't believe you vouched for this person.
So we're talking so we're talking about essence of person here, right?
Really realistic.
I mean, friends with, even if you think he's stupid. I can be friends.
No, I agree. I just like it surprises me. Yeah, that's continue.
In the whole thing of reincarnations, where you're very to nature is the idea that we should resolve the issue of
Let's talk about two wills and exactly, and you need to resolve the wills first.
Usually, the problem is like the two-person problem.
What's
like the historical,
or like the problem a lot of people might pose is like how can one person be, for example, fully omniscient but omniscient simultaneously? Yeah.
I think the impassibility one is kind of an interesting one. Actually, I've never really considered that one before. If the second person's impassible, but Jesus learns something, even in experience, that actually is interesting. I have to think about that. What do you think about that?
He has a glorified body. He has a glorified body. Right?
Are you talking about what the impassibility? Yeah, I mean, but you were talking about like impassibility and impassibility. Like how
so
the
like
person.
How can he learn something like that, like pain, if he's impassible?
Yeah, so I really like the model that suggests the composition of like a lot of people will offer like the idea that composite objects can have multiple different aspects, it can have contradictory properties. Like body soul composite analogy, right? Like you have the body being material, the soul being immaterial. So you can have like you can say like the human being is both immaterial and material, but it's used in different aspects of one and the same being because it's a composite being. Likewise with Christ, he would be this composite object that has a divine aspect and a human aspect. These contradictory properties are going to be attributed to different aspects of one and the same composite being. So like people will suggest that the LPI, the logical of the incarnation, assumes that Christ is a simple being or a simple object, and not one of not the composite object.
So I'll be to answer your question. Why am I not addressing one without the other? Why am I not? Because we're talking about so the last person that was speaking about being this one. I'm saying this is ambiguous now. Ontologically, it's ambiguous. So if we have two,
you have opposite
So essentially what I'm saying.
Objects have.
So essentially what I'm saying, Albedo, is this.
Can you go now? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying like you believe that you can have composite objects that can have different properties attributed to different aspects of that one and same object. So that Christ has a divine aspect and a human aspect of his one composite being. He would be impassible with respect to his divine aspect, impassible with respect to his human aspect, as being construed as a composite being, right, or composite object, right?
And the problem, issue about impassibility though is targeting something very specific already, namely like mentality or something. Obviously they didn't really think of it, they didn't use those words back then, but we're trying to translate it into modern language. And I think impassibility is going to be like his mentality, whatever it is, doesn't suffer change through like pain, his emotions, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just apply that also to his mind, right? I could say like, the mind is going to be ultimately like a concrete object, right? So you can say like a mind could be composite, right? So you can have like multiple different aspects of the one and the same mind, right? So there could be like a divine aspect and a human aspect of one and the same mind, right? So you can have like one and the same mind that has divine mental properties and human properties attributed to different aspects of its one.
So you want to say that Jesus like gets for lack of a better word, a bigger mind?
Sure, if you want to call it that, yeah. It would be like one
kind of clumsy, but
one way it could also be construed is this way. You could say like, well, there are these two. Some people have offered this model, right? Like there are these two minds that are counted as one mind because they're undivided. Right? So like you can have these two particulars, and you're counting particulars by division, right? So that the two particulars are counted as one particular, even though they're still distinct. That's another
minds can be divided in like some like we have like this subconscious and negative conscious, but it's all one mind.
Superconscious. Yeah, exactly. But however, like wouldn't like three persons entail three distinct minds?
Oh, no. So like want to do that in modernity, although I don't think like that's required.
Like superconscious says
gets weird because in my model of the case, which I think like the hylomorphic model, right, where you have these three hylomorphs, one at the same divine essence, I would just say, yeah, you have three hylomorphs, one at the same divine mind, you have the three hylomorphs, one at the same divine will, you have three, you would just apply it to all of these different layers so that, yeah, each person would have a mind, they're distinct from each other, but they're counted as one mind, right? So that, like you have these three forms, one at the same mind, you can say, right, the three modes of subsistence, one at the same mind. So yeah, each person would possess the mind, they're distinct, but they're not counted as three minds, but one mind. The same logic with like gods, counting gods, right? The same logic could apply to like the divine mind or the divine will. You will still get this one God. Yeah, yeah.
Do you want to say that like each person has its own mind, but also God has a single mind too?
Yeah, because sure, because each if anything that's attributed to the divine essence would be attributed to the persons, right? But in a distinct sense, right? So yeah, each person. So yeah, the divine essence would have this mind that would be also attributed to the persons having their own distinct mode of this divine mind, right? But at the end of the day, they're just going to be counted as one mind. Three modes for one and the same mind. They can see, right?
The problem is that this then, if we're talking about the same being, because that's what Christianity asserts, then this becomes ambiguous ontologically. Why? Because if you've got two entities and they have different mental states or mental and physical states, yet you're still calling them the same being, then you're losing precision when it comes to.
Well, I mean that's the whole point of relative identity, right? Is to say like there's distinction but sameness, right? So like yeah, we're applying relative identity for God, for the divine mind, for the divine will, right? So we're saying that there's a distinction between mental states, but they're not counted as three, but one, because of relative identity.
I think like really, some of the Shias will try to make this like kind of similar point from the Sunnis, like if you want to try to divide the properties of
exactly. Like
it's the same kind of
exactly the attributes that are distinct and separate at the essence are very much like 99 distinct attributes. Therefore, distinct.
You guys are doing it again. You're doing the relational qualities. That's the essence. That's what I'm saying. You guys just don't listen. You just keep making the same mistake. You just keep going around in a circle.
And these are the Shias and the argument for the Tawhid, right? So that is
but we're not talking about Tawhid. We're talking about the Trinity. Yeah. I know, I understand. But, if you want to understand the Trinity, you have to understand it is who, we're talking about who something is or what something is. These are two different things. This is the reason why they get confused. And nature is what you are. The person is who you are. They refuse to understand this and want to keep going over this straw man constantly. Just go around in a circle. Ella's been told this 4 times and then just repeats the sentence.
Is this guy a Muslim?
Never answered. Like he never answered. Albedo answered him and told him, you're talking about distinctions of essence. That's not what we're talking about. We're just talking about the relational qualities. What something is.
It's
gonna keep doing it. It doesn't matter. It's just a merry-go-round.
You actually don't know what you're talking about.
Of course, and then you can say that too. Yeah, that's another thing.
You have no idea what you're talking about. We're having a conversation again.
Repeat it. Sure, we'll go over it again. One more time.
So I'm having a conversation with Albedo and Coptic at this point.
There's other people listening in the room that listen to how you just don't pay attention.
No, you don't understand.
It's not fun.
You don't understand the
You could have just told me you were some dumb Muslim motivated.
It's funny because as soon as someone's Muslim, all of a sudden what they say doesn't count. That's the nature of this room.
No, it just explains why you're dumb.
No, this is
Never mind. Go ahead.
It's making Muslim argument. It's making Muslim argument.
Are you being mean to me?
No.
Exactly. So
You're just not tracking what I'm saying.
So you tell no.
Go back to talk to Albedo. I wasn't talking to you. I don't know why you're talking to me. I wasn't talking to you.
Yeah, be quiet, Chat. I was having a conversation.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's why you're dumb.
If you're still speaking,
it makes sense.
No one cares what you have to say. Be quiet.
You don't think Muslims have a reason to reject Trinity, though?
Of course, but I'm not making an argument from a Muslim standpoint. So if you notice what I said, and I was very specific
That's not what was claimed.
Be quiet. There's specific arguments that I'm making here. What I'm saying is Trinity, it doesn't follow ordinary metaphysics. Christian theology puts a resolution there for it. But then it creates the issue of incarnation.
But it's in your religion to believe that there can be a Trinity. So it seems that there's some kind of religious motivation.
Are you
Christian? If you just told me you were
Christian? Are you Christian?
No.
Okay, therefore you have a motivation as well, right?
A vision about what?
You have a motivation as to why you wouldn't accept Trinity.
Yes, but I'm not the one who's making the arguments against the Trinity, retard.
Oh, no, it's not the same. It's not the same.
I'm not the one making the anti-Trinitarian arguments, you fucking dumbass. So how could I be motivated in that direction? Fucking moron. I'm not making anti-Trinitarian arguments.
Even if that was Bob L, the degree to which you are motivated by the Quranic verses, disagreeing with the Trinity and God having a son, that's a significantly stronger motivation. Than how Bob feels.
Here's an idea, dumbass. I'm a non-believer. I don't believe in the Trinity, yet I am defending Albedo's arguments. So how could I be motivated in that direction? You fucking monkey. You absolute ape retard.
I'm addressing chefs. So would you make the same argument?
Holy shit.
Would you make the same argument for an atheist that doesn't believe in
so fucking embarrassing?
But be quiet. No one cares.
Yeah, I think I understand your question, bro. Everyone's motivated by something. It's just the point isn't specific. It's not that crazy for them to say that, oh, you're Muslim. That's why you're hating on the Trinity. You guys, bro, like no matter what anyone says, you guys just say the same thing. Oh, it doesn't make sense. Yeah, but God, stop. Like sometimes it's like you guys are NPC. You just say the automatic response instead of talking about what we just said.
More like they all come in here and they all have the same bottom of the barrel script. How could this happen? Why don't you come? What's the problem?
Be quiet.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
You copy that, bro?
I'm Muslim.
So chef.
I'm thinking
it boils down to some shit.
I think one reason why I don't believe in the Trinity is because it's not explicitly laid out in the Bible. It's one of the things you have to do, like exegesis, to discover. You would think that like important metaphysical truths about the nature of the divine is that it's like a legit thing would be kind of like spelled out explicitly. And you have a theory for why it is kind of like this thing that requires exegesis.
Like the same argument could be made by like Unitarian Christians as well. It's not necessarily.
The word was God and the word became flesh. So yes, it's about that explicitly. Sorry.
That wasn't said until the New Testament.
In Psalms 33:6, it says there was the Lord and his word and his breath, all of which were creating. So there's the three which are distinct from each other, all of which are identified as the creator, which Isaiah says is Yahweh alone.
Yeah, so for me, like the way I look at it, even if I concede to, right, then there is, like, yes, there is no verse that says all the arguments three, one time person included, right, and throughout mistakes. I agree with that, right, but for me, I actually don't believe that there is a concept of the reading of the text, right? You're always gonna have to appeal to some interpretive tradition when it comes to like these religious scriptures, right? And so for me, yeah, I would depend on like interesting church fathers and the way they look at these verses, if they interpret those verses. And for me, I like the argument I would make then for like apostolic Christianity, right? Roman Catholicism, Eastern Orthodoxy, right? As to why they're the true form of Christianity, right? I mean, the way my justification for Christianity would be like providing arguments for Christianity, then providing arguments for apostolic. From there, we could trust like Christian sources when it comes to laying out the doctrine of church and their lenses of looking through the scriptures, right? But you're right, like this can be a problem, by the way, for Protestants, right? Who would say, yeah, we're not going to accept church fathers at all.
Imagine like Maimonides models for like the monotheistic God, right? Whilst like scripture, especially the Old Testament, is like a fully anthropomorphic God, if read quite literally. So yeah, I think these doctrines.
Yeah, so like the problem then also becomes exactly the problem is like with the biblical way of interpreting verses. A lot of times you find fathers saying, "Oh, this verse is figurative, this verse is literal," and like you never really know what the scriptures are trying to get at, except through some interpretive tradition, right? That lays it out very clearly and explicitly, like what we saw in the ecumenical councils led by the church fathers, right? So this is where I would make an appeal to patristics. I would say, yeah, I mean, I think I would be justified in appealing to patristics, laying out narrative that's not the authors.
Do you have a theory for why these councils are needed? Why not just say I'm a tripersonal being, blah 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 blah? And then also why the Old Testament doesn't keep harping on God is one over and over, and not say God is three over and over? Why? Just go with that.
Yeah, so I mean, even if you had like a verse that says one tripersonal being, right? That can still be interpreted in a modalist sense. Like you can still have modalists saying, oh yeah, there are these three persons that are identical to each other, right? But that they're distinct only in form, right? So but that's why I still don't think like there's such a thing as like the plain reading. Right? This is where it gets very complicated, and that's why I think it's a waste of time when people try to debate interpretation of scripture without like having the hermeneutical keys. One of them being that just some central authority that finally submits true correct interpretation of a certain text, right? And that's why I think actually a really good argument can be presented for apostolic Christianity being like a really good way of figuring out which interpretation is the true interpretation of the text, right? So even if you think like there's these explicit texts that could have been said, you would have still had people who would have still on board with clarity. Oh, this could still be a modalistic, we can still spin it into a modalistic sense, right? Try personal being. Well, yeah, I mean, modalists say there are three persons, but there's three forms, or three modes at different times, right?
What about the point about how God in the Old Testament keeps harping on about how he's one, Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad? Why is that? Like, why not say, I'm three? Like,
yeah, I mean,
it seems strange.
Yeah, I mean, the way the patristics actually interpret that, right? That is a concern, by the way, that was addressed by certain church scholars. That why wasn't this like more clearly expressed in the Old Testament, this threeness thing, right? And they'll say, yeah, God didn't. I mean, that's going to be their interpretation of the situation, right? They'll say like, oh, God didn't want to, like, it wasn't time yet to reveal the whole truth of the nature of God. They were still at this very preliminary stage, right, where they were just trying to get the plan to action, to have this established kingdom so the Messiah can come through. And once the Messiah comes, then he can reveal this tri-personal relationship between the persons, right, through the incarnation. So like, a lot of people interpret by trying to explain why God wasn't more explicit about the multi-personal relationship that exists, right, within the nature of God back and forth. So they'll say it's a preparatory type thing. People wouldn't have been concerned, like it wasn't really that concerning for God to reveal his true nature of being like one of threeness, right? That's going to be the way they justify that.
So, Tom, I have a quick question for you, right? With this kind of like model of explaining that God is one, right? Like under Christianity, right? That God is one despite having like three persons, and this does not necessitate that there are three gods, right? How would you respond to, like, let's say, for example, every paganistic faith, right? Let's say the adherents of those faiths, they come up with the exact same model, but it would apply to like all of their gods. So for example, like let's say they come up with a form of like Greek mythology or any other form of paganism, like Hinduism or anything like that, and they come up with the same exact model, right? Would you also say that they are following a monotheistic faith if they give the same line of argumentation that a Christian would give to explain that it's really one God with three persons? Would you say that they would also be monotheistic if they presented the same model from a logical sense?
listening so far, right? And it seems like like there is a model being presented that prevents any kind of like logical contradiction between monotheism and the fact that there are three persons, right? I'm not saying that Hinduism, I'm not saying that these faiths, that they present the same model. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that what if someone, okay, from each one of these faiths, they come up with a version of their faith. They basically say that all of their beings that they worship, right? That these are all just personalities. These are all just like persons of like a godhead, right? Like a trinity, okay? And they make the same line of argumentation. So basically, okay, if there are multiple gods, right? Maybe they don't even call them gods, right? Let's say they use the terminology that wouldn't entail any logical contradiction, but they find a way to argue around it, right? And whatever deficiency they find, like they find within their system, they explain it away by saying that there's some sort of dual nature. Like they give the same line of argumentation, but for any kind of like paganistic faith, would you also accept that they're monotheistic? I guess not.
Bro, Hinduism is monotheistic. What are you speaking about?
No, I mean I don't think you're
He's saying if they give the same like logical argument or the same model for their god, like what is that?
I mean, if you're saying like,
it is very, very similar actually.
But that's not focused. Yeah, but that's not focused on Hinduism. So like, he wants to say in the general sense, if you have like a big, I mean, if you have a question. I wasn't talking about any particular faith. I don't really care about any particular, right? And I'm not saying that they do make this argument. I'm giving a hypothetical scenario of, let's say some paganistic faith, right? Doesn't matter which one it is. It's hypothetical here, but they're presenting the same model to justify monotheism the way that like so far you guys have been presenting, like some of you guys have been presenting to explain that there's a monotheism and that Jesus has dual natures. Like let's say someone has it's not just like three, but let's say there's like a billion persons in there. It's not a trinity, right? But it's like a billion and different persons, but they make the same argument that it's like one God. Would you also say that would be monotheistic? Oh, absolutely, yeah. So like, so for me, like the symmetry breaker, I can say between the Trinity and polytheism, right, is one of division, right? The three persons are undivided; they share one and the same essence. And these pagan polytheistic systems, let's say like the Greek pantheon, they believe that these different gods were divided, right? Each one was in a different, maybe if you want to use spatial terms, right, in a different space or what have you, right? They were all divided, and so yeah, I mean, then you have multiple divine beings, there are multiple divine existences, so they're divided, right? But in the Trinity, you have this unity between the three persons. They share the same divine essence. And the model that I like that they share is like having multiple distinct isomorphic compounds from the same material source, being counted as one material object at the end of the day, right? So divine essence, you would have this three persons sharing only the same divine essence, all that being counted as one divine object because they're undivided, right? And so yeah, that's going to be the huge symmetry breaker. So, but if you want to say, oh, there's like these billion persons sharing one and the same divine essence and they're undivided, yeah, then I would count them as one object. But yeah, that would be monotheism, according to my standard of monotheism. No, I definitely see what you're saying.
That's just modalism, bro. That's it. It still qualifies as monotheism because it's just different. Like Brahma, Shiva, Vishnu, like our creator, the sustainer and the destroyer, right? So these are basically like attributes of the same Brahman or the monad, the one. So it's not very different from Christianity and even Islam if you want to sort of see God's attributes as like just calling them different names, but they don't share one essence with Brahman. I don't know. This would be I don't know if you take for Islam or not, but this would also be true for Islam.
It's true for Islam more so, because for Hindus, the different gods are just forms of the one ultimate
Yeah, they're just attributes.
But no, they're not just attributes.
They are just attributes.
They're not just.
And each one, like Lakshmi, Vishnu, and Lakshmi, the goddess of wealth, etc., etc. They still have that winter. So yeah, they make it already because
So you refuse to accept the fact we're talking about the relational qualities, and you guys don't listen, and you keep saying attributes. You're just not interested in having a conversation.
My God, why
They're just not interested. They're just not interested in learning anything they want to speak in their metaphysics from what I guess the Sahaba has explained. Muhammad didn't look into any of that as foolishness. So whatever it is what it is, right? Just show up. And they'll continue to do it. As many times as you say, that's the reason why they don't come to groups like they're going to be manhandled. Let them say in their safe space in Amira's room or the other guy's room. This is legitimate in the Muslim, but not in the real world. This is what is in the Muslim. Too much Muslim. Last more
what is Muslim?
You mean that's just
ultra.
Andrew, you there? Now, I have another follow-up question, right? Do you think that basically any system of paganism can be formulated into monotheism through this line of argumentation? So do you think, from a Christian perspective, right? From a Christian perspective, you believe in the fact that the devil can whisper and the devil can mislead people and all of that kind of stuff. So how do you feel, with the fact that pretty much any pagan can sort of come up with a system to argue against you? They'll say that you claim to be a monotheist.
How you know that's not wrong? That sounds exactly like what Muhammad.
I mean, how so?
Say what you said again.
I'm saying, right? You can have any pagan, right, that has a system of their pagan belief, right? They could come up with a model, okay, that logically, right, the same model that has been used to say that Christianity is a monotheistic religion, right? While there are three persons, they're co-equal and all of that stuff, right? If the same model is used to say that there's one God, right? I'm saying that pretty much any kind of pagan polytheist can come up with some way using the intellectual gymnastics to basically argue that they're also monotheistic. So it almost becomes way to justify any kind of But I've already answered that, right? For example, Zach, right? Let's use that analogy here. Let's say you have a lump of clay and you form it into both the pillar and the statue. So then the pillar and the statue are considered two forms of the same lump of clay. Right? The lump of clay is concrete, it's not this abstract person. It's considered as being literal. Right? That's not found in these polytheistic, the earlier polytheistic systems, right? So Zeus and Apollo, right, were not two hydromorphic compounds of one and the same essence, this concrete thing that they were sharing. Right? Both were separated, both were divided. Right? They weren't sharing the same concrete essence, right? Or concrete, what's in essence we call concrete universals or tropes. They can be also considered as tropes. Right? They weren't sharing that. The way it's traditionally conceived that these polytheistic systems the universal was abstract, right? You could say like they were members of one and the same abstract universal, but they weren't. The essence itself wasn't like this concrete thing that was shared by these different persons. So they weren't like these different forms of one and the same being, right? One and the same existence. They were multiple divine existence or multiple divine beings. Zeus and Apollo, etc.
Yeah, I guess that's a good one.
Now, if you want to then say, well, they can, reconstruct the model, right, by saying Zeus and Apollo share, the same concrete trope, right, so that they're one divine being. Then sure, yeah, but that's not the way it's the tradition conceived these different monotheistic systems, right?
No, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it may not be done traditionally, right? But I mean, look, the thing is, like, I mean, there are multiple different kinds of groups that claim to be following the Old Testament and the New Testament. They're Unitarian Christians. Whether they're considered, actual Christians or heretics or not, I mean, that would be a side discussion. I mean, depending on where you're coming from, right? But I think that this kind of this could possibly, I think, make monotheism something that could just be argued away with any kind of pagan system. I just think that it could undermine monotheism.
No, but he just gave you the argument against that. So specifically, Zeus and Apollo are supposed to be distinct physical entities. They're not the same substance, but
no, so yeah,
Jesus and the Father are supposed to be the same substance.
Yeah, traditionally, but I mean, look, the thing is, like, you could in different Christian denominations, people that, like I said, there are Unitarian Christians, right?
We're not views.
No, of course, mainstream. So I'm not saying, and I think this is what Nargis was maybe misunderstanding what I was saying. I'm not saying that Hinduism or these faiths do make these arguments, right? I know they don't, but I'm saying that you have somebody who's really savvy with philosophy. You could pretty much have any kind of paganism, and they would basically find a way to formulate some model that would entail monotheism in the same exact way.
Yeah, you're presupposing Christianity's paganism. That's really dishonest.
No.
But you can use this and you can repeat yourself 100 times. You're basically calling Christians pagans.
No. I mean, look, I understand that you have a model, right? But I'm wondering how do you? It almost seems like if that model is true and it is monotheism, then systems that are paganism, that even Christians would agree is paganism, they almost use a similar model to basically justify their belief in a way that would logically make it sense that it's
monotheism. They're allowed to call us pagans over and over again. They're not attraction. Just.
There's no motivation for monotheism. It either is or it's not. And they're much older models. Believe me, like they're not want to be monotheists. The model entails monotheism because they all share, Hindus and all gods and goddesses in the pantheon share one essence with the Brahman. Similarly, the same with Christianity, where there's three, and the triune. With Islam, like in your case, for example, if these attributes are distinct, right, than the essence, then you're having the same problem. So you might want to work on Tawhid a little bit before asking this question. There are many models for Tawhid.
Yeah, I mean, I would disagree with you. I'm not interested in having that kind of discussion.
Yeah, well, anyway, so you're like a polytheist.
Look, I just understand that.
I just think you're a polytheist.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you're whole. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter to me what you think. I just think that whole discussion of, I mean, that argumentation has been built.
You're only monotheist, like you think, wow, because you think Allah is quantitatively one. That's what you think. It's like a number one.
Look, whatever. I was just curious to see how you guys would actually. I mean, look, I just asked a simple question. You guys give your answer. I appreciate that.
To be honest, you're not giving any substantive critiques. You're just saying, well, you can formulate monotheism in a way in which there's no trinity. Instead, there are four people
who are one God, or there's 5 people who are one God. Okay, so what follows from that?
I mean, I think it undermines monotheism, and I think that almost anything can be any like paganistic belief can be logically justified to say that it's monotheism in that case.
Okay, I think you can, when you say it can be logically justified, you're conceding the point. There's no logical paradox. There's no logical contradiction in Christian monotheism. I don't think you want to say that.
I mean, look, for the sake of the question that I'm asking, I'm willing to grant that for argument's sake.
Okay, you're saying hypothetically, if Christianity can be logically consistent, then there can be other systems which can be logically consistent. So what?
Look, I mean, I was just curious to see how you'd answer that question. I'm not trying to make a case that I didn't make that claim.
It's not an interesting critique. I can concede there are other systems which can be logically consistent. So what follows from that?
Nothing. I was just curious how you answer that. That's it.
As far as logical consistency, it's obvious that the Trinity can be logically consistent because all it's saying is that X is F and X is G and G are not identical. And we have everyday monthly examples. X is an F and X is a G, and F and G are not identical. So for instance, you are the same person as you were 2 years ago, but you're not exactly identical to the same person because some of your features changed. Or you can take a piece of clay, and a piece of clay, you can form it into a statue, you can form it into a column. The statue and the column are not the same thing. I think Muslims are doing a great disservice to their religion by running these really silly arguments against Christianity.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I think these arguments were
No, but what's interesting is that like that El Nino retard that came in here earlier, they have strong opinions about the Trinity, but they haven't even researched like the basic response to the problem. It's just like take 5 seconds to Google what is like the academic or most accepted response to this issue on the part of the Christian. Like they don't even bother doing that.
At least it's not it's one equals 3. At least it's not one of those numeric arguments anymore. Like I'm not seeing many of those. Is 3 equal 1 and then like laughing at it. Like that's how bad. Yeah.
But that El Nino guy was like particularly stupid. He said meta conversations are hypothetical. How could you say something?
He's a Salafi, what do you expect?
How could you say something that
he doesn't take metaphysics. He takes scripture, right? And they're literalists.
Yo, Zach, you got destroyed by Nargis, buddy. Zach got destroyed by you, Nargis, so it's like really bad.
No, bro, he just needs to study a little bit, like, and not like see Allah as like quantitative.
Yeah, hit the books, buddy.
Yeah, but he's making like he's just observing things and saying, and I think it's fine. I'll send you a hard Zach.
Yeah, exactly. Like what Mom was saying, you can easily research what Christian philosophers have said about this issue. Right? And even if you don't want to read like philosophical papers, you can just watch videos. There are major Christian philosopher names, right, that have done videos and interviews about the Trinity, philosophy about the Trinity, and all that good stuff, right? Like,
yeah, but you guys face the problem of scriptures, right? Like Unitarians can just fool you guys if you're just looking at it scripturally.
Yeah, scripture. I actually don't think scripture. Like, this is the whole point that I was making. The problem with scripture is you can always look at the text and make it say whatever you want it to say. Right? I don't believe in this concept of the plain reading of the text. When it comes to religious texts, of course, right? Maybe with other, like maybe if you read like a Charles Dickens novel or what have you, yeah, you can like figure out the story without like there being any kind of
Yeah, but then also like in the text when he's like, I know Coptic, but then again, like he's going to do a plain reading, like what else would he do? That Bible is like fairly plain. I mean, it's not that complicated in language.
You can appeal to like hermeneutical, like the hermeneutical key of the different Christians, right? What they have to say about this. So if you have, for example, a consensus among all the early Christians that when Jesus says the Father and I are one, that Jesus here is talking about this divine essence that he shares with the Father, then we have a really good hermeneutical base from which we could know what the text says based on that hermeneutical key, for example, right? But when I look at Protestants debating each other over the interpretation of the certain text, it never really goes to anywhere. Just the end of the statement.
Yeah, we don't have consensus. There's just no way of like coming to a common understanding. And it's being read from a translation, which is nothing but an interpretation. So, and then many of them. But like the clear verses, like I've seen Unitarians posit like when Jesus like does not claim godhood at all. And I've seen like the only verse that Trinitarians posit for the Trinity is the word became flesh, John, right? Which is fine. I mean, you just need one particular pointer to like a doctrine. But then this would be like their arguments, especially the Unitarian arguments against the Trinitarian schools and the other schools within Christianity. Like they debate very strictly scripturally, not philosophically.
Sam, you wanted to say something? Funny, I think I should.
Yeah, so I think that the meaning of a text is just the person who wrote down the text, what their goals were to communicate. And so a lot of times people, I don't know, it's think like there's no true interpretation of the text, it's all just different interpretations. But I think that there is in fact a correct interpretation, which is what whoever wrote it was trying to say. And I think oftentimes it isn't that hard to know what they were trying to say, as long as you like read the Bible as books rather than reading them as like a lot of people try to read the Bible as like a Ouija board where they take like this part from this part, this part from this part, as opposed to like taking a whole the book of Matthew. You should read that as a single book. I think you can just like kind of see what Matthew was trying to say. I guess you disagree with that, but that's how I see it.
No, I agree with you. Like a lot of people take, actually the majority of people I think take your view, right? That there is like this correct interpretation. If you do like higher criticism of the text, right, or higher interpretation of the text, look at what the intention of the author was, right? The historical setting of the author, figuring out how we can look at this text, right? You're right. I think that's the majority of people hold to that view, right? I just don't hold to it, but yeah, a lot of people. Or I just look at the scope of this, right? So I would agree with you that not when it comes to like religious texts, like the Bible and the Quran and all of that, because unfortunately many interpretive traditions have arose concerning these books, right? And it becomes very, very difficult to do this higher interpretive type of move because you will come up with a lot of controversy. No, the author didn't mean that, the author meant that, no, the author was here, the author was there, no, we can't really figure out the truth, you might get into that as well. But yeah, I mean, all people do share your views.
Do you think that there is a one correct view, and that correct view is the person who wrote the text, what they were trying to say?
I do believe that there is a correct view, but from my Christian standpoint, it's not going to be per se what the author meant. It's going to be like of course it's going to be what the author meant, right? But the way, what God intended, and that's going to be revealed through the authority of the church to be laid out according to apostolic Christianity on how they view the situation, right? So like traditional Christians would say, Christ founded the church, right? And he laid out the authority to the disciples, and then you have apostolic succession, and so you have the evidence of the disciples, and from there they ended up interpreting the text, and that's where we get the interpretation of the text. It's that authority, right? Church authority that gives us what the true meaning of the text is, right? And so from that Christian standpoint, right, that's where I would lean more towards, right? Getting to church authority and telling us what is the correct interpretation. So I do believe that there is a correct interpretation, and I do believe that's going to come from the church.
But the only way that can be right from the church, I mean, would be that whoever is doing the interpretation must necessarily be infallible. Because if you're like, right?
Apostolic Christianity, correct? Yeah, now Apostolic Christianity does say that these ecumenical councils are infallible, right? But they appeal to, they are concerned. So that's correct. So that they're concerned as divine authority here on earth. Right. I guess,
yeah, that's okay. Like if they didn't have that property,
that would be a problem.
It would be a problem, yeah.
That's actually one of the criticisms of people who lay out against Protestantism in a way. So there is no divine authority telling them what is the correct interpretation. So they end up arguing and preaching stalements without really knowing what's the correct interpretation.
Would infallibility entail no sin, or how is the council understood as infallible?
If you have
within the limitations of the council.
I think what's considered an ecumenical council is having church representation, church bishops from different churches, right? All congregating and forming the council. So during the times of the empire, right? With the Council of Nicaea, for example, the emperor ordered that all bishops from all of these churches, right, to attend the council. So you had representation from all the churches, right? And from there, the standard was set for what the church was named the council. And actually, that tradition follows from you can find it in scripture as well. In the book of Acts, when all the apostles attended the Council of Jerusalem, they believe that this is done by the Spirit, the Holy Spirit, because all the apostles were in attendance at that council. And so that tradition was maintained by church authorities that all church representation should be attended to that council for it to serve an council as infallible. It's divided in the Spirit.
Do you think that all of the books in the Bible have the same theological views, or do you think, for example, there's some scholars like Mark Ehrman thinks that the book of John and the book of Matthew don't have the same exact theology, and the Old Testament and New Testament don't have the exact same theology. Do you agree with them, or do you think there's just one theology throughout the Old and New Testament and it's the same one?
I mean, this is I think a traditional Christian would have to not agree with that criticism that's laid out by these academics, right? Even though it is very, very plausible, right? Looking at it from the outside perspective, it's highly plausible that they did hold different theologies, right? But I don't really see that it would really benefit a Catholic or an Orthodox by saying that, right? I think church tradition would maintain that they did hold to the same theology, right? And so, in virtue of you having that justification for believing in church authority and church tradition, you will have to take the opinion that they did hold to different theology, even if it seems plausible, right? But I do highly regard these academic criticisms of the Bible, and I do think it's highly plausible that they did not hold to the same theology.
A lot of people are living in different parts of the world, hundreds of years apart from each other, different cultural milieus. Why wouldn't that affect, even if they're guided by God, wouldn't the cultural zeitgeist influence their writings?
No, you're right. And that's the same arguments that these secular academics are making, right? You're absolutely right. And I think they're very good arguments. I think they're highly plausible, right? Arguments. It makes sense, right? They were living at different times, different regions. The region that they were in, right, would give them a certain view of their theology, the way they're writing and all of that, right? I agree, yeah. But of course, I can't say that as an Orthodox or a Catholic Christian, right? Who very much has this strict adherence to church authority and church tradition, right? So I will have hope here in a way and say, even though it seems highly plausible, given the evidences that I have, for apostolic Christianity, for church authority, will make the church authority interpretation of the matter. And probably that these authors have the same theology. So, so yeah.
I get it, man. I get it.
Dude, how does culture or like geography change the influence of the Holy Ghost when it's imparting like vision of truth in the
Well, I mean, the secular academics, I mean, you could say like the method they're applying here is like one of actual, they're applying methodological naturalism. It's like they're not going to take the whole idea of these are inspired by the Spirit or by God, right? So like, not taking that into account, then it becomes highly implausible that they have the same theology, right? Yeah.
But I'm saying like if that's the claim, the Holy Ghost will operate as Holy Ghost at all times, no matter what the region is or the culture is, right?
And that's what the church fathers would say. Yeah, that's what the church. Yeah, that's what traditional Christianity would say. Right? Maybe sound like Douglas was saying, this is going to be like a discussion or a debate on the different methods because like these secular academics are using methodological naturalism, right? Whereas I would not use that in figuring out what the theology says in the Bible, right? They don't have that prior background belief, right? That this is like infallible by God, by people who are inspired by the Holy Spirit, that type of thing. Hell yeah, brother.
Everyone should follow the CM Sully wars that are going on.
There's a war.
It's an epic battle.
But why aren't they having the Captain Motham voice? You guys are up here, honestly.
Arturo! Nick Butler. What's that? That's right. Andrew.
And de la option. De la option.
Adoption. That's right, Muslims are reading the
There's Andrew. What is he doing at the spa?
I don't know what's wrong with Andrew these days. He doesn't. Yeah, where is he?
I don't know. What is he doing, bro?
He's good. He's Gucci. He's probably doing the Lord's work, taking away the car of some 87-year-old grandmother.
How ironic. For Andrew to be doing that job, I have recently come to know.
He's probably like repossessing, the like old heirloom, retired person.
probably doesn't pay out a lot because they were a house in the 50s.
God is a reaper of souls, and Andrews are reapers of old people's property. Just doing what Jesus was doing.
He's Andrew the Ripper. That's what he is.
Not too much on Andrew.
Not too much on Andrew, y'all.
Yow.
Not too much on Andrew, y'all.
Well, just not on the app. I haven't seen him around. I have not seen him around. Emotheus.
Yeah, he's on Discord.
This is true. He is on Discord. I mean, I haven't seen him hang around on Discord, but you can reach him on Discord. Oh boy.
That's Venus.
He's sending dick pics to women. He's getting on his dick pic game's getting perfected.
Nothing much to perfect.
I don't know, the one dick pic he sent me had a lot to be desired, I'll be honest with you. I am someone who's a paid photographer, but still, you can do better, buddy. Come on, step your game up.
Try. Come on.
Whenever a woman sends a sexy selfie, it's always artistic thing with nice lighting and guys the laziest fucking thing in the world.
What about the composition, bro?
Exactly. I should specialize in taking really good dick pics for men, so that they can.
Do you think somebody's interested in this type of content?
Absolutely.
Sorry for being.
Baby.
Sorry.
It's art, okay.
Bob, what makes you the Trinity?
The Trinity specifically.
Yeah.
I mean, I've staked a few issues. They're not so much contradictions. I don't think the contradiction problems go very far. At least I've heard satisfying responses to them. The Trinity specifically. I have aesthetic issues with it, and not just aesthetic, but it's not entirely clear to me for the people who claim that the Trinity is this metaphysically necessary arrangement. It's not. It seems weirdly convoluted, and it's not clear to me what. It's not clear to me, for example, what the Holy Spirit is. But why does that need to be a separate person? It just seems like I don't understand the personhood of the Holy Spirit, for example. I get Jesus, I think. You could say the Father is one person, and God took human nature, and there's something about human nature that requires a different perspective when it couldn't have just simply been gained by the one person. But the Father has certain qualities that the Son doesn't have. There's something gained, or something new gained, or some different perspective had. So I understand why there needs to be two persons. That makes sense to me. The incarnation couldn't have been done getting all that it needed to get just having one person. But I don't get the Holy Spirit.
I don't get God on earth, right? I get God on earth, but I don't think it's efficient as a system. Like a human demonstrating his highest potential is more feasible and practical and efficient rather than a criteria that cannot be met by a human, such as God, to emulate.
So
So it's less like a debunking of the Trinity and more like it doesn't quite make sense to me, or like it's not, constellation isn't very satisfying. Or there are some issues.
The Quran say God could have a son if he wanted to.
That's rhetorical.
What? Rhetorical? Okay.
It's like saying God cannot have a son. I think that's how they mean it.
I think what the Quran explicitly says, how could God
have a son, something like that.
How could God have a son if he doesn't believe that?
So when the Quran says God could have a son if he wanted to, that's rhetorical for saying God can have a son. Okay, got it.
Yeah, like how could God have a son? If he wanted to, he could, but how could God have a son?
Well, Nargis, when two gods love each other very much.
I completely agree with Bob. The Holy Spirit seems completely contrived for like numerological reasons.
100% math is the problem.
These guys are
numerology. I always find it kind of weird, the idea that an all-powerful omniscient being can like cause himself to not have his omniscience and omnipotence. This being God, like isn't being God like having those qualities? Like I can't just say I'm God. The reason why I can't say I'm God is because like I'm not omnipotent. I'm not. That's tricky business, isn't it?
No, but it's justified in a way, like they say that because God loves so much, he can limit himself. But yeah, that wouldn't define God anymore.
God then.
There's something that I've always thought was like kind of interesting is so omniscience, knowing all true prophecies, whatever. And something that's like always added that is never explicit, but it's like certainly not entailed from those things is like the clarity of which he has access to. So like opaqueness and all of that. That doesn't seem out of accord with having omniscience, because it seems like we might still want to say we know, I don't know, the capital of, I don't know, Alabama, even if we can't immediately.
Yeah, like these sorts of critiques assume the difference between dispositional knowledge and current knowledge. That is knowledge you're just like thinking about right now, as opposed to knowledge you're disposed to produce or disposed to think about if somebody asks you, or if you're like, if you want to recall it or something like that.
What kind of
does this mean that Jesus has like a discursive mind in a way that the Father doesn't?
You have a dispositional, so in a way the Father doesn't. Sure.
I was going to ask you, what kind of omniscience you think the Father has did that kind, where, you know, it can go and compute the answer, you know, or it's just like instantaneous, but then, you know, Jesus is different.
I mean, omniscience just broadly just means knowing everything, whatever that amounts to. It doesn't tell you what kind of knowledge, it doesn't tell you the scope of the knowledge, and it doesn't really tell you the clarity of the knowledge.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I know omniscience generally doesn't, but I'm saying, what type do you think that God the Father has?
That's an open question. I think, well, this might be modeling. It sounded like Adam was trying to give like a different kind of composition to Jesus' mind than like the Father's or the Spirit. So he might say that it is like more or less different and maybe in function.
Okay.
So, like, do you think like I could be omniscient? Like, could God grant me omniscience under whatever, like the same kind of omniscience he has?
No, I don't think so. Well, because he's not. Well, we would be changing what Bob is. I mean, so I guess it depends on facts are holding fixed, but I take it that Bob has a limited mind and to hold an unlimited amount of things is possible.
Are you going to say the same thing about like the man Jesus? No, but like I'm fine saying if I was granted omniscience, maybe I wouldn't be the same person or something. But let's just say I would be a different person. But could he do that?
Yeah. Could he make another being that's omniscient?
start with this. Sorry, you answer first.
I don't see an immediate problem, but I haven't really thought too much about it.
That's fair. The reason I'm asking is I don't think these are knockdown arguments against the Trinity or blah blah blah. But I do think there are some things that don't quite land, which is I get the idea of having dispositional versus a current mental states or whatever you want to call it, a mind. And that kind of makes sense to me. There are a bunch of stuff I know that I'm not immediately recollecting. They're not apparent to me right now. But I'm thinking about having that limited having limited knowledge in that sense allows me to have discursive thoughts. Reason about things. Do this and that. I don't quite grasp the on-off mode. I can choose to, because I don't think there's a sense in which it doesn't make sense to me to choose to not know those things, but not in this dispositional sense. It has to be in some other sense, right? It's not like we're saying, well, God, Jesus knows everything. He's just not currently thinking about them. That's not what we mean, right?
No, I don't think
that's not what you mean.
It almost has to be repressed in some way. That's the only way it would make sense to me.
Right. There is some way in which Jesus is through some act of volition using his whatever causal powers are necessary. I don't know. Right. Blocks himself off from that knowledge. And he's saying, even if I wanted to right now, I couldn't know this if I didn't flip this other switch. Which is, it's also kind of weird.
I don't know if there's going to be a very satisfying answer to that.
No, maybe not. Because, imagine you have some subset. Right, but it's think about what that would mean. Okay, so you have some subset of knowledge that you're making opaque to yourself. And so, but you could unmake that. You could make it transparent, but then do you know which propositions those are? It's weird to think about it. It's unintuitive. Oh, right. You just cast the reverse. That's right. The spell knows what propositions need to be unlocked. You don't need to know.
Yeah, the other two persons in the Trinity have they're keeping them.
Yeah. They're keeping them in check. That's right.
So it's not like everybody's forgotten.
No, that's right. All those are held in the Father's mind, but yeah. It's like a RAID arrangement of heart rates. Huh?
Could God
You know what that means?
Could Jesus completely become not a God? Is it metaphysically possible for Jesus to be okay, using my magic powers, now I'm just a guy. I'm no longer a God guy. I'm just guy.
Someone else has to wish him to be not God.
This is just a lot of Superman too.
We saw this in Aladdin.
Yes, I was just going to say Superman. That's what he did. He took away his right. He went into that thing, and he wasn't Superman.
What do you say? But then it's that thing that took his powers, right?
Well, you would think, wouldn't you need a thing?
Well, if you're Jesus, the idea he's asking is could Jesus do it without needing a thing?
And Jesus is still a person, right?
Right. Could he lose his divine essence?
I'm trying to understand what
could the Father yank it, but that doesn't make sense because Jesus is God.
I'm trying to understand what divine as God, even though he's not omnipotent, why is he still God?
Which could actually think Jesus loses his divine essence?
By not allowing
We're asking yes.
Yeah, the view is that Jesus is both fully divine and fully human, so Christians don't think he loses his divine essence.
No. The thought experiment is just wanted to. Could he undo his? Yeah. I think this answer is no, but
it's hard to
that's what the question is.
God human's kind of a hard problem.
It's easier than man bear pig.
And what?
Man bear pig.
Man bear pig is hard to.
Okay, so in what sense? Why is Jesus God? In what sense is he God?
He has all the divine attributes.
So he's omniscient, omnipotent, omnipotent.
That's right.
Okay, but then, in what sense did God become a man then?
In what sense can God become a
Like,
man?
isn't the whole point of
Jesus is the essential prophet.
that he became a man and shit, and then he didn't become a man? He's not a man?
Okay, here it's how Jesus' essential properties are divine, his accidental properties are human. There you go.
Accidental? Wait, but that's like an essential part of the story. It's not accidental. He's got to be a person.
Just by accidental, I just mean. So just accidental, it just means the essential accidental distinction in philosophy. It doesn't mean just accidentally he became a man.
It means he's
So what's the sense of accident?
it means like imagine what it means to be an apple. Like red doesn't seem to be like a necessary property of being an apple. You could be an apple without being red. That's like an accidental property.
Yeah, but an actual
Property would be that it needs to have like, I don't know, apple DNA, or it needs to be at least descended from apple trees, or like grown on apple tree. I don't know, something like that.
Sweetness, like
Accidental properties are whatever properties you can have without you or it ceasing being the thing that it is.
Sounds like a lot of denying of Jesus' humanity.
True.
But I mean, I was thinking about that. There's a problem with that. There's a problem with that. Even some of the core aspects of that we tend to think they are, you could try to play tricks with them. Can we remove this? Let's say God was like the duality instead of the Trinity. Like that part is not essential. Like you can play all those tricks all day.
What? Why? How is that a trick?
Like 5 gods. Like I need 5 different modes.
All of those would be accidental. And all those would be accidental.
Are you just merely saying it's logically possible that there are other necessary entities besides Trinity?
That was just an example. That's not. I'm not meaning to attack the Trinity, but this idea of when we equate this, you just say it's an accidental property. I can't put my finger on it, but it's not very satisfactory.
All we're saying when it says it's an accidental property is that Jesus could have existed without becoming human. Right? There are other possible worlds in which he chooses not to become human. But if he does, he takes on the properties that human beings generally have.
Okay, but yeah, I forgot where we're coming from. Like, what was this announced to? Something happened, and then you said accidental. What was
asking, right? I'm just understanding in what sense is Jesus God, and then could he lose that? Like, what makes it that he has that property? You know? Like, and then they're saying that he's just omniscient and all that stuff. And then I'm like, okay, well then in what sense did he become a human? He's like this fucking guy that you just I'm human, and I think it's essential to me being human is that I'm not omnipotent and all that stuff. And then so I don't have the ability to just manipulate reality at will.
Well, yeah, this is kind of the question. It's like, are the essences incompatible? Right? So is there anything that's essential to being a human? Is it conflict with something that's being essential to being yeah. The easiest resolution is to say no. Like, there are any like incompatibilities between worlds. Yeah.
But do you think that that's right? Is that your view, Son?
I mean, I'm an anti-essentialist, so like whatever people want to stipulate about these essences, I really don't care. It's all just nonsense.
Some just gibberish. Okay.
Phenomenology forever.
Would you say beef? Like, I wanted to ask you beef from maybe more than anything else. Do you think like the story of Jesus is a beautiful one, like God?
Yeah. That's what I said.
Yeah.
Beef, I
an example for you. I want to get your thoughts on this. Imagine you have a fingernail, and you lose that fingernail. Now, do you think you're still the same person? Yeah. Okay, is that an accidental? So presumably you'd say that's an accidental feature of you, right? Sure. But you would say that's a part of you. Yeah. The essential features of fingernail, are those the same as the essential features of you? No. No? Okay. So how can it be that there are apparently two different physical entities that are part of you that both have different essential natures?
Because essentialism goes down.
Okay. I can make sense of persistence without essentialism, but that's a separate issue. Like as soon as you say something persists, like something persists to die or something like that, you have to say that.
What if things don't persist?
Right. So that's just.
What if things are impermanent?
So presumably you think that your thought at least persists for like a second or two, doesn't it?
I don't know. That's a weird way of talking about it. If you're just saying like it occurs across the time. Right.
Yeah, that's what I mean by persistence.
So
just
persist means like stays the same over time moves forward or whatever.
I mean, presumably you think there's some sort of a subject who experiences that person. But I mean, okay, if you don't think that person exists or there's any persistence of the subject, then how can you make sense of any sort of epistemic probability on your view? Anyway, this is a whole can of worms.
We can all ask random questions.
But I'm not a random question.
Okay, but Agamemnon, so in the analogy, you're saying that Jesus is the toenail of God, and that although Jesus has different persistence conditions, he's still part of this like broader thing, which is the divine, and that but they don't have the same persistence conditions. They don't have, but they're still part of the same object.
No, I mean, it was just a response to what you said. You said, how can Jesus become a person how can Jesus become a human if a human has completely different essential features from God? Those are incompatible. Okay, here's the counterexample. There are two physical things which are parts of you, which have different essential features, incompatible essential features, actually.
And so if Jesus didn't have omniscience, omnipotence, and all that stuff, he would just be a man, and he wouldn't be divine. Is that your view?
Yes, if no part of Jesus had those essential features, I would just say he's a man.
So Jesus is the fingernail. Does that mean when he gets crucified, he's the hangnail?
Yeah, I agree on that. Yeah.
That was pretty good. Not bad.
I think that the story of Jesus is a better story if he loses omniscience and omnipotence, because then the fear he feels, the danger he's in, is real danger, real fear. If you just know at any second, you can just like warp reality to like make it not be the way you want it to be. Like, there's no sense in which you're afraid of anything.
Yeah, I think it's even cooler that he can do that, but it's like not the right thing to do. Right? So he like restrains.
Yeah.
What's actually the Christian narrative is that Jesus voluntarily empties himself.
Take this out that came to mind. I don't know if it's too simple, but is there a range of things that God could become? You said, well, he became a human, and that's human part, that's just accidental. Could he, like, if he wanted to, like, become maybe like an animal, it would still be God, but that other animal has to be like some, could it be that, or is there like some kind of range that only humans God can tarnish?
Could you replace your fingernail with I don't know, some like a metallic blade or something? Would you still be human?
No, I'm not saying like accidental. Is there a range of what it can turn into? Could it, like, for example, like
Could you say something in which where we're making you got something.
No, I anticipated that, but I just think something different. I don't maybe I got misunderstood. Not that that's not what I just said. I wasn't confirming or denying whether God created that or not.
But I mean, these questions are interesting. Can God, can God unite these animals? I mean, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, the wisdom is that, right? Like,
That's why it's not doing anything.
My preliminary response would be that I haven't thought about that, but it would be like if God turned into Satan, maybe that would clash with his nature in some way.
Okay, then let's not pick something where it's like his nature is kind of like some evil, So that would be more likely to be possible than Satan. But I can see why, like, the Christian might not want to start like thinking that when they go to the Thomas of Frog and stuff like that, might be like insulting. But it just looked interesting to me when you say like it's accidental, but does it have a range? Does it have like something that it can't like only these things the word God can come as so much. But anyway, we can move on.
Would he just be a limited God if he could just be human, right? Like, so Hinduism doesn't shy away from this Chris, like the monkey god Hanuman, or even the Ganesha. Like, it keep going on and on, and it manifested even like in the tiniest of things in nature. The snake god. But that question is really good, Chris.
Okay, so yes, God could manifest himself. So what really interesting follows from this?
Well, I don't know, the idea that God could become a frog kind of changes, like, okay, that's kind of strange that, like, God is like a divine frog that's somehow omnipotent, but still a frog somehow.
But you get the idea that you can combine two different entities with different essential natures into one entity, right? It's only strange if you think that like God becoming a frog means that the entity itself loses all of the divine properties, but that's not the Christian view.
I mean, if you hear like composite objects, you can have like a body and a soul forming this one composite human being, right? With having these bodies, such properties, maybe soul, such properties, but they compose this one human being, right? That's fully a body, fully a soul, essentially a body, essentially a soul. But they're one and the same composite object, right? And they can even have contradictory properties, but they're assigned to different aspects, right? Like the body aspect, the soul aspect, the body being material, the soul being immaterial, right? But they're referring to different aspects of one and the same composite object. And I think like the analogy can be served here with Christ, right? Like Christ is this composite object, right? Composite person, composite being that has a divine aspect and a human aspect, right? Would that, like, what do you think of that before?
Do you think Jesus is omnipotent, omniscient, all that stuff?
Yeah, with regards to his divine aspect, it would be omnipotent, not with respect to his human and his composite being, right? Something like that.
But wait, when you say with regards to his aspect, like, if Jesus just were to meet Jesus, he could just like turn me into a banana. Correct. If he wanted to.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I guess what's weird is that like that doesn't seem like a human thing. That seems like essentially non-human. Like part of the definition of a human is that they're not able to do that. That they're like a creature on this earth.
Maybe we can qualify it by saying he can do that with respect to his divine, with divinity, but not with respect to his humanity, right? Like, so, like, yeah, and there's a real distinction between the divinity and the humanity, right? So, like, there are these two aspects or parts of his one composite being, right? The divine aspect or part can do that, but not his human aspect or human part.
You don't want to adopt
this competent, you can just it even works on non-reductive dualism.
Yeah. You said it. Yeah.
Which is non-physical, and then you have a physical body, and that like the two are somehow connected through psychophysical laws.
Yeah. I know your model. So yeah. I think that can also work.
What makes Jesus and God part of one composite object? I suppose you didn't have the view that Jesus was omnipotent, omniscient. He was just a man, but he was part of this composite object where part of the object is omnipotent, omniscient, part of it's not omniscient, omnipotent, but it's like one object. What makes them one object? What makes them to each other that me and God, me and the Father, you know?
Yeah, this is where it gets a bit interesting. So, like, when it comes to material objects, this can be easy, right? If they share the same spatial location, right? Now, when it comes to, this is where it might be a little bit unintelligible. We have to appeal to mystery, because we will say, like, like, there might be this lack of division, so they're not separated. Jesus and the Father, what have you, right? But what does that mean when concerning that there is no spatial location, right? Then that's going to be unintelligible in a way. That's going to be
no, that's not going to be unintelligible. You can just say they're functionally unified. So there's you don't have to to a spatial location to unify physical objects. You can say two physical objects or two material entities are identical, just in case they're functionally unified. Like for instance, being it's genetic locus or a piece of DNA is one gene, just in case it's functionally unified.
I didn't maybe think about it this way, this functional unity. Because usually when we think about like objects being united, like if you take one object and unite it with another, we take it to be like they share the same spatial location.
All right, what do you think makes a gene a gene?
Depending, so like if you have like a gene for eye color, for example,
what makes a gene for eye color a gene for eye color? Like what gives it its identity conditions?
If what do they call it? If when it becomes like a phenotypic, when it gets activated and it triggers the eye color type in the individual, right? So you want to say like this functional thing, right? You're gonna bring it back.
It's not going to be that they share spatial locations, because you can have multiple nucleotides in different spatial locations, which is still classified as part of the same physical entity, which is a gene.
Yeah, so you have these two genes, right? You want to say these share the same functionality, so they're counted as one gene, right? Even though they might be different spatial locations.
Well, I'm not going to say they're going to be two genes. I'm going to say there are going to be many different nucleotides which don't share a spatial location. Yet we classify them as the same gene because they share a functional identity.
But counting objects, right? How many existences are there? You're going to say there are multiple concrete things there, right? And multiple concrete.
It's not a physical object. So a gene is a physical object. I mean, a gene, not a physical object. I think a gene would be a physical object, yes.
Okay. Yeah, so if you wouldn't you say if you have like multiple distinct physical objects in different spaces, they're counted as, you would say, I mean, they would possess different spatial properties, for example, according to like its identity, right? Well, there's certain ability of identical, so two things share different predicates, then they're two things, right? So if you have these two things that are separated, having different spatial properties, for example, right? Then they would be counted as two objects there, right? You would have these two objects, two concrete existences. From there,
Do you think functionalism regarding the mind would be a counterexample to that? Because a lot of functionalists think there's just like one unified consciousness, even though the particles which realize or constitute it would be separate physical, would have separate spatial locations.
And then you would have to say, like, in one sense,
there's one line if you're taking into account this functionality factor, but in another sense, there are multiple distinct concrete things there.
That just shows you that you don't have to appeal to mystery to say that in some sense, yes, there's one physical entity. As long as Jesus and his divine and his human nature are functionally unified.
Yeah, but I mean, we do still use the language, right? That the Father and the Son are undivided, right? They're united, right? Don't we use that? So what does that mean, right? Maybe that's the concern beef wants to say. And here we want to but they're not really functionally united, right? You want to say they're also ontologically united somehow, right? And I don't really, I will not just appeal to mystery when it comes to understanding what that really means. I do believe that it does have meaning, but we just don't have the access to understand, cognitive access to understand its true meaning, right? So
I guess I'd like to ask what you think the difference between ontological and functional unity would be. Like, why do you think functional unity, at least in some cases, doesn't imply ontological unity?
Yeah, because you can have, I guess, even with the analogies you use, right, you can have multiple distinct things that are separated, but they have the same functionality, right? So, my intuition tells me there that we would count these as multiple distinct objects in virtue of them being separated, right?
Okay, so do you think there are multiple separate minds on, given functionalism is true, do you think there are multiple separate, that entails there are multiple separate minds? When a human has consciousness, do you think there are multiple separate minds?
No.
Okay, so then we count one mind, even though there are separate physical entities composing it. And presumably on this view, mind is physical.
Yeah, here you can say that multiple parts are one and the same composite conscious object, right?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
And that's what I was saying, by the way, between composite and Christ, for example, right? That I think that was the beef I had, right? How do you account for the Father and the Son being this one composite object, right? What would that mean, right? Here, maybe Sam doesn't want to merely go through the functional route, he wants to go the ontological route, and there's this ontological compositional thing going on there. And I don't really know how I can state that with intelligibility when it comes to metaphysical objects, really. But maybe when it comes to physical objects, it can be easily accounted for, right?
Could it be just that Jesus has the soul, a part of God's soul, that we're all souls, God is a big soul, he pinches off a piece of that, puts that into the body of something like that?
So you want to say the Father and the Son share the same soul, right? But
yeah, I'm just speculating how they could be the same.
Yeah. When you say they share the same soul, that's what we would believe as Orthodox Trinitarianism, by the way. But but there is maybe some people might raise the concern of there being an unintelligibility problem as well, right? Because what does it mean to say they share? That means that they're united in a way. What does it mean to say they're united, right? That there's no spatial location involved, right?
You can just use the functional unification of that, typically appeal. Like the example you brought up is there's a mind and there's a soul and a body unified into one person. Now presumably they have separate spatial locations.
Well, no,
for some reason doesn't even have a spatial location.
Well, you say in one sense the body and the soul possess they compose this one human being, right? So they would be located in the same spatial location in the same human being, right? Or something like that. So that's why they're counted as one object. They share. These are two parts of one and the same object, right? So this one object shares the same.
Anything that is really counterintuitive to say that the soul has a spatial location. I guess you could say that. But a different way you could phrase this is that the soul and the body are functionally united in that they, produce, some sort of function.
Let's say you have a body in the United States and you have a soul in France, right? And they're functionally united. Would you still say that they're one object there? Or
spatiality is facilitated by some kind of closeness in distance, even though it's not the identical spatial thing.
I just think that's really arbitrary because we have examples of genes. So like genes are physical entities, so we have examples of genes in which the nucleotides are not spatially close. They're like introns or introns in between nucleotides which are excised. So there's such examples where this sort of reasoning breaks down. So yeah, I mean, this proximity, that there has to be proximity between physical objects.
And by the way, people can take the view like you're right. Like you can take like functional unity, so this other spatial location type of thing. And some people think like view of divine spatiality, that God is in space, right? God is spatially located, right? That's just not merely a physical concept, but a metaphysical concept, sort of like time. Like God entering time, like what Greg would hold to. Some people would go further and say God also enters into space. So from there, I think it can make sense of a lot of these, right? If you don't want to only hold to like functional unity, like from there you can say that the Father and the Son actually do share the same spatial location. But that's like very, very not like optically pleasing for a lot of individuals, especially like classical theists, right? So might be also like a lot of other issues, like philosophical issues being raised there. This criticism, because I've seen people raise that criticism, including the fetus, right? That what does it mean to say that the Father and Son share the same essence if they're not like inhibited, like being in the same spatial location? Like you can go to the functional route, like Agamemnon, you can take like the spatial route that God is in space, or you can just say appeal to mystery there, right? Of what it means, right, to say that type of thing. But that's going to apply to all theology, I think, right? What does it mean to say that God is like, maybe like in Islamic metaphysics, right? That God is one, or what have you. It means like he inhibits, like we know, like a material object, according to Aristotle, right? We really like his definition of material object being like the same compound of matter in the same region. How he counts material objects, of course, like he defined it as matter plus form, right? But how do we count a material object, or how do we construe one? It's going to be like matter and form, have the same compound of matter in the same spatial region, right? Aristotle was heavy on this. Yeah, I mean, what does it mean to say that God is one in any system, right? Or God is even many in those systems, right? Well, you will have to appeal to some form of mystery if you don't want to take the functional route, or like God being in space and all of that. So it's not going to be specific to the Trinity, right? There's going to be a problem that is going to, all of these theologies victims to.
I've even asked this before, and theists said yes, right? Like, if we had everything that we know about the Trinity today, if we had them fixed, right? But instead, maybe the church are calling it tritheism, right? It seems like it will fit. Like you could just slap anywhere it will fit. Tritheism, and that's true. That's the one that's not heretical. They are actually not.
Remove legalism and just like in fucking.
Oh, I just realized. Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay. That's the errors.
Well, it's true. I just saw like Tazi.
Legals,
I'm going to delete your comments, Nicholas. I'm going to request for you not to do these comments again, to write these comments down again. If you do, you will be removed from the room, sir. Because we don't like people who spam the chat. So I'm deleting your comments right now.
So you got what I'm saying? Like if the Christian doctrine was actually tritheism, what would you be forced to change? Do you need to change anything, or change much, if at all? If maybe actually the church doctrine was actually tritheism.
Yeah. Well, then it becomes a problem because the Trinity is tritheistic. That can be the defeater for Christianity, because Christianity is. I mean, the scriptures are very clear that there's one God. Even Jesus says that, right? That there's one God. He repeats the Shema Israel, right?
I think you could just do the same thing we're doing now in reverse, saying that there's some kind of like type of identity in which God is one, but tritheism is true. The same thing that's happening in reverse now. You just do the same thing in the other direction.
You know that this actually occurred in a way where there was someone in the 6th century by the name of John Philoponus who said that there are these three divine particulars, right? But there's this one universal, and it's like this abstract universal, sort of like how we traditionally conceive of like of a human species or a human universal. It's like sort of this abstract thing, right? So you have these multiple human beings. Someone called John Philoponus, right, who actually came with the Kalam argument, by the way, that he was inspired from, right? He basically said the same thing about the Trinity, where he said, you have these three divine beings that are one in this abstract universal, just like human beings, right? And he did say that the Trinity is one God because of that, right? What you're alluding to there, Chris, right? The problem is that the church fathers didn't advertise it as being a tritheist, right? They said, no, this is like tritheism. They said, that's like...
Yeah, I don't have history together because they were going towards like Trinity but one God. But I'm just thinking that you have all the same scriptures and you could have a different history where the church fathers wanted to model it as tritheism, and you could just deploy the same arguments in the same. Once you find places in the Bible where it's saying God is one, you just say, that's just in a different stance. It's just the other direction.
Yeah. I see. Yes. Yeah. There is but for me, specifically, I mean, if you know about the monarchical Trinitarianism, right, where you have these three, you have the Father being the source, or the Son and the Spirit, there being one God, because there's the Father is one God in the nominal sense, right, but in the predicative sense, you have three gods, right? So a lot of people hold to that, right? For me, it's not optically pleasing. I don't want to say, in some sense, there are three gods, right? So it also has to do with, how optically appeasing is it to you, right? I'd feel very uncomfortable, going up to a non-Christian or a Muslim, for example, right? Where they always accuse us of polytheism and tell them, hey, you're right, in some sense, there are these three gods, right?
But then again, it looks like there's scriptural backing for that. When it says, begat, Father begat, there's some notion where the Father is the force, and it's really different from the other two.
You're absolutely correct, by the way. This is an issue that has to be dealt with people who don't want to hold to monarchical Trinitarianism. And it has been laid out by monarchical Trinitarians, right? If the Father begets the Son, the Spirit proceeds from the Father. You have the Father being the source there, right? That can be a really good point. I still hold to the view that persons are relatively identical in the essence, including the Father. The Father is not absolutely identical in the essence, but relatively identical in the essence. But maybe we can say, in virtue of the persons being relatively identical in the essence, we can say the Son and the Spirit still proceed from the Father, even though the Father is not absolutely identical in the essence, that type of thing. So we can still maintain logical priority between the Father and the other person. persons, even though the Father is not absolutely identical to the divine essence, and that divine essence is still logically prior to the Father in a way. So you could say like, yeah, you have the divine essence that's logically prior to the Father, and then the Father being logically prior to the other persons.
What do you think about I don't know if this is relevant or not, but what do you think about the idea that the Father generating the Son is kind of like the number 2, which is logically prior to the number 4?
The analogy that I use, by the way, the set of natural numbers, like what does it mean to say something is logically prior? Right? Well, you can have a set of natural numbers, it can have one being logically prior to 2, and there can even be a logical dependence. Like 2 is logically dependent on 1, but that doesn't mean that 2 is like contingent, right? Like, because there's no causation there. So like 2 would still be a necessary truth, even though it's logically dependent on 1, right? Same thing with the Son. The Son is logical. The Father, but yet the Son is still a necessary person, right? Yeah. What do you think of that, Agamemnon?
Yeah, it's exactly the same. It's the same thing I was saying. But do you think that addresses the previous objection you brought up?
About the Father begetting the Son?
Yeah.
Oh, so you're gonna say like, well, we don't really see that with numbers like 2. Well, we could say like what is meant by begetting or spirating, right, or proceeding. It's just like one coming after another in the logical sense, right? So like 2 procession, right? Like logical procession, we could say like 2 logically proceeds from 1, right? It's in the same sense like the Son logically proceeds from the Father, and the Holy Spirit logically proceeds also from the Father. Right? Can we say that? Like 2 also proceeds from 1 and 3 proceeds from 2, that type of thing. So like what is meant by begetting and spiration is just like procession from like the Father in a way, right? From the first person.
I meant about relative. Sorry, what I meant is you brought up some sort of objection about relative identity and being identical to the essence, that the Father is identical to the essence, relatively identical. Can you just go over that again?
Yeah. So like, I mean, with the analogy of like having a lump of clay that has multiple forms, right? All of the clay would precede these forms, right? But maybe you can say like, you have the clay and then one of the forms precedes the other forms, right? So you would have the clay, then the first form, then the second form, third form, right? So you would have the divine essence, then the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, in like this logical sequence, right? Between the persons and the essence in a way. But again, I don't really have like strong formulated views. These are, I still have to think about them more. This is where my thoughts are heading as of now, right? Heading towards as of now.
Okay, so how about like saying the number 2 is logically prior to the number 4? The essence of the number 2 is somehow relatively identical to the essence of the number 4.
Yeah.
Yet one is prior to the other.
Yeah. I mean, this analogy isn't going to be like a full analogy, because maybe you can say like in the set of natural numbers, well, you could say like the natural numbers possess the same set, like the set of characters, but like they're not like, there isn't like this, the divine essence isn't going to be like having there isn't going to be like an analog for the divine essence, that analogy, right, of like a set of natural numbers. But what that analogy is trying to demonstrate, the common property, right, between it and the Trinity, is that you can have a logical sequence between different persons, right, while also having this dependence relation, right, without there being any contingency or any issues, right, there being like the Father, Son, Holy Spirit being necessary and one coming before the other, right, in a prior sense, right, in a logical prior sense, yeah. But of course, like, the set of natural numbers is not going to be fully analogous to the Trinity, right, because the Trinity is a concrete object, it has a concrete essence, that instantiates these multiple distinct persons, right. I just use the analogy of the set of natural numbers for people who tell me how can the Son be dependent on the Father and yet be necessary, right? Well, we're talking, or like how can the Son proceed from the Father, right? And there be like this priority and posteriority, right? Well, I say that's all in the logical sense. Yeah, you can have ecological priority and posteriority, without there being like this chronological posteriority of the Son and the Father, right? And they can still be both necessary, the Father and the Son.
even though there's a dependence relation. I mean, there are many moves that people can make, like with the Trinity. Like, you don't even have to give, like, I mean, you can always declare a constant appeal to, even though you don't need to, and still be rational, justifying your belief in the Trinity. Like, you could take the James Anderson approach, right? This positive mysterious approach, which is not that bad, right? You can be I mean, you could take like J.C. Beale's approach, being a logical pluralist, right? Classical.
Yeah, if all else fails, you got Chris Tweed's like Hail Mary with intentional context.
Yeah. Actually, the Venus. Did you see Venus's recent discussion with himself?
Yeah, he interviewed him. Yeah. It was a good conversation. But that's like way more. There's more depth there than people here. I mean, familiarity.
Yeah, Venus doesn't actually believe it's like a solution. He thinks also it's very problematic in many different ways.
Yeah, I know. Go ahead. It's just like I think Venus will agree that there's like a formal around there for some contradiction. It's just they have other problems.
Yeah.
Venus also tends to bring up problems like, oh, it's heresy, it's kind of like, I'm thinking, who cares, right? If you're just looking for a solution.
But usually that's part of the whole thing. It's very easy to resolve if you're not worried about heresies because you can just go for globalism versions that, you know.
Yeah, but even people call it heresy, they might be mistaken as well because no one has agreed that those people calling it heresy were sent by God. That's up for grabs as well.
Or you can resolve it without any heresies, without any ad hoc moves through relative identity.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree that that's the best. I basically agree that that's the best way to do it. But what Chris Tweed is doing is he's saying, okay, you know, people have launched relative text on their relative identity version, and then, okay, so if that fails too, you know, here's like a Hail Mary test that, like, is an okay context, and so because of that, the argument is now.
Hail Mary is funny in this context.
Yeah.
But Venus makes the critique, you know, of course, Venus is, I mean, you can make that with any argument, right? Like Venus makes, like, you can always get out of any argument by making that move, right? In a way where, the argument that isn't, like, valid or what have you, right?
Yeah, and if you think that, like, what Chris Tweed is saying is, like, totally unmotivated, you can just say, like, there's have to be, like, 9 persons, that's an okay conventional context. It's like, well, that's not fair at all.
Yeah.
But yeah, sorry, I get the appeal of doing that. If you don't want to do like minimal contention, right? You would try to like make it not be a heresy, right? So that's like maybe like more parsimonious, right? Even though you could take the route that okay, if you find a solution that doesn't have the heresy problem, you know, there'll be more.
Relative identity doesn't have the heresy problem, but optic, what do you mean you can use it for any argument? The critique is supposed to be that the Trinity is supposed to be logically contradictory or somehow metaphysically contradictory, or some sort of incoherence. But the big context. And then when you demonstrate that without any ad hoc rules, you can make it logically consistent. That's only in critique. Critique is supposed to be what?
No, I was talking about like Christopher Tweed's big context move that he does. Yeah, something entirely different. Yeah, it's entirely.
Well, modalism is not a argument for the Trinity.
It's gonna get
is.
I understand that it's not the argument, but it makes more sense. In the truth. Co-equal, co-essence, co-eternal. The co-equal is not even identified in the scriptures. But, people are.
Modalism is just a model of the Trinity, right?
Well, Trinitarians believe that modalism is not the Trinity at all.
They think that modalism is a heresy.
Correct. But it has, when I first was introduced to the Trinity, it was through modalism. And that makes sense. But after the co-equal, co-eternal, co-this, and reading it just doesn't align with the scriptures. But I guess, the philosophy is, with the Trinity, you have to bend all types of definitions. It's already established what you want to be, and then you have to force the scriptures to make it. So, but it's interesting to listen to.
I don't really understand what's going there. If people just want to say, like, it doesn't explicitly say the Bible, that would be nice. So what? Say
that again, something.
Obviously, it's not, the Trinity is not explicitly described in the Bible. So what?
Well, that makes sense for you, but the argument is Christians believe that it is explicitly explained in the Bible. Not only that, if you don't believe it, you're not a Christian. So that's why there's so many arguments within Christianity regarding the Trinity. But I understand why you think that makes sense.
It's basically something where it's like, sure, I've never heard anybody dispute the fact that the Bible doesn't just come right out and say, right? Like everybody agrees that that's true.
I guess it depends on what clubhouse you're in. But what I agree with what you're saying, it doesn't come out right out. I agree with that, but other people not necessarily say the same because they make it a self-vindication.
Well, I mean, the thing is like, if you have like the priors of having like the belief that there's this church divinely, there's church authority that was divinely appointed, right, by Christ when he founded the church in the early first century, right, and they basically have this authority that was handed down by Christ through his apostles, right. Then you have this apostolic succession, have the same authority, right, as the apostles, right. Then and they've declared something, right, being construed as like an infallible doctrine, and yeah, that would be like the equivalent of it being stated in scripture.
I've heard of that argument, but keep this in mind. You had the Israelites who had a direct connection to Moses, while Moses was in the mountains, getting the word from the Heavenly Father himself. And by the time they came down, after seeing all these miracles, they went astray. So, as the telephone game, things can go astray. I just don't believe that what was taught in the scripture is being completely passed down as is without other people's interpretations. So I don't believe that the church is the congregation of people. As far as the authority, the last authority was Christ. And so we don't need to, he's our Messiah, he is the mediator between us and the Father. Christ's words are Christ's words. I mean, that's fine.
But like, let's say that the people, so you would say like, if you have like a congregation of believers, can they be wrong? Like, let's say if all the believers like took on a certain doctrine to be true, can they be wrong if all the believers congregate?
Yes, the scriptures show that. Like even in Revelations, it was speaking about a group of people who were Christians, who were. It starts with an N. I can't think of.
But notice I'm not saying a group of people, I'm saying all people. Right? So if you had like 100% of Christians, right, in a certain century believed in a certain doctrine, right?
So the people. So if the chosen
question for you. Do you think, like, when the apostles congregated and formed the Council of Jerusalem, right, as stated in the book of Acts, they could have been wrong?
Yeah, they were wrong when Christ was walking on earth.
No, not individually. Not individually, right? But I meant it congregated together in that council, which actually I think the book of Acts is stated it was led by the Spirit. I think there's a verse that says that, right? You know, like they could have been wrong, that council.
I would have to read the scripture. I'm not gonna argue.
I mean, so this is where, like, so from
Nicolaitan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But this is where, like, the tradition of councils was formed. They were inspired by the apostles congregating, right? Being led in the Spirit. So the church basically all used to congregate, right? If there was a dispute over a certain doctrine, the same similar style of tradition as the apostles would congregate, or to figure out what the Spirit would tell them to do. And that was like the early church and how it was formed, and how these councils were formed, right? Following the tradition of the apostles. I think that makes perfect sense that this is the way it should be on how you can figure out what the correct interpretation of certain doctrines are in certain scriptures should be, right?
Context. How many people were exiled and killed over the Trinity? Like, if it was something that was taught from the beginning, which Christ didn't teach. It was something that was taught from the beginning. Why did people have to die? Why did what's his name? Moranis? He got slapped. Like, why?
Arius, you mean Arius?
Arius, yes. Like, there was people were getting murdered. The opposition, all the documents regarding the opposition were burned. If it was such a doctrine that was taught from up, why would there be so much?
Yeah, I mean, you can have doctrine that was clearly taught, and then later generations basically disagreeing, you know, in certain matters, right? You have disputes arising, right? People not refusing to look at, like, the clarity over a certain doctrine and bring up disputes, and from there, if you want to resolve it, what I was claiming, if there's a dispute and you want to resolve the dispute, right? Then, you know, the church fathers took the style and tradition of the apostles and what they did at the Council of Jerusalem, by all congregating and accepting, right, a certain doctrine, having that consensus being reached. Anyone who rejects that consensus was to be excommunicated from the church.
Or executed.
I'm not really sure if they executed anyone in there. Like, Arius was not executed. Nestorius was not executed. I don't think they executed the heretics. The emperor would exile the heretics, but I don't think they ever executed the heretic in the early first few centuries.
Yeah, but even still, so the standard.
But you're right. There was, like, an imperial force that enforced, right? You know, like these doctrines that arose from the ecumenical councils, right? So
right.
For us, yeah.
So when Barnabas and Paul and what is the other disciples? When they had a dispute, they just turned away and went their separate ways. But they still preached the standard message. Well, that's the problem. Like, we all know Jesus died on the cross, rose on the third day. You know, he's the Messiah. All of these things are accepted across the board. Those things are easily located. Like, anything outside of that is the opinions of interpretation.
Yeah, but the problem is like, even like, I mean, I don't think that there was even like, it was only like a very few bishops. You're a modalist, or a modalist, right? Like,
No, I'm not. No. I'm not a modalist at all. No. I'm just saying that.
What are you?
I'm right now. I'm not really anything. I'm just reading the scriptures and just. So I know it's really hard.
Come back home.
I'm just learning. No.
Come back.
I would have to. I would have to see the Trinity in life. When I say Trinity, I'm not speaking like.
Okay. Oh, you're right that there is no, like, explicit verse that talks about the Trinity the way
exactly.
But there's
so
this different propositions.
In the scripture, it says, "Do not add or take away." So
Sure. each other, there is one God, right? These seven promises, these seven statements regarding the Trinity, right? I think are explicitly stated in the New Testament, right? Like I think there are explicit verses that say that the Father is God, the Holy Spirit is God. They're not each other. I think there are explicit verses for that as well.
That's not my argument. I have issues with I don't like.
Well, yeah, I mean, but these are going to be logical attainments, right? So if you have like the Father and the Son being fully God, right? Yet they're one God and they're distinct, that they would in a sense, but you could like maybe raise up a deductive argument that they would have to be like co-equal.
But that's not what Christ says. So that's why I don't want to argue. I can't argue against Christ. Christ says my Father is greater than I. Christ said I will to your God, my God, your Father, my Father. So when the scripture says that, why am I going to argue with Christ? He is my Lord. And if that's the case, what would be the need for Christ to be the, and when I say the need, more so, why would he need to be the go-between if I'm just going straight to Yahweh anyways? It doesn't, to me, that just doesn't exist. I wouldn't need a go-between if I'm going straight to Yahweh.
No, it's fine. You can take that direction. I think if you go straight to Yahweh in the scripture, you will find Jesus being fully God.
What verse says that?
Philippians 2:6.
Yeah,
Philippians 2:6.
Yeah, Philippians. The form of God, which God meaning Elohim. It doesn't say being
The whole thing.
So God.
Read the whole fucking thing.
Read the whole thing.
Oh my god.
So it's to a serpent. And
I'm just skipping over the part that I'm talking about. There you go. Equal.
Yes, I understand. So you're not giving me a verse that has.
Yeah. The challenge wasn't to give you a verse you never heard before.
So in the King James version, it says he didn't consider it robbery. And there's another version, like the ESV, that says he didn't think it was something to even grasp, which is a concept that he wouldn't even have the ability to do. That's what it says in the different version. So it's not necessarily saying that.
Before, when I said that, you can have explicit verses and still people disagree over the interpretation of it. So that's why I do lose faith in the whole idea of there being such a thing as the plain reading of the text. But I mean, Tyler, what I'm saying is like, and by the way, what's interesting is the verse that Sully brought up, called the Christianity is a pre-Pauline creed. Actually, that's what the belief of the disciples. Paul was taking that from the disciples. It's like whatever a lot of academic scholars would say, anything else about that. That this Christianity was taken from the disciples. Paul took it from the disciples, right? So the disciples did have a very early high Christology of Christ being fully God, and full of God, being equal to God. Very amazing, very incredible.
Christ asked Peter, "Do you think I am?" And what did Peter say?
Who do I think I am? Peter said,
Christ asked
the Messiah, the Son of God. He answered, "You're the Messiah."
He didn't say, "I think you're the Most High God Yahweh." He didn't say what, like, for you to say what the disciples believe. The disciples said, "I think you're Elias. I think you're such and such."
There is like a lot of, you can say scholars that hold to like what's called, I don't know if you've heard of that, what's called the Messianic secrecy, right? The secrecy of the Messiah, meaning that the Messiah did keep secret his identity being like the Messiah and also like God until the very end. So he did like reveal it as like a very gradual progressive revelation of what it really was. It did culminate at the end with the high priest, even after when it came to Pilate, right? But with the high priest, well, who are you, right? Are you the Messiah, the Son of the Most High God, right? And Jesus says, "It is as you say," right? One of the Gospels, right? It's actually mentioned in all the Gospels, but one of the Gospels says yes, and another Gospel says, "It is as you say, and you shall see the Son of Man coming from the clouds of heaven," taking that from Daniel 7:13. Which a lot of people would say is a divine figure, right? That was mentioned in Daniel 7:13. That's why.
But even in Daniel describes two different entities. He describes.
But they're both divine, incredible, yeah, because he says.
Right, but I'm not taking anything away from Christ. But what I'm saying is that he has the ancient
going to be two different persons that share one and the same essence, so they could be counted as one. I mean,
when you say essence, what do you mean by essence? Like that has to be defined.
I mean, maybe at the simplest, at the root of it, it's going to be like a concrete thing. Now, what is a concrete thing? I'm just going to appeal to that. I mean, I don't know. That's just going to be a semantic pride. Like, with the divine essence, it is going to be a concrete thing that possesses the full divine essential properties, right? That constitutes these persons. But this was like a dream that was a revelation that Daniel was having. So, like, maybe in that revelation was like a true form, a true picture of the reality of the Trinity, right? He just saw maybe like these visions, right? Of maybe they were separated, these two persons, but that's not going to be reflected. That's not going to be like the true reflection of the doctrine of the Trinity.
So, but you even have Stephen when he's being stoned, he looks up. He sees the Most High.
Yeah.
On the right side of the Most High, he sees the Son of Man. So, again, that is the same as, Daniel's vision. So these are still two different entities.
Yeah, but they're both divine, right? Because remember that in Daniel 7 he says, "And all nations shall worship him," right? It's the Son of Man. So the Son of Man is like this divine title, right? And actually that is proven in the New Testament. I'll tell you why. Because after Jesus uttered those words, taking it from Daniel 7:13 and applying the Son of Man to himself, the high priests tore their clothes, saying, "What blasphemy have we heard?" Right? And like just claiming to be like the Messiah wasn't like considered blasphemous. Just claiming to be divine was considered blasphemous. And
right,
so
that's
why when Jesus made those claims, attributing the title of the Son of Man to himself, taking it from Daniel 7, all people did think that he was making a divine claim. Actually, Arthur himself, here I can even, I have the recording of him where he says he thinks that what was happening here, that Jesus did actually make a divine claim here, that Mark 16:60-64, Jesus was making a divine claim.
I don't have a problem with Christ being divine.
Oh, there you go. So, wow. Well, thank you, sir. Oh, wow, I love that.
I don't think he's shouting.
Wait, what?
I don't think he's shouting.
Just that he's divine, he's God, right?
I think there are many gods. Yeah.
Many gods?
I know, I guess.
What's going on here?
That's what the Bible says. That there are many gods.
Oh,
and many lords.
But didn't Jesus say that should worship you?
I would need to pull up the scripture because it literally says there are many gods and many lords, and then they tell you who's most high. And I would have to.
Does that make sense? That if you look at, I mean, the Shema, right? The Shema, your Lord, your Lord, your God is one, right? Or Jesus,
The Shema means.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we have
The Shema, the Hebrew Bible is pretty clear that there exist multiple gods.
Right.
And that Yahweh is the chosen God of Israel. Right. There are others, and the Shema does not indicate anything else.
By the way,
later Jewish thought has understood the Shema to mean single only, right? But that's not the view of the Hebrew Bible.
Yeah, but by the way, I'm not an expert on that. I'm afraid that we have to.
Careful when you say Hebrew Bible, because then you got to kick in the prophets. By that time, it is kind of monotheism. But the earlier ones, the other I'd say the later ones.
I'm going to quibble with you because the whole.
You guys, I'm going to sit back and listen. I'm going off you. I just want to listen to what you guys have to say.
Look, the prophets at least acknowledge that other people have other gods, and
yes.
They also have power.
Yes.
Right? So
but in terms of like the monotheistic argument,
when Elijah challenges the prophets of Baal,
sure,
it's because Baal actually exists.
Or they think that they can do it, but he's making fun of them the whole time.
He is making fun of them, but not because their God doesn't exist. He's making fun of their God as powerful.
Maybe. Listen, I wouldn't say necessarily. To me, it seems that the Old Testament, the Jewish Bible, does like flirt with other gods existing. It discusses them and prohibits specific ones. It engages in war with some of them, but it doesn't really like
justify them, and then point I pushed, like not exactly monotheism, more henotheism, is the oldest reference of like a Jewish interpretation of God is El Elyon, which is a recognition of other gods, but some special place for the one above all. And that starts with Melchizedek and Abraham.
That's right.
That's way before everything. So like they did have this idea of multiple gods, but they always understood that there was something above. So like I think from a modern perspective, the understanding of the Jewish people of the gods of that era is more closely related to our understanding of angels today.
Yeah, maybe. I think God, demigod, angel, layers of divine.
Like the angel with the ace of Hermosh, Moloch, right? Meaning they're prohibited, but they serve some kind of a purpose, and they have power in the world underneath the one above all.
Right. So my modest comment was just to say that the Shema does not mean there is only one. It means for us.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
It's more. No. I mean, like, if you take the context of the first time it's expressed, Israel is talking about literally the man Israel, not the nation Israel. And they're talking to their father on the deathbed. And they're saying, yes, the God that is yours, Israel, belongs to all of us, 12 of your sons. None of us abandoned your religion.
Can I ask Caleb a question? Because I'm not an expert on all of this. I know you're an expert, Caleb, so I'm glad you're here. I wanted to ask you, do you think, like, Daniel 7, 13 talks about the Son of Man, that any of the traditional Jewish scholars believe that this was a divine figure? You would say, no, this is like later Christian stuff.
I'm not really an expert on Daniel. That's probably something I should learn more, although I don't so much care about the Messianic prophecies, so maybe I'll ignore it. But it would not surprise me to find any rabbis in any generation who would have said all kinds of stuff that sounded Christian or not rabbinic or whatever. I mean, it's just how we roll, right? We say all the things out loud.
Yeah.
So I would not be surprised if somebody said that figure, I don't know what that figure is, right? But if that figure was really God or divine or the Messiah, it would not surprise me that somebody thought that.
So you don't think, Caleb, that these Jewish authors of these books of the Old Testament kind of held to like the monotheistic? So you would take that was later Jewish scholars, maybe. But
I think that's later. Yeah,
okay.
I think that's later. I don't think that, or I'll say it at least this way. The Hebrew Bible is not a univocal text. If you think it's an errant, it means you are probably then going to try to read it through in one voice. And it just doesn't, the data doesn't support that. The data supports multiple theologies present in the Hebrew Bible. Some of which might have been strictly monotheistic, but a lot of them certainly acknowledged presence and power of other gods, even though we say, the Israelites say, our one is the top.
Yeah, I mean, the Elijah story illustrates that theology in their era of Israel. They were engaged in idolatry, which is to say, they acknowledged the existence of other nearby gods. There was like a Beelzebub, Baal-Zebub over in the east. There was the Lebanese gods, and they referenced them, and that was Elijah's whole point. He's like, you shouldn't do that. You guys are a bunch of sluts. Stay with your husband, God.
That's right. You're a bunch of sluts. Right.
That's the way the prophet puts it.
Yeah, that's it. It was very poetic. Now, you could try to argue, I think it would be tough to do, but if you wanted to argue something like, well, when the prophets were saying this, they didn't really mean that those were real gods, they just meant that other people considered them as real gods. So
right, it is the colloquial language of the time.
That's the best way to say it. I think that would be the most ideal way to see it, especially if you want to kind of say that monotheism results in eventually or something like that. I think that would be a better way to just put it. That there were neighboring gods such as these and these at the time.
Yeah, that's why the way I mostly see it is that the Bible is like touching upon the existence of other gods. They reference them for like specific practices, Moloch, the whole fire jumping thing, Ovid, Yoni. And all I'm saying is that of those different deities, they're nodding to them, but the text doesn't legitimate their existence very much. It more references their followers that show up.
What does that mean?
Who is like you above the rise one of God?
Amongst the gods.
Yeah, the Elam of the gods.
Right.
Who is like you?
Right, so
Which is to say that he's distinctive from anything else people call God.
from any other El. Right.
That's right. Any El you find, that's not what we're looking at. That's nothing like what we're doing.
Right. So I think there's a way to say doesn't exist, and I think there's a way to say not as powerful as, which is functionally the same as saying you're not what you claim you are. You're not really a god. If you're not this powerful, you're not a god.
Right. It's sort of like the text kind of subtly dismisses the existence of other gods. It acknowledges it. It says don't do that, but it doesn't really like talk about them as like friends of God or difficulties of God's means of interacting with the world.
Can you guys go over Deuteronomy 32, 8 and 9?
Probably.
Can y'all talk about that?
Can you read it? Can you read it? This is like my favorite question. What do the Jews think about that verse? The answer is
pretty often.
bajillions of times. All right, what is it? 32. Deuteronomy 32. Okay, so this is, first thing to know, this is a big poem. This is not to be taken literally. This is a poem. Oh, this is right. Let me spar b'nei Israel, or it's the shade. Let me spar b'nei Elohim. Right, there was a change in the text. People say about that. And it should have said the divisions of humankind, the boundaries of people were fixed in relation to the children of gods. There's a variant because it doesn't make sense. What is Mispar b'nei Israel? Jacob got it. God's, because the next verse is the Eternal's portion. Everyone else got a portion according to their religion, God, and so did everybody else.
Oh, right. That's the verse that they think they changed the word, right?
Yeah.
Right. Because like the natural logic of it is that all of the world was apportioned to through other gods, or something like that.
Right. That's right. I don't know all the stuff about that, but there's something there. There is something about it.
Yeah, because I think the verse as it has been recorded and maintained, like doesn't flow, right? There's like a weird imbalance in like the impression of I gave this land to you just like I also did something else, right? It doesn't quite flow the way it should.
That's right. The Septuagint has the children of gods, and the Dead Sea Scrolls has sons of God. But the Masoretic doesn't. And it only makes sense and that makes more sense when you read 8 and 9 together, because if Israel got their portion according to their God, all the other nations should have gotten their portion according to their God. Is that it? Ta-da?
I feel like it's problematic that like the pagan gods are not denied like vehemently. Like
why? It's even better.
No, that's not true. One thing, when you get to the legal expression of Judaism, right, the Mosaic era, the law code, it's very clearly like prohibited. If you go through like what they practically did in Israel and like whether or not the law adjusted at some point, there clearly was a lot of paganism. Like Jews were interested in other idolatries, but at some point it was a clear rejection of no, we don't do that. And at least within the verses in the law code of the 5 books of Moses, it's very clear they don't want the Jews engaged in worship of any god other than God.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's fine.
See, I think it's better that it's declaring that there are other gods, but we have this one because it's about relationship. It's about choice.
Yeah.
It's about right. And
That's why I say I think it's like dancing a fine line, not disregarding them.
Let me finish that thought. Right. So the idea there's other women in the world I can love, but I've chosen my wife, and she's chosen me. That doesn't mean that there isn't love out there to be had. It's that the nature of the relationship is special. And that's what's being expressed between God and the Jewish people. Not that it's the only one and therefore you have to submit to the reality of the universe. Right? But rather that God chose and we chose. And that's more powerful, I think. That's more relational, human. That's we were talking about that yesterday. The Bible is really a human. It traffics in human emotion, in human experience, right? And I think human experience is you choose who you're with, right? And that's what it means to be part of a nation. And all the other nations have a God, right? That have relationships with them, and we have this one.
Is it saying you're choosing this because it's the most powerful, or is it saying because you can just simply make a choice?
So I think it's a little bit of both, right? I think it's because of a realization that we haven't really earned anything here in this life, and an unearned love, the only logical reciprocating thing to do to respond to an unearned love is to love back. Just love. What's the word? Senseless love. Right? No reason. On the other hand, I think there is a realization that what is the most powerful? The most powerful, right? There definitely is recognition of that. So I don't want to downplay that. But I think there's a midrash that says that God shopped around the Torah to other nations before Israel finally accepted. And he tells them, and we'll have everything except the murder part. We really want to be able to continue murdering. It used a couple of different nations. They say, oh, we'll do it except for the poor thing. And then Israel, apart from all the other nations, doesn't even ask what's in it. And simply says, we'll do it. Then we'll figure out what's in it. We'll do it. But again, I think that's really about. I really see God and the Jewish people in relational terms, not in submissive terms. Yes, we are not God, but we are empowered to be in relationship with the thing that's most different than us. How beautiful! It elevates the human.
Yeah.
But yeah, we do say that it's like a medrash. There's no historical basis for it, but we say that God shopped around the Torah to the other nations, and that they all rejected it for one law or another. Which, by the way, at least tracks.
You must have zoned out there for a second. I just said.
No, I'm just saying it tracks culturally as to why the Jews have a pat response every single time there's an objection to any of their laws. God already offered it. Of course you didn't accept the laws. That's the whole point.
Correct. That's what I said. That's why I said yesterday we are the choosing people, not less so that we are the chosen people. We are the choosing people.
Maybe we should make it more infinitive. We are the choice people.
We're the choice. Yeah. We're very pro-choice.
That's actually true. Essentially, we're very, very pro-choice. genuinely love them. We don't divide them.
We're vehemently pro-life on everything. We break every law in the Torah in order to save life, and we also have legal definitions of what. Right? That also means the mother's life. It also means we have to know what is life. It also means to know who's legally obligated, responsible. Right?
Well, I mean, like, just look at literally, like, the first story. It centers around the creation of life and the result of choice.
Right. Yeah.
Right? We wrap it all, like, from the essence of Judaism, we've always had pro-life and pro-choice in our ethos.
I mean, the paradox somehow, like, you can see it repeat itself, like, in other schools of thought. It seems to be like a complete acceptance and adherence to the paradox of life, right? And you see it all in Eastern and Chinese, the whole yin yang and
So, do you know about the purity, impurity, the temple Marcus?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, so there's a strict separation between ritual purity and ritual impurity. And some of the things that make you ritually impure are like contact with dead bodies, or bugs, or worms, or other kinds of stuff, right? And what it does is, when you're in a state of ritual impurity, you can't access the rituals in the temple. That is a place of total ritual purity. You have to go to a ritual bath to ameliorate the situation, etc. But I once heard it explained, the temple is the meeting place between purity and impurity. It is the life-death nexus, right? It is the yin-yang, it is the up-down. Welcome to duality, unity again, right? And they meet in the most holy place. They meet in the holiest place where he dwells. Just to say, to encounter God is to encounter the life-death nexus. That's why nobody sees God and lives. It's too much.
Also, that is the point of death. And from, like, the theological perspective, right? No man may see my face and live. When you're dead, you see my face.
That's right. You have to show your face to me, but you don't get to see my face. Love that one.
That's also verse in the Quran.
Yeah.
On that day shall remain only the face. Pretty much. Okay, so move to it.
What day is today? Tuesday? What happened on Tuesday the whole week? What happens on Tuesday?
Separation of the sky from the waters beneath.
No, so it was Palm Sunday on Sunday.
Oh, no, it was the third day. My bad. Tuesday is the third day. So it was the creation of the land. The waters moved into the ocean.
No, I'm asking about in Holy Week this week, right? We had Palm Sunday, it's Good Friday on Friday, right? I didn't miss it, right? So something happens to Jesus on that day in history, like what's supposed to happen. On Sunday, he gets into the city. What happens on Tuesday? Does anyone know?
No.
I don't know. I'm asking. I don't know.
Oh, you mean like in the 3 days? What was his like day to day?
Yeah, they say he was doing something, right? Maybe it's like he gets crucified on Friday. What happens in the middle of the week?
And you're saying he shows up on Tuesday?
He shows up on Sunday.
Shows up on Sunday, waits until. Does he have to trial for the 6 days? Is he in prison?
Yeah, there must be a trial in there at some point.
I assume he's in prison. Shouldn't he be in prison?
Maybe he's in prison, right? But I think there are like specific like observances or readings or things that you do ritually on each day of Holy Week.
Maybe you should go to prison for a week?
Maybe you go to prison.
I think that'd be good, you know? If you're like thinking through the trial, go deal with that's what he would have done probably, right? He probably would enjoy going to the prison. He'd be like, finally, I'm with the wretched.
That's good. That's better than like vicarious suffering.
Yeah, they should have left the development of their culture to us. We would have had better plans.
a harmony of the Gospels, and the last week, and then the last 2-3 days, and then the last 2 days. I'm in the last 2 days right now, so there's like 1.5 days, whatever, and it's amazing. Right now he just finished. He just like rebuking all the religious folk, and now he's on the mount of all of it. And so he's wrapping up, and just to read the last words of Jesus, the right, before Passover, before he gets betrayed, before all that, and it just it's all amazing, all of Jesus, right? But it is he economy.
Russia's gonna do? What is Russia gonna do?
Can I jump in, please?
Yes,
Because
President. Whoa, wait a minute. Hello. Yes. The money you factors, it's set up like that. And it's nearly at 100% return rate now, thanks to Obama's 2016 memorandum. So, and that's just the military aid that we give to them. That does not take into account any of the R&D and the tech. Billions of dollars.
You believe our economy is doing really, really well, Serendipity? You believe our economy is doing really well in America? Is what we're trying to state? The economy is doing really well in America. Better than it was under Biden or Obama. That's not what I asked, Terry. That's moving the goalpost.
Yes, so yes, it is doing well. There you go.
The economy is doing well. The economy we're dealing with some of the worst wage discrepancies we've ever seen in our time. What do you mean? And on average, wage discrepancies compared to work in America.
Where in America?
Everywhere. The average.
Really? Are you sure about that?
Henry, let me finish my point.
He has
wage discrepancies.
Approval, 33% approval right now. So
what does that have to do with the economy?
That's a point. Wage discrepancies compared to work productivity is, again, Fortune just did a massive research analysis on this, and everyone should go read their article that they just did that shows that millennials and Gen Zs are producing much more than what they're making at the highest rate we've ever seen. So first, just wage discrepancies. And then on top of that, housing markets is the most inflated it's ever been. You can't buy a house if you're someone of the younger generation. If you do, you're going to go in extreme debt for it. You're not going to be able to pay off your house in 30 years like you used to be able to. So yeah, these things actually do matter. Our economy isn't doing well. And so you're saying that us reinvesting in our military industrial program, our industrial complex system is going to reinvest in the American people. And I say that we actually don't see that, right? When the housing crisis happened in 2008, you know what? Our military industrial complex, that just heightened. They gained another $1 trillion. So the idea that they are reinvesting our economy has been this bull-faced lie that you guys have just allowed to accept when our economy isn't doing well. And it hasn't been doing well for the last probably 40 years.
You didn't bring any facts, nothing at all. So.
I'll post the articles.
Okay. Well, we're seeing the GDP growth around 2 to 2.5% for 2026, with some seeing it easing towards 1.8, 2.0 in later years. But right now it's at 2.5%. Unemployment's hovering around 4.3 to 4.5%, up slightly from recent lows, but still near full unemployment levels historically. The labor market has cooled into a low fire state. Job growth modest and influenced by factors like reduced net migration and sector-specific issues. Inflation's at 2.7 for 2026 projections, and it's far below the target that was in 2022 peaks. Some upward pressure from energy or other policy factors, but core trends, disinflation in housing and goods. So I don't know where you're getting your fucking information from, but from what I'm seeing, it's actually completely opposite of what you're saying.
He's an uncle.
Yeah, I think you say, No. I mean, again, you say that it doesn't matter about unemployment rates. It doesn't matter about the GDP.
I went over everything: GDP, unemployment, and inflation.
Gross domestic product doesn't tell you about actual middle class Americans. That doesn't say anything.
You're talking about the economy. Now you're up to the goalpost by talking about middle class Americans.
The economy matters when purchasing power ends. That's what's actually going on. Is that you have the top 5%, the top 3%, even into the top 1% continue to get the largest purchasing power they've ever had. While again, middle class America disappears almost completely because of this. And so you're looking at the economy going, look, GDP, the gross domestic product is up. It's always been up. We're producing more than we ever have.
Well, you know, the economy shit when our GDP is up. Like, that's one of the most important factors to actually determine what an economy is doing.
But the economy only matters towards the majority of people and how they are actually living. And that's the actual key issue, is that when a I think like the last time I saw the statistics, like 80% of Americans can't afford a $1,000 emergency bill. Like that's the actual problem. And for someone, I would assume that everyone knew this. And it's like for some reason, boomers and Gen X are like they have like scales over their eyes. Like that's not happening. It doesn't. And it's like, guys, let's not focus on Israel anymore. Let's not focus on the Middle East. Let's get out of that region. We have Venezuela. Let's keep Venezuela. I agree with that. And let's
thank God you're not in politics or you're running our country, because our country would be
Trump.
if you were.
You're right. Trump's doing a great job. Trump's doing a great job.
You don't know shit about world economics.
We're in another war. Middle Eastern war. Another Middle East war. I love it. Did he say no?
It's not even a war.
President.
If this is a war, then you're fucking mistaken.
We're over a month in and it's nowhere near to being done. And we're most
That's not true at all, actually.
14 days.
Obviously, you're not paying attention.
Do you want to bet money troops to the ground? Do you want to bet money? I'll bet money on it.
I mean, that's fine. You can bet whatever money you want to bet, but for you saying that nothing is happening is fucking. It's fucking.
Do you think the war's ending? Do you think the war's ending soon? Is that what we're trying to
Yeah, it's gonna end. There's always an end to everything. So.
But when is it gonna end? Is it gonna end now?
I don't know. I don't have a fucking magic 8 ball to tell me when it's gonna fucking end.
Well, it matters when it ends because it matters to the U.S. taxpayer dollar, and it also matters.
Yeah, is that what you were also saying to Ukraine or all the money that we were sending to Ukraine?
Yes.
Okay.
F Ukraine. I don't care about Ukraine.
The thing is, this war has more influential over our economy than fucking Ukraine and Russia.
No. If we actually decide to end our allyship, the
control the flow to not make sure that our adversary China doesn't get their hands on whatever they want from Iran, it's big. It's very important.
Yeah,
you would realize that.
Do you know the only reason why Iran hates us is because of our allyship with Israel for the last 55 years?
That's not why they hate us.
That's not true. That is true. No, that's not true. It's not because of Islam. It's not because of Saudi Arabia is fine with us.
Hostage 400 days. So don't say it.
Because we've been with Israel.
They killed us back in the 80s, bro. Was that because of Israel?
Yes, because we've been with Israel.
Because they killed the American troops in another country, then you're saying it's because of Israel.
Tell me prior to 1948, when was Iran attacking us?
Keegan, you're wrong. Iran got angry with the U.S. because long before any allyship with Israel, back in the late 40s, it might have been early 50s, we overthrew their democratically elected prime minister because he wasn't U.S. friendly. That's why Iranians don't like the U.S. That's where
because he signed it
Israel.
Because Iran didn't side with the allies. I understand that. I understand that they didn't side. They didn't side.
Always were friend of the Russians, and that's from the beginning. Ali Khamenei was educated in Russia, so stop talking shit.
No, guys, you're just talking nonsense. When you're talking about Iran and
the things that they have for the American, that's not true. It's based in the ideology of the Islamic Republic that they call US the big devil. They call it Shaitan Bozor, the big devil, and they call Israel the small devil. So just so you know.
And the big but you gotta bring in the West. The West money
exactly. Their core ideology that they have to be enemy with the US. I mean, that's why they hostage the US diplomats in Iran at the beginning of the revolution. That's why they have all these deaths to American from the beginning, because it's just an ideology, and in the ideological regime they have an enemy. That's the thing about the ideology.
Israel is their enemy, and they hate.
You gotta go back to Great Britain. You gotta go back to Great Britain and British Petroleum. You gotta go back to Russia. You gotta go back to 1900 to put it in perspective. That whole area called Persia, that whole area. You could go back to Rome and Alexander if you want to go far enough back. Don't want to go that far back, but 1953, that people can't focus on that. 1948 is an important date also, when Israel hosted up over there. That was the settling that's been going on from that point until now. And Yahweh would tell it, Iran will be called Israel one day if he has his way. So, to say that they're not up against the whole Western powers, that whether it be Russia, Great Britain, or now America, or a combination thereof, to not understand that is to not really have a real conversation.
You see how he was proven wrong and he left the room. You see that?
European countries, they refused to join the war.
Yeah, he's not here. He's
The
the war
European
because
countries, they said it's not their war, it's not their fight.
Yeah, we know that, Arthur. You're not telling us anything fucking new. Okay, come on the fucking mic and tell us something new.
why would they want to get bloody for no reason? Because of Donald Trump?
Solely for Israel.
Okay, you're retarded. Anyways, you see the guy's not in the room anymore because he got proven wrong and he didn't want to take.
Probably picked him, and you guys are.
Oh, you're just another retard that sounds just like him that's saying that it's because of Israel. And we just told you why it's not because of Israel, you fucking idiot.
No,
Can you just explain it again for your dumbass?
That's not why. That's not why. It's not.
Oh, good. Go ahead and prove it because you know everything and we don't, right? You have the answers to it all.
Let me clear that up, please.
Go ahead, clear.
So at first, Iran was literally America's ally. They used to house our CIA in their democratic regime until they wanted to nationalize their oil. The British pressured America to intervene, and that's why. And then we put in the Shah. The Shah gave us 40% of the oil. The Iranian people, civilians, they got mad and overthrew the Shah.
That's not true. That's the funniest shit I've ever heard.
Does anybody on the stage right now want to respond to that?
Yeah, I don't respond to it. Those are facts.
That's Iranian.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm guilty now.
Mossadegh, the president was Mossadegh. He was our ally. He was the biggest ally in the Middle East for America. They housed the CIA for the region.
Okay, any Iranian want to respond to that, Dana?
Yeah, sure. I can take it over. Okay, so first of all, if you to understand hatred for the American and the US, you have to go back to the revolution which happened you have to go back to the revolution that happened 47 years ago. Okay, before that, we American and Iranian we loved the US. So that's bullshit. The revolution. Khomeini's. Okay, that's what I'm.
Anybody else that interrupts him, we'll move you down, and that's it. Go.
Yeah. Thank you. So when the revolution happened, okay, the Islamic regime hijacked the revolution because it was kind of lefties, righties, and had different groups that did that revolution at that time. But then this Islamic regime hijacked the Khomeini hijacked the revolution. They put the Islamic regime on top. And then they put, they kind of, build everything based on a core ideology. That's why I'm saying Islam is wrong information what you're talking about.
Okay, well, don't come off the fucking mic until we tell you to, and if you do, you'll get moved down. So, plain and simple, I will get to you guys when it's your turn. We know how to take turns. This is not the Middle East. This is fucking America here, where most of us are in America. We have decorum in America. Go Google what decorum means, and then after that, maybe you'll understand how we run our rooms. Okay, are you done, Donna? Is that it, or you wanted to keep going?
No, I just was going to say that the Islamic regime is an ideologic regime. The ideologic regime, they must have an enemy, okay? And that enemy from the beginning of the revolution was US. They based it, all the way in the past, they've been enemy with the West for the past 47 years, and all we've been hearing also in Iran as my personal experience that lived there, okay, during my teenager, during my youth and everything, what I've been hearing from the state TV that, the influence of the West should be stop. Their culture, the Western culture should not be, brought to Iran. Blah, blah, blah. So all we heard was, being enemy with the West, and the West is this big devil that's, controlling the world, and we are the good guys who fighting against the West, and this is what's been going on in the past 47 years with this fucking regime. And now the people are educated, they got fed up with the regime, and they got to the understanding that what they've been saying have been bullshit.
Let me ask Dana a question. Can I ask Dana a question? Go ahead. Dana, so you think the Iranian people were wrong in 79 to be upset, in 78 and prior to be upset with what was going on in their country? Is that what you're saying?
Say that again.
Do you think the people in 1979, when they did what they did in 97, and what led up to that, what the Shah was doing since he was put in there since 53, you think they were wrong? The Iranian people were wrong to feel that they should come against this authoritarian rule, that they were coming against the corruption, the Western influence, the economic inequality, the suppression of Islamic values? You're saying the Iranian people were wrong for revolting against what was being imposed on them in 1979?
100%, yeah. They were
wrong for that. So they should have just bowed down and became westernized at that time. They should have just said, well, the hell with it. Let's just forget about all of our Islamic tradition, history, what we're about. Just let the West come through here and do whatever they want to do. That's what you're saying?
That's not true.
That's the manipulation. What was they were right?
Hold on. Yeah, here's the thing. Yeah, they were wrong. So what about it?
What should they have done? What should they have done?
Islam is so good, wanted to live in a Muslim country. Anyway, what do you think Islamic people get?
I don't understand what he said. I didn't hear what he said.
Why don't you live in a Muslim country?
Bro, because I live in a country that Muslims and Christians and whoever else contribute. Bro, we don't have enough time. Bro, we don't have enough time to live all the good things. Bro, do you want an answer or do you want to just yell at somebody?
One good thing about Islam.
Okay, bro. Okay. Peace, bro. So, order, structure is up there. I mean, if you don't have enough time, you don't have enough willpower to want to hear all the good that Islam does, man. So, one thing that Islam is different than Christianity on, I'll tell you this. Islam is taught at the core of it. You must fight against a tyrant. You must. It's your duty to God to rebel against a tyrant that's on some straight BS, taking advantage of children. It definitely is taught. And it's taught because if you don't have resistance to people that come in the name of God, bro, you do not want our Christianity, what they did in North America. You do not want to, don't go there. Leave that argument, bro. You don't want to make a comparison with what's done in the name of Jesus in this holy place. You don't want to talk about taking over countries in the name of Jesus, bro. You don't want to talk about that right now, man. It's not that conversation. Let's not talk about what's been.
All right, man. You gotta learn to listen. It's in your book. If you're Muslim, it's in your book.
Bro, that book belongs to the planet. It ain't my book.
Every non-believers,
it belongs to the planet, bro. All the prophets of God belong to the planet, bro. It ain't my book.
Are you gonna go mute?
We get back to Mike.
Who are you? Who are you to tell me to be quiet? Who are you talking?
So Iran is not an enemy of the U.S.
Whose turn was it?
We were on my turn. Harry asked an Iranian. Hold on. Harry asked an Iranian to speak for him, but the Iranian couldn't speak English, and he didn't address my points.
Don't asshole. Everybody understand Donna. He did what he's supposed to do, and he explained.
He didn't address any of my points because I said the shot. I said we put in the shot.
Don't be a racist. Don't be an asshole.
Okay, I apologize.
If you have a problem, just listen, you fucking shit.
Okay, so Iran doesn't have a problem with us. We put in the Shah, and he gave us. Fuck man, you guys talk too much. I'm out.
Let me say something. The only reason the Islamic revolution hates America is because their values. And what's the values? Equality for women. Just hold on. Be quiet for one second. Shut up and talk as much as I want. There's a moderator here. Equality for women. They don't want a woman be equal to the man. Western value. What's the Western value? Freedom of speech. You cannot have a freedom of speech in Islamic regime. You cannot have a free party, political party, Islamic regime. You cannot have a free market in Islamic regime. Everything belongs to Islamic regime. And Western values are against Islamic values, Islamic regime. So it's not because they hate Israel. They hate the Western values. Take that to the bank.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, all of those things that you mentioned about political, religious freedoms and all of these things, the Shah was not offering anything. He had a secret police. He was, imposing himself on his people's religious values. Same thing. So that's not what you have a problem with at the end of the day. At the end of the day, but you know what? One thing I will say to the Iranian diaspora, if I could just speak respectfully. I hope you guys are right. I hope you diaspora guys are right. I hope America blowing up your shit, is good. I hope it's good. I hope it's the best thing that happens to Iran. I hope they blow up all your fucking oil. Blow up your grandma, blow up your fucking auntie, and then you guys can wear bikinis. Whatever you want to do, I hope you're right, bro. I hope I'm wrong. And it's not like Afghanistan, Iran, Syria, Libya, fucking, you name it. Iran, Iraq, all of them. I hope it's not, maybe I'm wrong, maybe you're right. Maybe bikinis are more important than your grandma's house.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You're I guarantee you don't vote for any of this because at the end of the day, you're a fucking Muslim and every Muslim fear this shit. Every Muslim fear when IRGC is gone and Islam is rejected by vast majority of Iranians, it's going to open a gate to other nations who was occupied by you fucking piece of shit jihadists. Yeah, that's what you fucking
I'm not afraid.
Don't get me from me. Don't fucking mute. Don't fucking mute, you jihadists. Who's there was it?
It was my turn, bro. Fuck.
You were finished.
But why are you scared, bro?
Wow. I'll show you how scared it is.
This guy is a fucking funny motherfucker.
Who's next? Go ahead. Harry, if you're here, I gotta take a shower and shit. Yes, I'm crazy. I got it. All right, you go.
I got it.
Yeah. I want to talk about the reason that American involved in this war. I think it's because of these, how can I say, anti-Western camp that they made it in Iran, in some regions, some countries over there, and China and Russia. The most, I think, if I want to be realistic, there is a compound factors. One of them is the Chinese economy, which is the most important thing for American. I think America should think about it. And Trump is very smart. He know if they left Iran and they make the IPAC, then the economy of America will crash. I don't know, these Democrats people, they made a mess for American economic. They put all of the factory to China and they made an enemy for themselves. America, they think if the oil of Iran goes to China, their camping will appear in force, and this is a problem for the American. Most dangerous things, American economy. I don't think the American people That's because of freedom they came to the region and made the war. And as I know, Israeli people as well, they are allies of American, and they put themselves in front of this camp, this anti-imperialist camp. They think in university you say, how can I say, campist left. So this is the why. You you should do this job maybe 40 years ago because of yourself, not Iranian people. Iranian people, they have a miserable life because of this regime as well. But by chance, Iranian people, their aim, and when I'm talking about the Iranian people, we have to separate the Iranian people and the regime, this fascist regime. Iranian people, by chance, they have the same force with American and Israel in this country. So this war is beneficial for all of parties. I think that those people, they come here and especially the Americans, they just talk about gullibility. They don't know anything about the economic America, anything. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I very agree with Lutus. Just wanted to point out that guys, to understand the frustration that the Islamic regime has with US, you need to go and study the communist regime, like China, like North Korea, like Russia, or Soviet that they had before. So these kind of regime, of course, they are against the main Western values, like the freedom of speech, the human rights, every right that a normal person can have. They are against that, and because of that, there is a heavy censorship in those countries as well. If you see in Iran, in North Korea, in China, you don't have like free net. You can't access all the websites. You don't have free press. You don't have freedom of speech. So those are the things that these regimes are scared of and they are against, and that's why they build their core ideology around being enemy with the Western countries and especially US. So that's something that you guys need to understand.
May I go ahead? May I talk, Harry?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I heard the question from a gentleman here said that why he should care about the Iranian people. In general, the Iranian people, the majority of them, are like the ones that you saw abroad protesting and thanking Israel and the United States. So the majority inside Iran are like that, more than 80%. They don't want to kill U.S. citizens in active duties. And they don't want to attack embassies full of innocent people. Iranian people, majority of them, they don't want to produce intercontinental missile to attack U.S. soil or whatever country 4,000 miles away. They don't want to plan to kill the U.S. officials. And they don't want to say that to American general. They don't want to burn the U.S. flag. I'm saying U.S. and this is true for Israel. This is true for all U.S. allies and Persian Gulf Arab countries. They are peaceful people. There is no reason to have 4,000-mile long-range missile. Defense, yes. Every country needs to have defense. If you want to defend your people, which IRGC has no care about the Iranian people, you should have air defense. You should go get the Patriot. You should go to have a good relationship, right foreign policy, so nobody want to attack you. Iranian people inside Iran are tired of being in stress and being in not normal life. That's why the benefits of Iranian people and US citizens are the same. So if you do, and I have one question for anybody who thinks this attack from US was not right or the threat was not imminent. What should you see today to say, okay, tomorrow we have to get rid of this regime? You want to see missile in your neighborhoods, backyard? What should happen? Because all of these things that I said, for 47 years, IRGC is doing Sepah Quds, Qasem Soleimani. They killed thousands US citizens. What should happen today so you can say tomorrow, yes, I support attacking this IRGC? Thank you for saying.
Let me address that, Kevin. You just got through saying that Iran has no desire to go 4,000 miles to try to start some mess with the U.S. Did you not just say that?
But sweet, are you dumb?
Okay, I'm talking to Kevin. I'm talking to Kevin Ocean. Am I what? Thank you, Kevin. Go ahead. What's your? I just want to make sure I'm hearing what I'm hearing. Didn't you just say Iranians have no desire to go take out Americans, politicians, or American people? Didn't you just say that?
Yes, I said Iranians who are against. Hold on, Kevin. He said
let Ocean translate your words.
I'm saying vast majority of Iranians don't want none of that bullshit. That's what he said.
So that's what I was dealing with. Yeah. So go ahead. So
the government want it, but the vast majority don't want it.
Now that we've established that fact, that the majority don't want it, and I'm sure Kevin will recognize the government has never shown any, not only East, like Kevin said, not only against the U.S. or Israel or any European power, they've never been developing this idea that we want to go attack all these Western powers. Like he said, the Iranian people. Hold on, man. I'm addressing what Kevin.
Let me finish. Go ahead, finish.
Thank you.
I'll answer after you.
Let me finish, then you can answer. Yeah. That's the whole point of this dialogue. And so to understand, the majority, you went on to say the Iranian people want Iranian government to go ahead and develop defenses to keep all this BS away from them against the onslaught of what they're up against, what's coming after them, the Iranian people want. So, but you draw the line apparently that they shouldn't have. The thing that seems like in the chat, Mike was talking about, the thing that seems to be the biggest deterrent for Israel or America or anybody acting a fool would be if they had the capabilities with Iran for nuclear activity. Then they would realize, we're going to have to talk to them. The same way that America talks to China. They don't like China. They don't like North Korea. But it's a thing called daytime. If Iran ever did have it, I want to see if you're still on that same thing of what Iran should do to defend himself and not just get Patriot missiles and all of that stuff and an Iron Dome or something. To your logic, the thing that would bring daytime, the thing that would bring peace for all the Iranians is if they had the ability to neutralize the rest of whoever was coming at them the same way whoever has these nuclear engines could come and neutralize them if they decide to push that button. So that would be the very thing, according to your logic, that would neutralize it to where America then couldn't bully them anymore because they would realize, well, they could kill us as quickly and destroy this planet just as much as we can. And then that causes an automatic, let's have a conversation because the planet knows and the Iranians know and every citizen on the planet knows that the persons that instigate that nonsense destroy this whole planet for all of us in this geopolitical world. We haven't even seen that thrown into the mix yet, where nuclear bombs are flying now. And so this is what it seems to me that the bully understands. If we let them get that capability for their own nuclear, taking care of the in-house, electricity, whatever they do with that, and they also been reached to a point, now we have to talk to them like they're real human beings. Seems to me that the bully doesn't want to have to do that, doesn't want to respect them at all. And so you're making story.
bombs that Iranian they wanted to do.
Do I know how much what? What's that caustic? I didn't hear that word.
Yeah, how much cost for Iranian people this nuclear? I don't know.
How much does it cost financially to create nuclear
bomb or something like that?
Do I know how much it costs to make?
Because they believe the 60% uranium it is just used for bomb.
Listen, do you remember that the
answer to my question? Do you know how much cost for
No, I don't know how much it costs, sir. I don't know how much it costs for uranium.
It's
tell me how much it costs to
$6,000 billion. My friend, cost for us $6,000 billion just because they don't want. Listen to me.
I'm listening to you, sir. $6,000 billion.
Thank you. Just stop pointing. Our people, they're miserable. They don't have food in their home. And these idiots, they made these bombs with this kind of cost.
They made nuclear bombs.
Just listen to me. Listen to me. I don't listen.
He's trying to tell you.
I'm listening to the words you have in his mouth.
No. Listen to me. Listen to me.
1 second, Lord.
Don't you have to the translator?
Trying to
One mic.
Let me answer, sir.
Yeah, just 1 minute.
I was talking to Kevin, no notice, and then you jumped in, and Kevin and I were done.
My friend.
You're not an honest person.
Please just listen. Open your.
I'm trying to talk to Kevin, and now here comes Lotus with asking me about how much it costs.
It is because I'm
nuclear bombs that don't exist.
My friend, they want this 2003
Amazing for money and the pictures of money.
They find the program that they wanted to make a bomb. Look at the United Nations reports. So they wanted to make a bomb. So this is the problem in our country. We have a problem in economic. We don't want this regime may have a bomb. We don't want to fight with anybody in the world. And 80% of the people, they just tired of this dictatorship.
Okay, I got it. I listen to you. So you listen to me now?
So
I listen to American.
Bro, let him finish or the conversation's never going to end.
I don't know when to finish. What's the
Just let him finish or I'm going to move your ass down.
Lotus, can I respond to you? He decided that was. He decided to determine this dictator, these tyrants, this how can I say, this fucking crazy regime from our country, and they killed us. They killed us in the street, and these people, they just closed their eyes. 40,000 young people, they died in 8 hours, and whole the world just closed their eyes. Just American, Trump and Israel, they said we're gonna help you, and they did it. I'm not saying they did because of us, but they should do these things because of American, Israeli people, and Iranian people. For all aspects, economic aspects, political aspects, and this is the real human rights things that they do. Because United Nations, they just say something and they do nothing for the world. Take a look to Sudan, take a look to the Iran. They didn't anything for anybody, just Israel and American. And we Persian people, we are very thankful for this action that they made.
All right, Lotus, just make sure to wrap it up because you're taking a little bit too long here. We have other people who want to speak. 30 seconds, wrap it up.
No, I'm finished. Anybody should decide about our country. Just the people, Iranian, and those people that they gonna be our allies. Future, they should come with us, and we decide who will come with us and who don't. I don't like somebody in the leftist campus left comes to the talk and say, the Iranian they did this. Which Iranian? You talk about 10% Iranian, which is corrupted. They took the regime, they killed the people. Are they or we, 90% of Iranian, that they don't want this regime. You have to take care of us, our voice. You should be our voice, not this 10%.
Thank you, Lotus. Appreciate it.
Quick question. I just want to...
Hold on. Does Sweet want to respond to it? And then, Kevin, you can go out.
Yeah, briefly. You talk about Iranians defining Iranians' future, but meanwhile, you talk about America coming in and like there's no infiltration in this 40,000, 30,000. There's no Israeli. I mean, these wide sweeping statements. Somehow, I guess America knows better what Iranians want than Iranians. I guess to your argument, but you talk about these leftists and. So I don't know where you're arguing from when you start talking about America should be the one to come in and do a regime change. America, Donald Trump should be the one to pick who's going to now run Iran, like he's going to pick who's going to run Venezuela. I don't know where you're coming from as you argue for the Iranians. Like the Iranians themselves don't have the ability to come to some understanding amongst themselves what's best for the Iranians. They have an old history. It's not for me to tell Israel how to play their cards. Not for me to tell China how to play their cards, or what I'm saying. But Iranians, you sitting here telling everybody on stage and the world that's listening that Iranians' future should be determined by Donald Trump. Is what you said.
Iranians don't say that. He didn't say that.
It's my turn. Hold on. So, I have a question for you, and it's totally fair if you say I don't want to answer the question. But are you a Shia 12er?
Bro, listen to Prophet Muhammad, bro. He wasn't no Shia.
I don't care about what Prophet.
I know you don't care about Prophet Muhammad, but Prophet Muhammad wasn't no Sunni. He wasn't no Shiite. He wasn't no Muhammadan. He wasn't none of that. He was one submitting to do Allah's will, bro. I stand with Prophet Muhammad, bro. That's where I stand.
So you
He wasn't no Shiite. He wasn't no Sunni.
Got it. Let me continue. I got my answer. Okay. You answered my question.
Next question.
So you have no knowledge about the danger these extremist jihadist Shia 12ers who are governing Iran are posing to the war, and specifically to U.S. You have no idea what they want. They want bomb White House. They want annihilate Israel. That's what they want.
You think that's gonna happen, bro? You think they're gonna do that?
That's what they want. They are claiming openly. They are claiming it openly, and they are acting. United citizen that they could. That they are openly claiming it. Openly. Iranian officials are saying we are going to. I'm sorry.
Talking pipe dreams.
One second. I'm just going to answer this guy. He quotes Lotus or whatever. First of all, if you are real, you have to put your real name there. And don't talk about 90%.
I'm not real name because you're a dealer.
Don't talk about 90%.
You're talking
if there is a 90%, wait a minute. Just listen. If Iranian government, they fight with only 10%, you already lost. It's not 10%. You are 90% and you are not even the 10%. You are not even the 9%. You have no courage to put your real name.
Do you 90% want to kill United States citizens and Israelis?
Never claim that.
Yeah.
We can choose our people.
Kevin, you are judgmental. Okay, you are 90%. Why you don't let us know the referendum in our country? Why you don't let us we have a referendum in our country that you show me you are 90% of our country. Show me. Why have you thought? Why your leader is died and it is in the fridge?
Because you don't know how to read. Because you don't know how
to read, because you don't never read any books, it doesn't mean you are right. There is no government in this world. You name things. The government referendum is on. But listen, I'm not talking to you because I'm not talking to you. Listen, just listen. I'm not talking to you because you are the losers which you sell your own people, your own government, your own country.
With all respect, let's have a civil conversation.
Civil government. Your own name first. Put your own identity first before you come and talk to the stage. You have no problems. You cannot put even your own name. So what? I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to people who listen to me.
Hold on one second. You guys are fucking. The fuck? Whose turn was it?
I think Kevin was trying to ask me a question about the Shiites.
Shiites. Come back. Bibi, how many people eat breakfast if you can please? Oh, Bibi left. Go, Kevin, go. Okay, he's the guy in our audience. I don't know. Okay, so my question is this for this jihadi, stupid extremist is this.
Who are you talking to, bro?
No, the guy that left, not you. Yeah, because
you're asking a guy in the audience a question. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, my question would be this. Does this sort out 90% of this IRGC that he claims that they are 90% of the population who support IRGC, do they want wipe out Israel from the earth? Because they have this timeline on Palestine Square. Do they want to do that? If they don't want, they want to do that, they are endangering my people inside Iran.
Okay, I'll say this for the room's sake to get us back on track. Now the Strait of Hormuz and oil is shut down. Okay, bro, you want to focus in on what you're talking about, man. The rest of the world wants to know, okay, look here. You poke the bear now. America, Israel, whoever wants to take blame or point the finger at the other one or claim they did it. It's done. It's been poked, and now it's not done. There's 35,000 troops in one day, and then 1,000 troops another day, and then before that, 2,000. So all that's going over there now. This is what is happening. So as you want to hear the debate about Sunni and Shiite, meanwhile, the rest of the planet that's touched by oil and crude oil and Brent oil isn't affected now. And how the geopolitics of that plays out. While you still want to debate the rest of your life about Sunni and Shiite, the rest of the world is not on that page, is being affected now. And so maybe we can have a conversation on that.
It's going to end very soon. That's
great. It's only going to be 1 week, 2 weeks. But I get it, bro. But okay, in the meanwhile, while it's not ended, though, the rest of the world is paying attention on what's going to happen next and who gets a pass and who pays a tariff to Iran. This is where the rest of the world is thinking, bro. They're not sitting here debating Sunni and Shiite conversation, man. I promise you. So
we are done about the Shia and Sunni. You want to talk about the Strait of Hormuz? Let's talk about the Strait of Hormuz.
I think that's more fruitful. What's going to happen next? Yeah. And what
negotiations going to happen next? What's going to happen next? The missile is going to be finished, and the Strait of Hormuz will be open.
Okay, great. But that's not going to happen today, is it? Is that all going to happen today?
No.
Okay, so let's get back to today, bro. So we can, I know you got the crystal ball.
Meanwhile, you're thinking about, you spent $20 extra on gas today because of this war. Fuck, my life is gonna finish. I'm gonna die. We thinking about our future, the future of America, and how good it's gonna be when this shit is over. We don't think about $20 extra that we pay on the fucking gas pump.
$20 a gallon or $20 altogether, bro?
I said $20, $30 extra, $40 extra. We don't care about that.
That ain't what people, bro, it's bigger than just gasoline, bro. If you want to have that baby,
whatever it is, $1,000 a month. What the fuck?
We're not talking about the dollar amount of gasoline only, bro.
It's temporary, and it's gonna be
the future of this
I
nation.
understand Donald Trump's talking point.
Yes.
Excellent talking
This
point.
is not Donald Trump talking point, bro.
That is their talking point. It's going to be temporary pain. That is their talking point.
Are you educated or no?
That is their talking. You don't think that's their talking point? That's not Donald Trump's talking point.
Hold on.
It's a temporary pain.
Do you have any idea about Middle East?
The answer is he's not educated, so it's going to be very tough to
Do
get
you have any idea about Middle East?
Oh, okay.
Have you been? Have you been in Middle East?
Educate me on Donald Trump's talking point, Normal.
No.
Why do I want to do that?
Have you?
Are you educated? Because you're so educated.
Oh, yes, I'm educated, correct.
Forget about Donald Trump.
Have you been in the Middle East?
That's smart. Forget about Trump and Exif and
I didn't
Marco
say
Rubio.
In Middle East.
They are ineffectual partners in this conversation. Forget about That's brilliant. They're ineffectual, yeah. They have nothing to do with this conversation. President of the United States of America.
Do you want to close your eyes? What they do, these terrorists in the Middle East?
Let me tell you who Sweet is. Sweet is a black African American who's apparently a Muslim who always
What does that got to do with Donald Trump, bro?
Yeah, no, I'll tell you. Who always
interrupting
white man, racist, ethnic racism, everybody is stopping him from having a good life. That's who Sweet
Ain't
is.
nobody stopping me from doing nothing, bro.
Oh, yeah, you're always bitching about it on Clubhouse.
Ain't nobody bitching. Talking about Donald Trump's talking.
You don't bitch about it, huh? You don't bitch about
Ain't
it.
nobody bitching. Every conversation that you is bitching.
You're like,
Maybe your definition of conversation is bitching.
You like bitching about a white
It's
person.
called dialogue. I don't talk about no white folks.
You like to
Oh, you
child.
White folks gonna be white folks. I don't talk about that.
You're
I'm talking about oxygen.
Yes, white folks should be white folks.
Yeah, they gonna be white folks. They always been white folks.
Black folks should be
They
black
don't.
folks.
You did.
Black folks should be black folks. Muslims will be black Muslims, which is a big religion.
Them so-called Negroes. Yes.
All right,
Keep on so-called Negroing.
All right, let it go. Go ahead. Let me see what minute. Go ahead, 1 minute.
Thank you so much. You know, about this war, I'm Iranian, okay? I live in America. This war, it happened because of 47 years of Islam, the destruction, dictatorship regime. And in 47 years, we tried to tell the West, the war is not the answer. The war is not the answer also. You guys have to come. Those people, they fight to have all this fun and all this collateral damage done in our country, for the U.S. and for the country, for my country. And now, those people who they're cheering for this war, they're a bunch of losers because, they think the only way they can go back to the power is to Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu coming over bombing Iran, and this guy going on to the power, go back to the power. This is the only thing about these people they change. They're not even 2-3% of Iranians. They are all propaganda. All propaganda.
All right, thank you, man. Go ahead, Russ.
Hold on. I want to
Thank you, man.
Did you they're not supporting the war.
Okay, we are.
We understand. Thank you. 1 second.
Go ahead, Russ.
Did you hear what Donald J. Trump said today to England? Or no? No, I haven't heard it. Please share it. What he said today to England, you said? Yes. All of those countries that can't get jet fuel because of the Strait of Hormuz, like the United Kingdom, which refused to get involved in this decapitation of Iran, I have a suggestion for you. Number one, buy from the U.S. We have plenty. And number two, build up. Just take it. You have this, build up some delayed courage. Go to the Strait of Hormuz and take it. You have start to learn how to fight for yourself. The USA won't be there to help you anymore, just like you weren't there for us. Iran has been an essential
They've been dated, and the part is done. Go to get your own oil, President Donald J. Trump. So he basically told the UK to go fuck themselves today.
It's facing war with this dictator regime right now. It's out face of this regime. And this sweet man is defending this regime. This is the dictator right now. This is terrorize whole world, man. This regime, this face in Hormuz, it's showing what is this regime for whole world. And you're just defending this regime.
Hey, can I respond to Rafi? Quoting, what Donald Trump says?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, so what he's telling England is, hey, I started this war. You need to come over here and get in and put your whole country on the line now with us. You need to come over here and you need to jump in this thing. Now, what he's also telling them is, look here, if you don't want to, then you go there and deal with Iran individually. Now, Donald Trump's inviting them to go set up their own relationship without him with Iran. And Iran is the one controlling that whole strait right now. China knows that. India knows that. Pakistan knows that. Japan definitely knows that. So now he's saying, don't come deal. Either come deal, get the oil from us. We got some oil over here. Come shop with us. Or go straight into having your own conversation with Iran. That's what I
see how it's going to turn out. We'll see.
No.
We going to see exactly how it plays out. Just keep watching.
Yeah, we'll see. You can think there's a white man that's stopping you from.
I didn't say shit about no white man. I said he talked about Donald Trump, who happens to be a white man. I didn't say shit about no white man.
You interpreted that one. I'm just saying that.
I didn't interpret shit. I just restated what you stated. That's all.
But again, that's what you interpreted in your head. Because
there's nothing to interpret. The words are the words.
UK, but it's still between its legs. You know what it means? Because they're pussies.
That's your interpretation.
No, that's
now we're talking about interpretation.
No, because every country that got threatened by Iran that said you get involved, we're gonna do this and that, they all backpedaled away from a NATO country.
So England don't have a brain of their own?
No, England doesn't have the balls anymore.
They don't have a brain of their own to recognize when they get involved.
Hold on. If the UK and England had brain in their own, these motherfuckers would have let these jihadists come to the country and rape their kids.
But they should just listen to whatever Donald Trump say. They should follow whatever Donald Trump say.
That has nothing to do with them.
Yeah, that's what Donald Trump just said.
Who follow a fucking...
He all of a sudden now he was a NATO player. Now he want all the backing of NATO. All of a sudden now he want to play nice with NATO. He didn't give a shit about NATO a couple days ago.
And you realize,
but now all of a sudden Donald Trump saying, hey man, you need to come help me.
Aren't you all about freedom and human rights and all that? Aren't you all about that? Huh?
What you talking about? You talking about Iranian human rights? What are you talking about?
You use tweet. I'm asking you a question. Aren't you about human rights, freedom, love, and all that? Aren't you all about that?
My God, Iranians are not human beings? What are you saying, bro?
No. Answer my question.
I just answered it, bro. How do
you preach to a prophet who fucking fucked a 9-year-old?
Oh.
How do you preach to a prophet who was a pedophile?
Come to 2026, bro. Come to present time, bro.
This is how they
come to present time. Come to present time, bro. You stuck 1,400 years ago, man.
If I go to Jeffrey Dahmer, what do you think I am? What do you think I would be?
We talking about Donald Trump, bro. Benjamin Netanyahu, bro. You talking about Jeffrey Dahmer, man. What are you doing, man? Nobody talking about Jeffrey Dahmer. Your analogies are off. You might talk about Bugs Bunny or something, man.
And fucked her when she was 9.
Nobody having that tired argument in 2026, man. Would you come to present time, please, bro? Folks are trying to pay their bills out here, man. Nobody talking about Jeffrey Dahmer.
How do you appreciate it?
I know what you're asking, and I'm telling you, man, you need to refocus your attention on some relevant shit, bro.
This is one of the things they want.
You're moral.
You're talking about 1,400 years ago, and now you're talking about Jeffrey Dahmer. Who's next, bro?
You don't have any moral compass. You're just a
people ain't thinking about Jeffrey Dahmer, man.
stopping it from his life.
Talking this human rights stuff, man. What you talking about taking over countries, man? She talking about
you do, but you don't. You know what?
You don't know what I think, man. You should think on whatever you think on, man. You don't know me, bro.
Muhammad was a fucking pedophile. You understand that?
Whatever, man. Whatever.
You don't have a moral
Go look in your own family, bro, before you start talking crazy. Bro, relax, man. Calm down. We're talking about an international planet. You talking about Jeffrey Dahmer, bro. Listen to yourself,
no,
man.
I'm talking about your prophet. The
You
one
sound crazy, bro. I got one God, bro. I don't have no prophet. You talking crazy, man.
Who's your God?
Don't worry about it, man. You just keep breathing. Don't worry about it, man.
Who's your God?
Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it. You follow whatever you follow, okay?
You will never, ever, in a million years, be able to have a rational conversation.
Okay, a million years. Jeffrey Dahmer, a million years.
A million years.
Bro, you're not moving the needle on this planet at all, man. You're in a clubhouse yelling right now, bro. You're in a clubhouse yelling, man, about Jeffrey Dahmer. Listen to yourself, man. You sound crazy, man.
How do you preach to Muhammad?
Bro, you're silly, man. The world is trying to focus in.
You're a prophet that you preach to.
Bro, why don't you go get a job, man? You over here yelling about stupid stuff, man.
Where is your moral compass?
Man,
explain it. Where is it?
Hey, man, you got a wife and children, man?
What do you mean, hey, man?
You got a wife and children? You got some grass to cut in the backyard or something, bro?
Question.
Man, you're not my authority. You don't tell me what question is the answer. You don't run me. I'm sorry.
Where is your moral compass?
You don't have no power over me, man.
Alright, you know why you don't answer? Get the fuck down. Because you don't have any fucking moral compass. Because you're a fucking piece of shit Muslim. Because you're fucking okay with fucking raping kids. Because you're okay with fucking killing people. Because you're okay with all of that. And you don't have any moral compass, buddy. The fact that you preach to Muhammad proves that you don't have any fucking moral compass. If you had some, you would have understand the person who you fucking preaching to was a fucking pedophile. He killed countless fucking people by fucking swords and by force in order to make them convert to Islam.
He's a pillager. In modern days, he would say he's a pillager.
We're talking about 5 minutes, and we used almost about 10 minutes for fucking. We don't know what the issue is.
Where's he came to Iran? He talked about Iran. No, he said, I don't want to talk about Iran.
I heard him in multiple rooms. He always talk about, in America, there's this systemic racism in America. It stop black people from doing what the fuck they're doing. Motherfucker, you fucking commit crime. Yeah, you fucking belong to jail. You piece of shit. If you're black, white, fucking yellow, brown, purple, fucking LGBTQAI, motherfucking two-spirit penguin, you fucking belong to prison if you commit crime, you dumb fuck.
Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Alright, I'm just gonna take on my last word, and I'm gonna leave. That this war right now is the number one. It's an old war right now. It's happening. At this war, we don't know where it's going to come. One of them days, nobody knows. Who's gonna be involved with this? Nobody knows. The only thing I know, maybe I'm wrong. The only thing I know, this war has the 3 quarters. If anybody have anything to say, you can come up here and say what you have to say. Rafi, you here? Yeah, I'm here, homie. What's up? What's happening? You want to build up the stage? Everybody, guys, anybody wants to come up, put up your hand.
daily reminder they didn't bury the supreme leader for the 28th straight day. Mhm.
Welcome to the Let's Read Books Club. If you have a book that you want to read, just come up on stage and read a book. It's not that complicated.
Apps or iPhone and stuff like that asks for permission if they can actually listen.
Those are private companies. That's different. They're private companies. I mean, they could do whatever. This company, Clubhouse, can do whatever. Clubhouse can take all of our conversation right now, decide if anyone's concerning, have someone go through the data, pick up algorithms that are of concern, and forward them to law enforcement. Law enforcement can decide.
People that are concerned about the issues right now, we're about that as well.
Yeah, the private-public partnership is a concern, of course.
I mean, there's monitoring, that there's self-compliance that companies that have social media and, like this, I mean, use Clubhouse. I don't really know much about this, the owners of this. We used to, but Facebook does. Like Facebook has self-compliance and they review their data, allegedly. But again, so the idea that the government can just spy on you for the hell of it, it doesn't work that way. There has to be some established reasonable suspicion to start an investigation.
And I think that a lot of people, they don't know the specificity of what's actually happening. Then we're running more on values that have no oxygen. It's really sad because, listen, guys, time is extremely short for all of us. I don't care if you live to be 100, it's still very short, right? But if we're going to live, especially here in America, we got to live with the 3 documents that we actually have right now. They haven't been changed, guys. Our Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, and the supreme law of the land is not a person. It's the Constitution of the United States of America. Even if they don't follow it, guys, it's still the supreme law of the land. Okay? So that's where I come from. Sure.
Yeah, I definitely disagree. I don't agree with you.
What are you disagreeing with? Do you care about the
question or statement?
Yeah.
That's a statement, sir. I don't agree.
Okay, but you said you want to ask a question. So what's your question?
What you just said there, I don't agree, because
I know, but you said
about American history.
Okay, so when you say I don't have any clue about American history, if you say that you currently live in the United States and you don't know the 3 founding documents of the country, please explain to me what I don't know.
Well, it also says that black people are 3/5 of the land. So, does that make sense?
It don't say that about specifically black people.
Well, let's hold on, let's make sure. Okay, let's make sure we're on the same page. Could you guys please explain to me what has been, for any of us, legislated by Congress, ratified by the Senate, and signed by a president to prevent any American from doing anything? Please give me the law and the actual.
I think the last one was the abolition of slavery. That was probably it. Let's get done black stuff.
You might want to look at the 13th Amendment and like check out the 14th Amendment. That might help.
I would think
Like they sort of happened.
I would think Jim Crow. Well, the three-fifths clause did not mean that black people were not three-fifths. There was actually free. There were actually free black men and women that existed in the states at that time. What the three-fifths clause was there was because. So let me finish. I listened to you, right? I didn't interrupt you. So it had to do with Rich. Shut up. So this idea that the three-fifths clause pertained only to enslaved people within the U.S. because the Southern Democrats, especially the top 10%, wanted the slaves to count as full representation for numbers in terms of bodies. So wait, I'm not done explaining this. In terms of representation, similar to what California wants to do with immigrants. They just want to import them, count the bodies, and say, hey, I get more congressional power. Now, when that was implemented, the agreement, which, no, you can wait till I'm done, and then you can speak. Because you're not listening to what I'm saying. You're just going with a stupid narrative, and I'm trying to educate you on what the three-fifths clause really was. The three-fifths clause pertained to voting and taxation rights within the South. And it was a compromise between northern states and D.C. and the southern states in proportionality to voting and taxation. It had nothing to do with declaring a black man in America as three-fifths. No, you can wait till I am done because I'll interrupt you.
That's enough. And that's my standard.
I'm going to start the book club in about 10 minutes, but I'm going to go run this other phone downstairs so I can live stream that room.
All right, awesome. What book are we reading today?
I'm not sure yet.
Hey, that link that I sent you to like that repository of like occult books.
Mm-hmm.
Holy crap, man! Like that's like almost like 1,800 PDF files of really hard to find books.
Mm-hmm.
It's fantastic. You know, I sent her an email specifically trying to find that one book, you know, Satanic Sex by whatever, and I couldn't find it.
Ooh. You know, it would be
It's
interesting.
very hard to find. I couldn't even find like no PDF formats or anything like that. Hopefully, I'll get a response from her.
Let me see here. Dark books.
This is the email that I sent her. Request for assistance locating Satanic Sex by Arlene Fitzgerald. Thelma Apprentice Inquiry. Dear Christina Debs, I hope this message finds you well. My name is Chris, and I'm currently serving as an apprentice to a practicing Thelemic wizard.
You're so funny, bro. You are so funny.
I've been tasked with locating certain foundational texts. I'm writing to you specifically because of your respected position as curator of occult books. I have been searching diligently for a PDF copy already accessible digital edition of Satanic Sex by Arlene Fitzgerald. Despite checking multiple private libraries, academic repositories, and specialized online collections, including Anonymous and several other occult-focused archives, this particular title has proven elusive. This book holds genuine importance for my mentor's current work, and for my own convenience, current. Any guidance you can offer when you have access to a copy of your collection, no digital source, or pointing towards the right collector or institution.
What was that other book index that you were using? Text me the address to that one too.
That one's a little tough for me to get into. It's Anonymous. And you have to like know like the right answers to get into it. It's a little tough.
Because what would be interesting is like back in 20 years ago, I was selling books on eBay, and I made a decent amount of money. These were books that I created, like how to open a car wash business, how to open a pizza business, sponsorship secrets for every type of sponsorship. But what would be cool is to sell out of copyright books on eBay. Use AI to create the book title, but then just sell their top books on these indexes for $19.99, $9.99.
I'm really appreciative, John, about like the sort of information they share with me. Like, I'm just like an apprentice to like this master wizard here. That's how it feels like, man. Like you've gone deep into the rabbit hole, and I want to go down the same hole. You know what I mean?
Well, it's just, dude. I honestly, it's like science fiction. It's like if you like Star Wars, this is what it is. It's just, but
it's like a nerd's hobby. It's like okay, yeah, this is something that's really interesting. Yeah,
it's niche. It's definitely niche. But it's.
I find it really cool. Like I really appreciate like the wisdom that you share, man. It's great.
It's something different, but it's actually, I don't know. It's not that different. Like if you were very religious. When I read the Bible or even the Quran or other books, I'm just like, wow, like all these things are dealing with magic, or like a representation of magic. But when you get into like the 1920s with Crowley, it's like thoroughly researched. But again, this is all just like hieroglyphics. I was thinking yesterday, and I think I read it somewhere once before, that technically it's like a language. So you're basically just studying a different language. It doesn't make you special. It doesn't make you cooler. It's just a different language. But
a different sort of like matrix, right? Like the like experience of like words and stuff that can sort of like correspond to like your current existence. Yeah.
There's also like commercial applications, especially in terms of branding, marketing. But also personal psychology. Like, for example, some people can't post a photo and they can't post a video because they're too self-conscious of that photo or video. But if they knew that it's just spam anyways, or it's just hypnosis, or it's just content, like, you just, like, politics, mixing magic and politics in like a superficial selfie like influencer type of thing, that's when you actually really see or understand, I think, communication. So to me, this is all just like personal development, self-development, and rebranding. Because if you ever have a job interview, if you interview well, basically your online persona has to be acceptable. And just live streaming clubhouse rooms but having no objective or goal, as in like not running for office, would be like unacceptable in my opinion. At least I've demonstrated like intelligent communication, and all my AI videos, it has messaging in there, tax reduction, tax reform, etc. So tax compression.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing. Taxes have gone up like 100% in the past 20 years for property tax.
Interesting idea that I've heard from you is like the past is just like a compression of like the now. That's everything that's led up to this present.
No, the past would be a decompression of the now. Yeah. The now is a compression of the past and the future. And Watts says that it's like a boat with a trail behind it. One important thing that I kind of realized the other day is like, if I think of a particular girl or particular girls that I've dated and that I've loved, like, it can be a painful memory or it can be a joyful memory. But the saying of letting go of your losses and letting go of your gains is it's a little hard to really understand. How do you let go of losses and what is a loss?
Whatever happened to that Indian medical doctor that you were
she demanded that I turn every Instagram to private or delete every Instagram if I wanted to have a chance at dating her. So I turned every Instagram private. I went out on one date with her, and then she texted me like a couple days later or a week later or something saying that she's seeing someone else, and it's very serious because he's already talking about getting married. So I won't be seeing you anymore, and I wish you all the best of luck. And it was a lot of texts, but yeah, that's it. C'est la vie. I can just see her already. Like every day, she's sitting in somebody's mouth, like drilling on a cavity, saying, "Oh, I just got another $500. I just got another $3,000. Just got more money." She kept telling me that she wants to like build a chain of dental offices and then sell it to the biggest like hedge fund, dental operator out there. And I'm just like, good for you. But the thing is, if that's your goal, you're just building a package for an investor so you can cash out and like supposedly retire. But you have a long life to live. So I guess if you want to have kids and like stop working and never do any work again and just like sit at home and watch Netflix all day, and what I'm trying to tell you is that it's like I like dating, but to like move in with somebody, to live with somebody that like I like what I do, and my behavior, my filming activities. In my opinion, it takes a lot for somebody to wrap their head around it or to accept it, because they know that my behavior online is interrelated to the relationship and to also their image that themselves. And that's like
it's like the book of our relations has this thing called the book of life. Like everything that you ever done will be recorded. So that's like sort of like my acceptance of like all actions I ever do will be recorded. In time and space. So
yeah.
It doesn't matter if it's getting recorded or not. It's going to get recorded eventually.
Yeah. Do you know what the 60 by 1 by 60 rule is?
I've never heard of it. No.
I made it up yesterday. So get this.
What is this theory?
This is the theory. Your whole life is bitted up into 60 by 1 by 60 units. Because you have 60 seconds in every minute, and you've got 60 minutes in every hour. So every second counts. And your life is technically just, billions of minutes, of seconds. We could try to, let me do a quick calculation to see how many seconds the average person lives.
Have you ever seen that calendar that like notates how many weeks of your life you have left?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. So,
okay, 2.25 or 2.5 billion seconds. 2.5 billion seconds is what. So make every second count. Every word you listen on this stupid app of some stupid person is that second that you will never get back, and you only have 2.5 billion of them. It's a little bit like that movie with Justin Timberlake where the currency is time to live.
In time. Yeah, in time. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Abby?
Hey, Abby. Let's read. This is the Let's Read Books Club. We haven't gotten to a book yet. We're kind of talking about how every average human has 2.5 billion seconds to live. And so therefore, when you come to a brain rot, toxic cesspool of an app like Clown House of people who don't know how to stop talking, well, there goes another second. Hello? Even a hello is a second of your life that you'll never get back. So if you listen to somebody say hello a million times, or you yourself say it a million times, well, there goes 1 million out of 2.5 billion. Bye.
My wife, she's here with our little cat Mochi, listening into this really deep conversation. She never really speaks on Clubhouse, but she's always listening
Some NLP. Well, if you want to, can you read us the Tao Te Ching?
Yeah, which chapter do you want me to start on?
It doesn't matter. Just pick a number, your favorite number, and go to that page.
All right, let's do 67.
Okay, sounds good.
Which number do you want then? Which number? Oh, okay. Did you hear my wife?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, my wife, she's from China, so she speaks Mandarin fluently.
Wow.
Yeah, it's incredible. I've always wanted her to read Tao Te Ching in Chinese, but she's never said anything. You know, you were so hesitant. You were so hesitant. She was so hesitant to do it. She's taking it out.
Well, it's a magic book. The first.
46.
Okay.
I was just a little hard copy. Let me go to the 4th floor. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I want to read it from the book itself rather than on a screen.
Something that's really interesting. Yeah, it's niche. It's definitely niche. But it's really cool.
I also I do understand, John, your sort of thing, your sentiment about female and masculine energies. The room does pop when there's a woman.
Or a gay man.
Or a gay man, yeah.
Isn't that interesting how a man impersonating a woman? Because it's technically just super stimulus.
See, that's really worked you up, hasn't it? That super stimulus idea.
Yeah, I see it all the time now. I never knew how to define it.
It's quite sticky, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it's the point, is to create stickiness with it. And I'm remembering that in all my communication now, because
how can you super stimulate someone's brain so that you can be in their cognition?
How do I take someone who believes they have a smooth brain and completely build inroads and grooves into it instantaneously? Like Elon Musk. He thinks he has cognitive security. But
he has none.
Yeah, he has none because he thinks he has cognitive security.
Dude, so this copy, it's by Geo Fong Fang and Jane English. That's Tao Te Ching. It's really good.
Okay, go ahead. Read as long as you want.
3rd floor.
Okay, well, I'm going to take this other phone downstairs and I'm going to be away from my phone for 10 minutes, but we are live streaming in my recording studio here, so feel free to read at any moment as I go set up my burner phone downstairs.
Which room should I get into?
No, just read in this room.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to read chapter 46 of the Tao Te Ching.
Okay, I'm going on mute.
Chapter 14, chapter 26, chapter 42, chapter 49. Let's go back 3 pages. 47, 46. When the Tao is present in the universe, the horses haul manure. When the Tao is absent from the universe, war horses are bred outside the city. There's no greater sin than desire, no greater curse than discontent, no greater misfortune than wanting something for oneself. Therefore, he who knows that enough is enough will always have enough. It's a really good translation of the Tao Te Ching. Alan Watts, specifically in the very back of the book, this one specifically says, no one has done better in conveying Lao Tzu's simple and laconic style of writing, so as to produce an English version almost as suggestive of the many meanings intended. This is a most useful as well as beautiful volume, and what it has to say is exactly what the world in its present state needs to hear. So
this Tao Te Ching translation is one of my favorite ones, for sure. Then we have chapter 26, which says, "The heavy is the root of the light. The still is the master of the oppressed. Therefore the sage traveling all day does not lose sight of his baggage. Though there are beautiful things to be seen, he remains unattached and calm. Why should the Lord of 10,000 chariots act lightly in public? To be light is to lose one's root. To be restless is to lose one's control." 25. Something mysteriously formed, born before heaven and earth, in the silence and the void, standing alone and unchanging, ever present and in motion. Perhaps it is the mother of 10,000 things. I do not know its name. Call it Tao. For a lack of a better word, I call it great. Being great, it flows. It flows far away. Having gone far away, it returns. Therefore, Tao is great. Heaven is great. Earth is great. The King is also great. These are the four great powers of the universe, and the King is one of them. Man follows the earth. Earth follows heaven. Heaven follows the Tao. Tao follows what is natural. Chapter 24. He who stands on tiptoe is not steady. He who strides cannot maintain the pace. He who makes a show is not enlightened. He who is self-righteous is not respected. He who boasts achieves nothing. He who brags will not endure. According to the followers of the Tao, these are extra food and unnecessary luggage. They do not bring happiness. Therefore, followers of the Tao avoid them. 23. To talk little is natural. High winds do not last all morning. Heavy rain does not last all day. Why is this, heaven and earth? If heaven and earth cannot make things eternal, how is it possible for man? He who follows the Tao is at one with the Tao. He who is virtuous experiences virtue. He who loses the way feels lost. When you are one with the Tao welcomes you. When you are one with virtue, the virtue is always there. When you are one with loss, the loss is experienced willingly. He who does not trust enough will not be trusted. 22. Yield and overcome. Bend and be straight. Empty and be full. Wear out and be new. Have little and gain. Have wise men embraced the one and set an example to all. Not putting on a display, they shine for it. Not justifying themselves, they are distinguished. Not boasting, they receive recognition. Not bragging, they never falter. They do not quarrel, so no one quarrels with them. Therefore the ancients say, yield and overcome. Is that an empty saying? Be really whole, and all things will come to you. The greatest virtue is to follow Tao, and Tao alone. The Tao is elusive and intangible. Oh, it is intangible and elusive, and yet within its image. Oh, it is elusive and intangible, and yet within is form. Oh, it is dim and dark, and yet within is essence. This essence is very real, and therein lies faith. From the very beginning until now, its name has never been forgotten. Thus I perceive the creation. How do you know the ways of creation? Because of this. 20. Give up learning and put an end to your troubles. Is there a difference between yes and no? Is there a difference between good and evil? Must I fear what others fear? What nonsense! Other people are content. Others sacrificially show the ox. In spring, some go to the park and climb the terrace, but I alone am drifting, not knowing where I am, like a newborn babe before it learns to smile. I am alone, without a place to go. Others have more than they need, but I alone have nothing. I am a fool. Oh yes, I am confused. Other men are clear and bright, but I alone am dim and weak. Other men are sharp and clever, but I alone am dull and stupid. Oh, I drift like the waves of the sea, without direction like the restless wind. Everyone is busy, but I alone am aimless and depressed. Oh, I think my mic was off that entire time.
How did it go?
Yeah, it went pretty well. I was accidentally on mute the entire time. I was reading like 20 different chapters. 6 chapters, come on, it was more like... I was in chapter 14 then. Yeah, my wife, she's sitting on the couch with me right now.
Nice.
You want to say hi, John?
Ni hao!
Is that like the only Chinese word you know?
No, I know zirong.
Shema is what in Chinese?
Can you say it one more time?
I think it's the word is nature, zirong.
Oh, 自然.
tough for the intonations, you know.
Well, I'm pretty good at impersonating, so I think I could do any language. It's just a question of, you can only, because I went to Jordan twice and I learned Arabic, but I just learned I bought a CD-ROM on expressions, and so if you can memorize like 100 expressions, you can basically hypnotize and put a smile on anybody because they know you don't know the language, but they know you've memorized just like a few expressions. So, like
the sort of like effort that you put into, at least trying, the language. Yeah.
Well, when I was in Thailand, I learned how to say, "Excuse me, I am pregnant and breastfeeding." And so I would say that to, taxi drivers. They'd look at me and start laughing. It's funny.
I don't think you've ever talked to my wife ever before, Have you?
No, I don't think we've ever talked.
Oh, she's now embarrassed. She's like, oh, no, I don't want to talk to Mr. Okay, I understand. She has her own business to do. That's what she said.
Well, we've all got, things we want to do, but every second counts. Every second. You got 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 24 hours in a day, 2.5 billion seconds in a lifetime.
More like 16 hours in a day because you're sleeping for 8 hours.
It's true. They say optimal sleep is 7.2, but I'm like, you know what? I think a solid 8. I think there's like a spiritual.
I've noticed that your sleeping patterns, you're getting up later and later every single time. Like most of the time, you used to get up like around 10 or 9 in the morning when you started recording.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's pushed back to 11. Now it's 12. Now it's like around 1:30. I'm like, come on, where's my daily dopamine hit?
Yeah, you're not getting it. Well, the thing is, it's all because of this war. The Sarah and the President Trump rooms pushed me into overtime status. So that's the shift in the schedules because the rooms go so late. But I'm slowly getting back on track. I've got many to-dos to do. But right now we're live streaming that Trump room downstairs on 4 YouTube accounts and a fake book account. And I think Monica's modding the room. And it's just so funny, like, when Monica mods a room, because you have to give her the space to be Monica, and people just, this app gives them the opportunity, or someone who knows somebody like a Monica, to finally, get their jabs in with no repercussions.
The archetype of that meme of the Karen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My dad has also recognized the Karen meme, and he's accused my mother and my sister of both being Karens. And I would say it's close, but my mom is like on the right. She loves Donald Trump. And somebody in her neighborhood has all these like Democrat, trans, rainbow signs up everything. And she walked by their house and she's like, I saw the homeowner the other day. And I thought to myself, should I say something or should I not? Should I just say nothing? She's like, I said, fuck it. I finally saw her. I'm going to tell her what I think. She's like, you make our whole neighborhood look like shit.
It's like that Ellen saying where we're kind of like old monkeys. And the most depraved, vulgar thing that we can say is like, hey, it's our bowel movement,
Okay, so I got a Jew harp here. I'm just going to do a quick little Jew harp meditation. And then I'm going to go get some cables from my other room and come back. But this is just 60 seconds on a Jew harp. Yeah, I'm not actually a stranger technically because I'm a socially public person.
Yeah. Oh, I was on mute. My apologies. Yeah, that's the concern my wife was saying was like, I don't like to talk to strangers, like people that I don't know.
Yeah, it's annoying. I mean, but I'm not gonna like ask you questions like, "Tell me about yourself. How's your day going?"
She's doing her own business right now, so we can talk freely. You know, it's all good.
Okay, do you want to play any AI music from John Kitover? And I'll be right back.
Yeah, for sure. We'll get that queued up. Give me a second.
City lights are glowing amid with dust. Streets are humming low with a restless trust. Skyline cutting gold, lakefront shimmering sun. Dreaming of a better day, just letting it go. Yeah. And the wind on my face, it feels like a spark. Talking about a future that can light this dark. Got my 2 feet on this land. Reaching out to hand. All this wind chasing serenade. Playing through the streets. Hopeful song where every neighbor meets. Voices rising strong and bold. Stories of a city told. Yeah, the rhythm of our hearts, a promise we keep. This wind of change serenade, rising so deep. Rising so deep. Make one shine, every skyline light in sight. Dreams of every bar, stepping into the light. This moment's golden, we're taking back our time. Every single voice, a powerfully placed line. And the wind feels like a spark, talking about.
Chris, do you still have a Sora on your phone because you can't actually download the app anymore? But I was wondering if you could cast me on your account in some videos. Just say John Kitover, Chicago mayor, cuts property taxes, cuts the water tax, cuts the sewer tax, cuts the sticker tax. But if you could cast me in some videos, like 3 a day or 1 a day, oh, what a blessing that would be. And I'm getting all set up here, and I'm gonna send you a picture of my new setup. I brought in more phones. I've built 2 tables, and now I'm like maximized for book reading distribution on YouTube at a very high level. This is like my Andy Warhol attempt at artistic mass distribution.
Yeah, I've noticed that you were talking about it for like a while now, specifically in regards to having different content streams being, broadcasted on YouTube rather than just focusing on a singular one on Clubhouse.
Yeah, you're not gonna believe how many phones I have set up now. It's like crazy. But
is it like one per room?
No, it's 3 phones.
One channel stream for like whatever sort of like number of different broadcasts that you're going.
Well, I took a break doing all the rooms, like chillism and politically correct. I'll probably get back into that, but part of it is it's just like redundant. There's like no reason to continue recording all of it.
I don't get it, like how he's on there on the South for like 6 in the morning until like 3 in the morning, almost every single day. It's crazy. Like the only time I really get on this app is when I have some like time off from work, and that's about it.
Okay, check out the pictures I texted you, but so on YouTube you can read on live stream and then just click clip and it creates a 50-second clip of the past 50 seconds. Or you can do a short for 15 seconds or short for 3 minutes. And so the shorts are kind of unique. They're a little different than creating a clip on live stream, even though they both show up in the short section on your YouTube account. But there was a time where I was getting a lot of views on these 3-minute clips, but a lot of it could be bots, because you would think there would be more comments or likes or dislikes. I don't even know if there's dislikes on YouTube anymore. But
have you heard about this new like age verification thing that's happening currently?
Yeah.
Like starting in California with like Linux.
Yeah. All my phones, you know how hard it is to activate a phone now, and how hard it is to get an account on Facebook? It could just be my name is the problem, but my accounts get deleted and they go, it could also be my IP. I don't know. But like, if there were more people like me, with all these cell phones, have you seen the pictures of like the Chinese view farms, with the cell phones up against the walls?
Yeah, there's like hundreds of them, like thousands of them, and there's like one person per wall.
Yeah. Like that's using a macro. I haven't experimented with macros on cell phones in a while, but 20 years ago we were creating macros to basically spoof Ticketmaster. And we were buying premium concert tickets, premium sporting tickets throughout the whole country and getting the best. And it was all because of macros, but I'm not interested in creating any fraud. I'm just trying to read books.
There was like this, in New York City, there was like this huge operation that was being undertaken by like some spy operatives from China, who were like trying to like DDoS the telecommunications networks before like the FIFA World Cup, and like over like 50,000 like SIM cards all in one room.
Yeah, I saw that. What was that about again? Are you sure it was DDoS? I was thinking it was probably like click fraud.
It could be that too. I need to look further deep into it.
Because I think that they said it was a DDoS attack, but it was probably somebody engaged in click fraud. Click fraud is like a $20 billion a year industry globally, at least. It's huge. It's pure profit. the publishers, the networks.
That's why, like, I can see why, like, certain state governments are pushing for, like, verification online identity, because they don't want, mass spam bots, pushing certain narratives or like, I don't know. I haven't really thought it through.
The spam bots, I don't think are a big problem, like, in terms of getting distribution. Like, most people go to the algorithm shows them certain people, and certain people are good at, like, getting seen. Like, do you know who the Hodge twins are?
Yeah, it's these two conservatives, right?
Yeah.
These two conservative twins, yeah.
Yeah, they show up quite regularly for me, and they post, interesting, controversial stuff. Like, Bima is so brainwashed and so annoying. When I was downstairs, she was...
Begonia flowers.
My favorite begonia. Good for her, I guess. Good for her. But this is the thing, is I have to decide, because I'm headed down to City Hall shortly to file for the mayoral candidacy, and I have to determine whether I'm going to file as a Democrat, Republican, or Libertarian. I think Libertarian is the strategy. My friend says I'm stupid, and I'm retarded. And then I know a girl who says just run as a Democrat, and it'll be much better for you. So part of me thinks maybe I should run as a Democrat, but if I run as a Libertarian, I have the feeling, based on the fact and my interactions with the ballot, that third party gets special representation, equal representation here in Chicago. Maybe not on other ballots, but I feel it's like a loophole that politicians have maybe successfully exploited in the past, but maybe 40 years ago, like in the 80s or 70s or 90s, who knows?
What's the voting track record of Chicagoan people, like people from Chicago, like in the last 100 years? What have they mostly voted for?
Democrat. Oh, it's like the Democrat stronghold for 100 years. But there was a time during the Republic of Chicago. Chicago was not called Chicago. It was called the Republic of Chicago. It also has a Latin motto on our flag called, like, City of Gardens, or the City in a Garden. So I have a 10-10-10 plan. And the 10-10-10 plan is, build 10 new gardens, hire 10,000 new cops and fire and police, lower the property tax 10% in 2027, and even refund property taxes 10%. So that's the 10-10-10 plan.
Like the school teachers, like mafia, like it's an association over there that's like it's, it's a parasite draining like the city's resources. Like that's what I've heard.
Yeah. Probably been like that for 60 years.
Or just like completely empty school buildings with like no students showing up, and they're getting paid like $120,000 per teacher.
It's in the contract. If you don't like what's in the contract, then you should put it in the contract. If you don't like what's in the contract, then you're gonna have to sue over what's in the contract, baby. You signed the contract, didn't you sign the contract? Yeah, you signed the contract. That's not your money. It's our money.
Did you ever see the movie Megalopolis, the last film by Coppola?
Yeah, didn't he have to sell his vineyards in California for that?
I think so, yeah.
I had to fund it $100 million out of his own pocket, and it totally bombed. It had the main character from a Star Wars film, Kylo Ren. I forget his name. Adam Driver. That's his name. Yeah.
I want to see it though.
They say it's pretty bad. They say it's a really
yeah, but
film. Even though he made some great films like Apocalypse Now and
How bad can it really be though?
I heard it's really bad. Like the graphics and just the story didn't make any sense. And there's like this one scene where like one of like the main characters has a crossbow and he pretends that it's his boner, and then he shoots one of the other lead characters. Like what in the world? What? How does that make sense?
See, it's like a symbolic film. But what's interesting is like it's not the whole film that I'm interested in. It's like 3 minutes here, 2 minutes there, 5 minutes. I'm interested in certain segments, because I only have 2.5 billion seconds, and I want to like specifically use some of those seconds for some specific purposes. That's just me. That's my life. Some people they're never in control of their seconds, and it's unfortunate, but lucky me. Okay, we're almost fully set up here in the John Kitover mayoral candidacy recording studio. We're live on TikTok, live on 20 phones, and so it gets very warm in here with all these cell phones, and we're approaching the summer season, and it basically makes recording very difficult because I have to run the air conditioner, and it's just like kind of loud. And so what I do is I run the AC, and then I turn it off, and then I read for 10 minutes, and then I turn the AC back on. That's the way I deal with the overheating. I need a cooling system in my data center here.
So my wife just asked me to ask you, how many girlfriends have you had in the past?
No, I mean, it was all a different phone.
Oh, yeah, because have you heard that song, Two Phones, one for the crack and one for the hoe? Because how many cell phones you have, how many girlfriends you should
Have.
be able to reach.
Yeah. So wait, is she asking me my body count?
No, not forget about your body count, because you have so many phones. That means how many hoes you have.
Right now.
Yeah, right now at this very present moment.
Well, I got a date scheduled with a beautiful Latina girl for Thursday, but guess what her fingernails say?
Fuck ice.
Fuck ice. But I'm
my wife just cracked up on me with that. She's really laughing hard.
But I'm thinking if a girl puts the word fuck on her fingernails, I'm thinking maybe I got a chance.
You just, instead of fuck ice, you have to then transliterate the ice part to Joe or something. Fuck John, fuck Joe.
I thought ice meant, intelligence, culture, and education.
Yeah. So my wife she didn't know that you were Edmund. She knows you as Edmund rather than as John, your real name. So now she's more opening up to the idea of actually. Okay.
You mean I'm not just some random guy you're talking with?
Over 5 now? Come on, man. It's been a while.
It's been a lot of years on the internet already. My position hasn't changed, though. I stand firmly in the belief that our number one problem is the deficit.
Almost $40 trillion in debt.
Well, this party can go on for a long time, but not everybody's invited to the soiree. Just my opinion. Okay, so we have a Japanese meditation wooden meditation device. It's called an umakawa gawakaka. And you can use this wooden instrument to record the 2.5 billion seconds that you have 1 second at a time. No, this show is not called How Annoying Can One Man Be? So are you on TikTok? Hello?
I've never been on Douyin or TikTok.
Oh man, TikTok is pretty powerful, man. I mean, I've put up hundreds of videos over the past couple of weeks. A lot of Clubhouse rooms. And they get views, but again, no interaction. It's like if it says it got 100 views. There's also this hilarious Trump Sora account called Max Efforts. Dude, these videos are amazing, and they are getting me views. What's amazing is you can download other people's videos on Sora, and tons of these Trump, like Judge Judy smoking weed videos. I cannot believe they're shutting Sora down. It's so amazing though that like it's just such a shame. They're so stupid. Like if they were to put advertisements up, they could make money and they could justify keeping it.
Profitable, man. Like the amount of GPU clusters you need and the energy consumption, crazy amount.
Well, what if they like just pull it from the marketplace, but they let it continue to generate? I just hope that they say, okay, like we've officially turned off the ability to create videos. I'll be like, no, because I want like thousands saved prior, because every day leading up until the election for the mayor of Chicago, I'll be releasing like 10 videos a day across all accounts. So it's like I want to have as many built up as possible prior to deletion. Because in the messaging they said we will let you know how to preserve your creations. So like they're gonna.
It's Brandon Johnson, right? The current mayor of Chicago.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's complete retardation with him. I hope people realize that. But even like the previous mayor of Chicago, she was a complete retard as well.
Absolutely. She is like his son, and she is like the grandmother. So, yeah, I mean, your help on X could also be very valuable to this campaign. I've put up Craigslist ads trying to hire a campaign manager and circulators for petitions. But your comments on X under Brandon Johnson's X account, Chicago's mayor, could be very helpful. For example, if you were to say, liberate Chicago and vote John Kitover, and then at John Kitover, like that would be the type of comments that we need. Wow, TikTok just removed my live access again. Violates community guidelines. It's so crazy. Like, how the fuck am I violating community guidelines on TikTok just by talking? Hate speech and hateful behavior. Isn't that fucking wild? Like, what did we say? This is what it claims that we said was hateful.
I think it was the R word that I just said. We're just supposed to say R word, F word, N words, K words, whatever. We're not supposed to actually say the actual words.
Oh, retard is I always forget about the retard word. It is the retard word. Damn. Isn't it a little amazing how they have essentially made the retard word illegal because it's insensitive to a person that has Down syndrome? And a person that has Down syndrome can't even comprehend what the syndrome is that they suffer from because they are retarded.
And it's just a clinical term. That's the original, use of the word. You were literally retarded. Like you're a retard.
It's a little ridiculous that they enforce the retard word out of sensitivity for somebody with Down syndrome, and we all know that somebody with Down syndrome is a downy. They're not retarded.
They're full of love. All the people that have
It's true.
Down syndrome, they're just full of love towards life in general. They're not like out there to hate anyone.
They would love
it when you would call them a little retard. They would have a little smile on their face.
Isn't that amazing? They don't even get angry when you call them retarded. They don't. You're right. They're just full of love.
Did you bomb a country in the middle of peace negotiations?
Yes, because they told me if I didn't do it, they'd say I was being anti-Semitic, and none of my Republican friends would get funded. Tremendous pressure. Your Honor, he's telling.
Well, this phone is not totally complete. What's good about TikTok is when they ban you from live streaming, you can still upload 10-minute clips, which is just 10 minutes in the past. All right, welcome to the Chicago mayoral campaign live stream for candidate John Kitover running for mayor of Chicago. Go to chicagomayorvote.com. I have so many phones set up, it's ridiculous. Let's do a quick count here. 3, 6, 7, 10, 13, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26. We have 27 phones live streaming. We've got 7 phones, let's see, even more. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 9 phones live streaming on Clubhouse and on X. But the number of YouTube lives that we have set up facing me is unparalleled. I hope I'm not getting hit with like 26 red-eye laser beams right now, which I know that I am. I don't know if you know this, but your phone emits like a red laser beam from its front to do depth.
The IR infrared.
Yeah, so it's like I may be like actually micro dissecting myself with like laser beams right now, but let's be optimistic and hope that this massive concentration of cellular radiation is only amplifying the message and not killing the organism broadcasting. Rabono Shalom.
Well, I heard if you have a hot laptop on your lap, it kills like any like your reproduction system.
True.
It has to be like the right temperature,
Do you know how much sperm you create every second?
Isn't it like 90 million little sperms?
I think it's 1,500 a second, and you kill 1 billion of your children every day. So every man commits 1 billion abortions a day. Isn't that a tragedy? So that's why I like to come on here and say I've suffered more than anyone. Because technically right now at this very moment, even yesterday, I lost 1 billion children, potential children. It's like a miscarriage. Miscarriage is a gendered word. And as we know, since there is no gender, words that are gendered are illegal and stupid. Therefore, no one has a miscarriage. That's just merely, anyways, you get it. Because men can have miscarriages too, in the same way that we need tampons and can have abortions. I am retarded. And no, I do not suffer from Down syndrome. Celeste, welcome. Thankfully, YouTube doesn't consider my comedy to be salacious or vulgar. But TikTok, on the other hand, is so sensitive.
YouTube has really opened up their sort of restrictions on what they deem as hate speech recently. And a lot of people are really pissed off about that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Joe Rogan, like if you were just to live stream Joe Rogan against the automated word filter, I mean, you would immediately lose access because it would be considered hate speech and abusive. It's so subjective. And plus, they claim that if you're a journalist or a comedian or an artist, they will make exception. But if they don't like your art, they won't make the exception. And so if you're a bald, white, conservative, Jewish, Christian, heterosexual who likes to make maybe salacious, vulgar jokes in an artistic style as a news journalist, they're not accepting that as art. It's outrageous. What I'm trying to say is life is very competitive, and therefore I have no choice but to engage in intelligent communication and not the John Kitover Comedy Show, because the John Kitover Comedy Show is just being censored. And that's just like banging my head against a wall. So therefore, I've decided to set up a nonprofit called the Chicago Book and Poetry Society, where we read books for kids that can't read books so good. Co-founded by Derek Zoolander and the Mystic Sage Apprentice, Zen.
I just pinged Fatima into the room, see if she comes in.
Our Lady? Our Lady? That's when you're supposed to say, Fatima. Oh, I also bought us
It's Fatima. Hey, my wife was saying you're supposed to say Fatima. It's not Fatima, it's Fatima, right?
I think it's fat. Ima.
Is it Fatima? I thought it was Fatima.
I think it's Ima. Could be wrong. Not always right. Sometimes I mispronunciate my words, like the R word. Okay, take the show away, Zenimini. I'm gonna go refill my goblet.
Like a map drawn out in the dark. Now the city's calling out my name to choose a brand new path. Tired of watching from the side while the streets and dreams collide. So I take one step to my goal. Time to change this heavy load. Maybe we don't need to know it all. Maybe we just need to float so we keep moving anyway. Chicago to the brighter day. Oh, Chicago may have overcome. Let your voice lead the way. Every voice rewires the street. Every vote unlocks a key. We want tax reform today. We'll try to get over, pave the way. Now still riding in our head, but it won't get the final say. We can rise and stand as one. Where Chicago starting today. We don't need a perfect mind.
church by now. Just hear me talk. Yeah. They sit around stories, heads tilted, eyes wide, nobody right. Could have had songs out, books on the shelf. Whole world's built off the words I spill. Fucking telegrams, hieroglyphs. Every alphabet I drift in. I let them go, they let it slip. I said I could be a trillionaire. Our conversation, every little thought I share. Another nation, but I don't chase that paper there. I chase vibration, I don't need the money. Yeah, I need relation, I need love, not money. Love, money, still I could be a trillionaire. Our conversation, yeah, I could be a trillionaire. Our conversation, I could make a horror movie out of one bad night. Turn your goosebumps into ticket lines. I could go scratch your childhood, so it finally makes sense. Send it back in a hardcover, call it healing expense. They were thinking right about me when they whispered that's a gift. They just never built the scaffold, never caught the drift. I said I could be a trillionaire. Our conversations, every little thought I share. Another nation, but I don't chase that paper there. I chase vibration, I don't need the money. Yeah, I need relation, I need love, not money. Love, not money. Still, I could be a trillionaire. Our conversation, still, I could be a trillionaire. Our conversation. Get that money.
Welcome to the Chicago mayoral campaign live stream for candidate John Kitover running for mayor of Chicago. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com. Welcome to the Chicago mayoral campaign live stream for candidate John Kitover running for mayor of Chicago. Go to
You open the door, hair tight, same old tea. Laugh like these never touch you or me.
These videos. He takes the host with the right hand, makes wind on the path, and consumes it. Silence the priest mistakes, uncovers, and offers the cup as before.
Shadows dance where the mind is tight. Truth hides deep where the air goes light. The air is heavy, the water's unclear. No compass, no guide, just a sea of fear. Chains of thought, they hold us down. In the murk we spin around. What's the gain? What's the cost? And all this judgment we're just lost. Lines are drawn in the sand so thin. They chase the ends, but they fall back in. The weight we carry bends the spine. But who's to say what's yours won't mine? What's the point of walls we build? Do they protect or get us killed? Chains of thought, they hold us down. In the murk we spin around. What's the gain? What's the cost? And all this judgment we just lost. Distinctions crack like brittle glass. Separations of fleeting mass. Let the burdens fall. Let the echoes see. Only in freedom can we find chasing shadows in the neon, lost in mirrors where truth won't show. Empty streets, they hum inside. I see the surface, but I don't ask why. Beyond the river, there's a spark, a light that flickers in the dark. Not the echo, not the scream, just find a road to be seen. The hollow world, it spins and bends, falls begin, twisted and we touch the glass, we see it crack. The more we reach, the more it lasts. Inside the silence, leading away through every shadow. The truth translates beyond appearance. There's a spark, a light that flickers in the dark. Not the echo, not the scream. To find the road is to be seen. Ignorance that paints the sky, colors bright but born to lie. When the night steps past the haze, the source of ease and quiet The cup holds water, but the shape is air. What's a path if no one's walking there? A mirror reflects, yet it's hollow inside. The world turns outward, but it spins from the mind. it's you. But every shadow swallows truth. Things are things 'cause we think they are. The mind's a mirror, not a star. In emptiness, they're all the same. The dance of nothing takes no name. The tree falls silent when no one hears. Time slips sideways and disappears. A bird in flight, a thought half formed. Each one a circle where the void is born. Things are things 'cause we think they are. The mind's a mirror, not a star. In emptiness, all the same. The dance of nothing takes no name. Look at the edge of what you know. It's not an end, it's just a glow. Inside the silence, the echo rings. You are the subject, you are the thing.